A boy of about 6 years old, with black hair and pale skin, sat and read another book about the art of shinobi. A knock on the door interrupted his occupation and he, raising his snake eyes, with purple markings around them, went to open the door. Hello, Naruto. It was already a gray-haired old man, with a pipe in his teeth. The old man was dressed in a long white robe, and on his head was a red hat, with curtains at the back. This was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the greatest shinobi of his time. He was nicknamed the Professor for his knowledge of a huge number of techniques, but now he was an ordinary good-natured old man who came to visit the son of his student. Hokage-sama? Naruto asked questioningly, looking at the old man. I haven't been a Hokage for a long time. Stop calling me that, Hiruzen said discontentedly. Excuse me, did you want something? Naruto asked, letting the old man inside. Did he just drop by to visit you or was he waiting for someone else? No, Sarutobi-sama. Enough already, let's do without this. Okay, why did you come in? Well, that's a different matter. I just decided to visit you. Glancing at the table, on which lay various books about shinobi. Taking a closer look, Sarutobi realized that these were books that described chakra in detail, its properties, right down to its control. Still want to become a shinobi? The old man took one of the books in his hands and read its title. Raten Techniques. Yes, but books won't get you very far, Naruto said with annoyance, sitting down on a chair. Then maybe you will become my student. I am already old, especially in a well-deserved rest. I have a lot of free time, so I will be able to teach you. Aren't you kidding? Hiruzen just looked at him seriously. So what? Of course, I agree, the brunette shouted, jumping up and down with joy. That's good. Then tomorrow at the 51st training ground at 9 a.m., be sure not to be late. Hiruzen said, getting up from his chair and heading towards the exit. The brunette just nodded, already lost in his thoughts. Damn, I'll have to go to the store, otherwise I'll die of hunger, Naruto thought as he opened his refrigerator and took his wallet and left his apartment. It was already evening outside and the streets of Konoha were full of people, especially since today was some kind of holiday that Naruto preferred not to know about. I hope everything goes well this time, Naruto thought as he turned onto the main street of the village. Konoha was a truly beautiful place, especially in the evening. The lanterns and moonlight gave the village its own mysterious charm. A push in the back quickly brought the guy out of his thoughts. With difficulty not falling, Naruto turned around and looked at the one who pushed him. It was a tipsy Chunin, next to whom were two Jonin, but they hardly wanted to help Naruto. What are you doing here, you lousy snake? What are you talking about? Naruto asked with genuine surprise. It wasn't the first time he had been called a snake, but Naruto didn't know why. Maybe because of his snake eyes, but then why did so many people hate him? Why do you all treat me like this? What did I do to you? Naruto asked with tears in his eyes, screaming. Wow, so you don't know. Naruto became wary, tears continued to flow down his cheeks, falling and breaking on the ground. Do you know who your daddy is, little snake? No, I lived in an orphanage since childhood. Your father, a terrible person, he became a renegade because he conducted inhumane experiments on people. Killed them, mocked them, he is a terrible person, you understand. His name is Orochimaru and someone like him cannot have a normal child, that's why they hate you. To be honest, I would even kill you, you know, just in case, but you are under the protection of the third Hokage, and no one would want to have problems with him, that's why you are still alive. After these words, Naruto received a sharp and strong knee to the stomach, tears flowed from his eyes, and the guy himself bent in half and fell to the ground. However, no one will stop us from beating you. A kick to the ribs again brought the boy back to reality and he, sobbing and writhing in pain, tried to get up and run away, but he did not succeed. Sooner or later you'll die anyway and that warms my soul, the Chunin said, leaning towards the guy's ear. It's time to finish, said the black-haired Jonin, walking up to the guy lying on the ground and kicking him in the stomach with all his might. He hit him without mercy and more than once. Naruto no longer cried or did anything, he just lay there and stared into space, wondering why he was being punished for all this. After the strong blow to the head, the brunette's consciousness became clouded and later completely left him. Opening his eyes with difficulty, which were stuck together because of the dirt and dried blood, Naruto looked around. He was lying in one of the alleys. It was still dark outside. With difficulty leaning against the concrete wall, Naruto sat up. Tears poured from his eyes, probably from resentment, because he was not guilty of anything, especially the sins of his father, whom he had never even seen. No, Of course he had heard about the legendary Sannin Orochimaru and even read several articles about him, but he could not think that he was his son. After sitting in this gateway for a couple more hours, Naruto finally came to his senses and was even able to get up. Hobbling, he was still able to reach the training ground, which, fortunately, was not that far from the guy. The clock showed around 6 in the morning, which meant the brunette had 3 more hours to sleep and rest, and then he lay down under one of the trees and, closing his eyes, fell asleep. Naruto, are you okay? Hiruzen asked, shaking the boy. Ah, old man, it's you, Naruto said, opening his eyes and smiling wearily. What happened to you? The third one asked worriedly, looking at the boy again. There was not a single living spot on his face, his clothes were all dirty and dusty. There was dried blood everywhere, and his face was covered in abrasions and streaks. Yes, as usual, this was not the first time, but to such a strong. Old man, you better answer me, you know who my father is, right? Hiruzen was in no hurry to answer, weighing all the pros and cons, but in the end, after a couple of minutes, he still gave his answer. Yes. Who is he and who was he? Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin and my student. Now he is a renegade, probably because of his actions in the past. You are now hated, forgive me Naruto. You are not to blame for the way he was. He just lost his way, but otherwise he is a good person. Orochimaru was truly a genius, I would even say that he was more brilliant than Minato Namikaze, but here everyone has their own opinion. Why didn't you tell me anything before? Maybe. I didn't want you to know that you were the son of a renegade, a traitor, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, enough about the sad stuff, are you ready for training? Hiruzen asked and smiled. Yes, but You don't have to worry about that, I found you a medic who will get you back on your feet in a matter of seconds. Sensei, why did you call me? Asked the busty young blonde. Could you heal Naruto's wounds? He was beaten up again, but today it was much worse than usual, I can't help him here. Hiruzen said sadly, lighting a cigarette. Yes, of course. The woman's hands glowed green. Medical techniques. And at that level, that's amazing. Naruto said, watching his wounds disappear in just a few moments. You speak as if you understand something about this, snorted the Sannin, continuing to do her work. But I do understand this, although not at the same level as you. Tsunade knew whose son it was, and therefore was not particularly surprised that he understood medicine well. For his age, genes are a powerful thing. Thank you, Suna-chan, Hiruzen said when the job was finished. You're welcome, what are you doing here? The blonde asked, standing up and turning to her sensei. I took Naruto as a student, now we will have training and I think it will go quite successfully, the old man answered while smoking. I wonder what will come of it, Tsunade said thoughtfully, then went about her business. Well, Naruto, shall we begin? Seeing a nod, the old man continued. You know what chakra is, right? Another nod. Well then you should know that every person has their own element, someone may have 2, someone may have only 1. How many elements do you have and what are they? Naruto asked and looked at his sensei with delight. I have mastered all 5 elements, but that's not the point now. To find out what element you have, you'll have to pass your chakra through a special paper, and then we'll see what's what. Hiruzen said and handed 2 sheets of paper to the guy. You don't have to look at me like that, I know perfectly well that you already know how to control your chakra, walk on trees and water. Naruto just smiled and took 2 sheets of paper in his hands, giving them chakra. One sheet of paper was crumpled, and the second one got wet. Wow, you have 2 elements at once, lightning and water. Quite an interesting combination could come out, Hiruzen said and smiled. Where do we start? Naruto asked and looked at the old man, who was thoughtfully stroking his beard. Well, let's probably start with studying the elements and their techniques, or are there any other suggestions? No, Naruto responded cheerfully. Commentary on what did I do to deserve all this? Till I die, 6-0. I will become a shinobi. A year later. Sutan. Descending flow. Raten. Destroying lightning. The stream of water that burst out of Naruto's mouth rushed into the distance, and after a couple of seconds, lightning began to dance along it. The technique turned out to be strong and deadly, anyone, be it a shinobi or an ordinary person, who fell under it would die. I didn't expect anything else from you, Naruto, said the old man, who was holding an old pipe in his hands. Old man. Hiruzen looked questioningly at his student, taking another drag. I want to become a shinobi, well, go to the academy, pass the exam there and become a genin. But the school year has already started, you realized it a bit too late. So what, I won't start learning from the very beginning, Many do that, Naruto responded, although he didn't really know if many people really did that. Okay, today is the meeting, I'll ask the Hokage there, and if he allows it, then tomorrow you'll go to the academy. And now go home, that's all for today. The old man said, smiling, and ruffled the boy's hair. The brunette smiled radiantly and, lost in his thoughts, wandered home. He looks so much like his father, thought the third one, and after looking at Naruto as he left, he headed towards the residence. Today, a large clan council was to be held, attended by the heads of all the clans, elders and, of course, the Kage. The council was to begin any minute, and so Hiruzen sped up, and after a couple of minutes, he entered the room where the council was being held. Hiruzen-sama, you've finally arrived. Then we can begin, no one's against it? Asked a tall blonde man with blue eyes, standing up from his seat. It was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage and the fastest shinobi in the world. Hiruzen listened to the subsequent discussions with half an ear, because usually the same thing is said here. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but I have a request. Sarutobi said towards the end of the meeting. Minato looked at him questioningly. You know Naruto, right? Minato nodded. Today he expressed a desire to become a shinobi. His potential is enormous. During this year that I have been training him, he has already reached the same level as a jonin. He will be useful to the village in the future. Hiruzen said with a hint of pride, after which silence fell. Everyone pondered the words of the former Hokage. But the silence was not destined to last long, and after a few seconds, it was interrupted by Fugaku. He can't be allowed into the academy. We only let him live on the condition that he never become a shinobi. I'm categorically against it. He'll follow in his father's footsteps. With all due respect to you, Fugaku-sama, but you are not the one deciding this, and I did not ask the question to you. I'm against it too. He shouldn't have been left in our village at all, and you, Hiruzen, just got attached to him, said Koharu, the Hokage's advisor. Yes, I am against it too. He can't become a shinobi, otherwise there could be irreparable consequences, said Homura. Hiruzen only looked sadly at everyone present, who completely agreed with those who had just spoken, and later turned his gaze to the Hokage, who was apparently interested in the opinion of his advisors and the whole situation in general. For your information, Naruto is not a shinobi of this village. He said the last word with disappointment. And a simple civilian, which means that he can calmly leave Konoha and nothing will happen to him for it, and I will leave with him. Hiruzen said and looked piercingly at the current Hokage, who fidgeted slightly in his chair and finally gave his answer. If he is such a genius and as you say he has great potential, then let him prove it. After the Hokage's words, everyone began to whisper, but after he hit the table with his fist, everyone quickly fell silent. So what? Hiruzen asked in the silence that had settled in. Let him defeat the Genin team. It will be a 3-on-1 fight. If he wins, then I will enroll him in the academy. Okay, when and where? Tomorrow, at 10 a.m., at training ground number 40. Hiruzen nodded gratefully, stood up from the table and walked out into the middle of the meeting, although nothing had been decided, but no one dared to stop him. Well, I'll show you, Minato, Hiruzen thought and headed to Naruto's house to tell him the good news. The meeting ended quickly after the third one left. Do you think it's worth doing? Fugaku asked. And why not? I'm almost 100% sure that this guy won't follow in his father's footsteps. Hiruzen usually doesn't make mistakes, the blonde said with a smile and disappeared in a yellow flash, accompanied by peals of thunder. Naruto lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling. Over the past year, many interesting things had happened. He had become much stronger, smarter. The bullying had stopped after Naruto had beaten up a chunin who had decided to bully him. He was interrupted from his thoughts by a knock on the door. Hello, Naruto. Opening the door, Naruto saw Hiruzen, who looked a little angry and sad. Old man, did something happen? Tomorrow you will fight against a team of Genin. If you win, you will be enrolled in the academy. If not, you will not become a shinobi, Sarutobi said, looking down at the floor. But why? Is it necessary to enter the academy? Naruto asked, confused. This is our only way out. The Hokage agreed to enroll you in the academy only on these conditions. From the window of Naruto's apartment, the mountain on which the faces of the previous Hokages were carved was clearly visible. It was the main attraction of Konoha. Hiruzen looked at the face of the first and second Hokage. Thoughts immediately appeared in his head that the village had changed and not for the better. Okay, since this is the only way out, then I have no choice, Naruto said smiling. Hiruzen was about to tell him something, but the brunette did not let him finish. I think that training with you will give results. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. at training ground number 40. Having received a positive mood from the brunette, Hiruzen said with a smile and ruffled the guy's hair, heading towards the exit, lighting his pipe. Come and cheer. Absolutely. The old man finally left the apartment and even the area where Naruto lived and quickly walked towards the Hokage's residence. Come in. The tired voice of the young ruler of the village came from behind the door. The third Hokage walked inside and, as usual, nodded respectfully to Minato, who was sitting in the chair. On some business or just like that? The blonde asked, although he already guessed why the head of the Sarutobi clan had come. I came to talk about Naruto. I knew it, flashed through the fourth's head. Let's get straight to the point. Okay, the old man agreed, don't you think this is a bad idea? He could get seriously hurt. Well, you said that he is a genius, on par with his father, I think he can handle it. Especially since you were his teacher. Yes, but still, 1 against 3. Everything will be fine, I will watch the fight and stop it at the right moment, Minato promised and sent the third one out the door, getting down to the papers, of which there were already quite a few. The beeping of the alarm clock woke the brunette. He turned off the alarm clock by touch and with difficulty opening his glued eyes, the guy assumed a sitting position. Damn, I'm going to be so late, Naruto thought, looking at the dial. It was already about 8:20 in the morning, 40 minutes left before the fight. Naruto didn't feel any jitters or anxiety, on the contrary, he was quite calm and quite confident in his victory. After all, several years of training with one of the strongest shinobi couldn't go to waste. After a quick breakfast of instant noodles, Naruto ran out into the street and rushed towards the 44th training ground. There were about 10 minutes left and everyone had already gathered at the training ground, only one was missing, namely Naruto. Damn Minato, he specifically chose the strongest team of genin. What is Itachi alone worth, who everyone considers a real genius? Hiruzen thought nervously looking at the team of 3. These were completely ordinary genin who had only recently passed the exams and graduated from the academy. A short and unremarkable guy with grey hair, a girl with the same hair braided into a funny pigtail, a brunette with smooth long hair the color of a raven's wing. These were the members of team number 2, which was considered the best of the newly graduated, and all, as already said, because of the genius from the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha. Minato, Fugaku and the Jonin mentor of the team stood on the clearing, as well as Tsunade Senju, who was invited just in case. Everyone was waiting for Naruto, talking about their own things. Itachi and the team were discussing strategy, but they decided to take this fight seriously. Fugaku and Minato were talking about their own things, only occasionally touching on the topic of the upcoming fight. They thought that they already knew the result of this fight. Hiruzen was sitting on pins and needles, but he was worried about his student, who, by the way, still had not shown up. Sorry for being late, I overslept, said the guy with long black hair, down to his waist, wearing a long white robe, I don't know what it's called, like the Orochi had in childhood, they told me, kimono. Pale, almost white skin, purple marks around the eyes, were very noticeable. Itachi looked at the boy thoughtfully, apparently assessing him. Well, now that everyone is here, we can begin, Minato said, with a kind smile on his face. Well, it's finally starting, the blonde man, who had been cowering in the shadow of a tree until that moment, spoke up. I'm tired of waiting, after all, it's not every time you get to see Uchiha Itachi fight. Naruto heard a hint of envy in his voice, which amused him slightly. Calm down Menma, Minato said, looking sternly at the boy. Naruto noticed 3 stripes on each cheek, similar to the whiskers of a wild animal. Menma was the son of the 4th Hokage, the eldest to be exact. I think you know the rules, but I'll repeat them just in case. Minato looked at the 4 shinobi carefully. His gaze lingered slightly on Itachi and Naruto, whose faces expressed absolute calm, which interested the 4th. Killing and inflicting mortal wounds are prohibited. Techniques can be used, but again, not mortally dangerous ones. Are you ready? Both sides just nodded silently. Then let's begin. Naruto glanced at the old man, who was noticeably nervous and smiled slightly at the corners of his lips. Fugaku, on the other hand, was closely watching his son, who was considered a genius for good reason, because he was already at the level of a strong chunin and this fight should have ended quickly, the key word, should. After Minato gave the signal and began the fight, no one moved, as if they were waiting for something. To hell with it, Tenma shouted and, grabbing a kunai, ran at Naruto. The brunette had no intention of underestimating his opponents, and therefore took this fight seriously. Making a cross with 2 fingers, an exact copy of Naruto appeared next to him. Shadow clone technique? Fugaku asked, who was watching the fight closely. Itachi's eyes showed surprise, apparently he knew about this technique. Okay, the real fight will be against Uchiha. These two are just a warm-up, Naruto thought, and at the same time he and the clone began to make identical seals. Suiten. Raging wave technique. Naruto and his clone blew out a powerful stream of water that easily knocked down the attacker and threw him into a nearby tree. The guy lost consciousness, and Naruto's clone dissipated into white smoke. Watch out, Itachi shouted, noticing some movement in the smoke. Jumping slightly to the side, Itachi landed safely and looked in the direction where Inari was. Raten. Thunder Dragon. A dragon of impressive size flew out of the smoke and rushed towards the girl. Inari couldn't move. It seemed like her whole life was flashing before her eyes. She already thought that she was finished. Kaiten. Large fireball. Itachi quickly formed seals and shouted, breathing out a large fireball that tried to interfere with the Raten technique, but it didn't work. Another opponent was out of the game and Naruto was left with the hardest part. Minato and Fugaku were very surprised by what they saw. For the kid to use two high-level techniques so skillfully. That's not the limit, is it? Asked Tsunade, who was sitting next to her sensei. Even I still don't know the limits of his powers, Hiruzen answered thoughtfully and continued to watch the duel. I think he's weak in taijutsu, at least we'll try, Naruto thought, and, grabbing the katana that was resting on his belt, he began to quickly close the distance with Itachi. Kato. Phoenix flowers. A large number of fireballs rushed straight at the brunette, who smoothly moved away from each of them, getting closer and closer. Damn, I'll have to engage in close combat. I'll break the distance later, Itachi thought, and with a deft movement he pulled out a kunai, which he immediately used to block the katana's chopping blow. Damn. The brunette's weapon glowed blue, and a little later sparked, which meant only one thing. Naruto passed chakra through the katana. Itachi quickly jumped back, breaking the distance. I see you've become serious, Naruto said, looking into the red, blood-like eyes in which two commas, called Tomo, were spinning. Itachi silently began to fold the seals. Kaiten. Large fireball. The technique flew straight at Naruto, who quickly folded the seals for Suiten and created a wall of water, which neutralized the Uchiha's technique. Steam appeared on the clearing as a result of the collision of the two techniques. Only his instincts helped Naruto dodge a kunai strike from behind. It was Itachi, who, thanks to his Sharingan, could see perfectly through the fog. Itachi came closer to Naruto, who looked around in search of the Uchiha, but stopped abruptly, feeling the cold of steel on his neck. It's over, Naruto said, appearing behind Itachi and holding his katana to his throat. And the shadow clone disappeared with a pop. You tricked me, you knew that my Sharingan wouldn't be able to distinguish a clone in such a thick fog. Your plan was perfect and certainly deserves respect, but... Naruto looked back in shock. But I can do that too, Itachi whispered in his ear, holding a kunai to Naruto's throat. The one standing in front of the pale-skinned brunette disappeared in a puff of smoke. Itachi tried to take a step towards Naruto, but something sharp, bumped into his vest. As it turned out, it was a kunai, which Naruto held in his left hand just in case. The weapon was pressed right into the Uchiha's chest, near his heart. Futon. Gust. Fugaku said, folding the seals, with Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes and a look of great surprise on his face. A draw, Minato asked himself when he saw the whole situation the two shinobi were in now. Hiruzen just smiled contentedly. After all, the training had not been in vain. Fugaku was shocked that someone could not only fight equally against his son for a long time, but also win in the end. So it's a draw, Naruto asked, carefully turning his head back. Ah. Yes. Itachi raised his gaze from the kunai and looked at his opponent. That was a good fight, Naruto said, putting the kunai in his pouch and the katana in its sheath. Commentary on I will become a shinobi. New acquaintances. But my time is endless among the cracked faces. I see how cruel people are and only time will judge them. That was a good fight, Naruto said, putting the kunai in his pouch and the katana in its sheath. Itachi nodded in agreement, still lost in his thoughts. That was an amazing fight, said Menma, who quickly recovered from the shock, decided to come up and express his opinion. I never thought that someone could defeat Itachi, and you're not as bad as I thought. Thank you, Naruto answered briefly, not really wanting to talk to the Kage's son. Naruto, due to his genes, probably craved more knowledge about techniques, how they are performed and what sensations they experience, which is why he turned to Itachi. Listen, can you tell me more about the fire elemental techniques? Seeing the smiling brunette, Uchiha himself involuntarily smiled, which did not happen very often. Of course, but what would you like to know, and most importantly why? This question tormented Itachi, although he already guessed why. I don't know why, but I always want to learn something new, be it techniques, fighting style, or even theory. Naruto's words only confirmed Itachi's suspicions. Okay, but I don't think this is the best place, Uchiha said, smiling good-naturedly and extending his hand. I know it's late, but still, my name is Uchiha Itachi. Nice to meet you, I'm Naruto. Itachi walked ahead, and the brunette followed him, leaving Menma alone. The Hokage's son felt twofold. On the one hand he was bursting with anger, because he, the son of the fourth Hokage, was simply abandoned without paying due attention. And on the other hand, he was glad that someone was able to defeat Itachi, because it meant that he also had a chance. Hiruzen, the old man just turned towards the speaker, with a satisfied smile. The boy really turned out to be a genius, just like you said. I never thought Itachi would lose. Rubbing the back of his head, Minato answered honestly. The old man smiled contentedly. He was glad that Naruto was able to emerge victorious. But are you sure he won't follow in his father's footsteps? That's a huge risk, Minato said seriously. There was silence for a few seconds. The two men looked into each other's eyes, trying to find an answer there. You know, Hiruzen began, exhaling smoke. Even if that's the case, I'll always support him. However, I don't think Naruto will be able to betray Konoha. If he even thinks of doing that, I'll kill him. Fugaku, who was standing next to Minato, said. Hiruzen just nodded, because he didn't want to argue with such a stubborn person as the head of the Uchiha clan. He wouldn't be able to prove anything anyway. Okay, Naruto was able to win, which means I will enroll him in the academy. I think you are happy with this. Namikaze asked smiling, to which the old man only nodded, taking another drag. Minato was about to teleport, using the Thunder God's flight, a technique that made him famous throughout the world as the fastest shinobi. Wait, why should he go to the academy at all? Maybe he should just take the exam right away. I don't think he'll have any trouble with that, the Hokage suggested, turning over his left shoulder. I also think that there is no point in him going to the academy. Tsunade, who was sitting next to Sarutobi, spoke up. It's up to him to decide. I'll ask him. If he agrees, I'll definitely tell you. After Hiruzen's words, a clap of thunder and a yellow flash were heard, the calling card of the fourth Hokage. Menma disappeared along with Minato, leaving only a few people in the clearing. Naruto returned home already in the evening. Slowly opening the creaky door and taking a last deep breath of fresh street air, he went inside. The light was on in his kitchen. He couldn't help but turn it off, which meant he had guests. It's strange, I thought that all the shinobi of this village already understood that it's better not to joke with me. After all, the third one himself is watching over me, Naruto thought warily. Taking a kunai out of his pouch, he slowly, trying not to make noise, looked into the kitchen, where he saw Hiruzen, calmly, even somehow homely, sipping tea. Oh. Hello Naruto. The old man's keen eye, filled with countless battles, noticed the weapon in the brunette's hands. And you, old man, did you want something or just to see me? Naruto said, hiding the cold steel back, smiling stupidly. I'm talking about the academy, Minato. Like the others who watched your fight today, they offered me something. Sarutobi said, taking out his old, already pretty worn out pipe. Taking a drag, he continued. They offered you to take the exam early, so I came to find out your opinion. I would like to say yes, but I don't think I'm ready right now. During the time I spend at the academy, I can learn a lot of new things. Studying both there and outside of classes. The guy reasoned sensibly, looking at his sensei. Okay, then I'll be going. I'll need to stop by Minato's place. Hiruzen said, getting up from his chair and heading towards the exit. As he passed the brunette, the old man ruffled his smooth, long hair, looking at him with pride. See you later, Sarutobi said, closing the door and going outside. I almost forgot, tomorrow there's a class at 8 a.m., said the third, poking his head back into the apartment. Fine. Ah. Today is definitely the best day, Naruto thought, and with a blissful smile he lay down on the bed and fell asleep without even undressing. Itachi returned home after the walk in high spirits, and it's no wonder, he found a friend today. Although he didn't know it yet, he and Naruto would soon become best friends, their fame would spread throughout the world, and the names would be known by every shinobi, but more on that later. Ni-san, you're back, Itachi's younger brother Sasuke shouted, seeing him at the threshold. Hello, Sasuke, he replied, poking two fingers into his brother's forehead. The elder Uchiha himself didn't know why he constantly used this gesture, but he couldn't stop doing it, he liked it so much. Where have you been? The younger brother persisted. I was walking with Naruto, Itachi answered, walking into the kitchen. Mikoto, Itachi's mother, and Fugaku, his father and the head of the Uchiha clan, were already sitting in the kitchen. The ringing of the alarm clock woke the guy up. It meant only one thing: it was time to go to the academy. I wonder what my first day at the academy will be like. Will they accept me or not? The guy thought, on his way to the academy. Entering the large and spacious building, Naruto quickly got his bearings and, finding his office, knocked on it. "Hello, I'm Naruto," the brunette said as he walked in, smiling. All attention was immediately focused on the new arrival, as none of them knew that they were going to have a new kid. Since many of the kids knew who Naruto's father was, they immediately looked at him with disdain. Their parents often told them to avoid the brunette, for obvious reasons. Well, it's not as simple as I thought, Naruto thought, and after the teacher introduced him, he trudged to the empty seat. It was the back desk near the window, where a beautiful girl was sitting. Light hair that was pulled back into a ponytail, neat features, and of course a cute face. She turned her attention to the guy sitting next to her, after which an unprecedented interest lit up her eyes. "My name is Aya Senju," the girl said, turning halfway towards the guy. "Tsunadheim's daughter?" the guy asked, looking at her. The girl just nodded. "I've heard a lot about you from my mother." "So what?" the boy asked with interest, stopping listening to the teacher. "Well, I've heard a lot about your father, about how hard you try, and of course about the whole village's attitude towards you," the girl explained briefly. "Well, it's nice to meet you. Comment on new acquaintances. Jesus, your mother. I want to love this life. He is the most. Don't forget anything, don't look at anything, and let me go so that I can burn longer." Naruto, as usual, sat and looked out the window without a care in the world, outside which the rain was raging. It was autumn outside. Even through the closed window, you could easily smell the rain. I don't know about you, but I can often smell the rain. They told me, ozone. Many people hurried to hide from the bad weather, running into stores, or just under awnings. "Hey, Naruto, I heard that you finally decided to take the Genin exam, and in a week, the Chunin exam. Why am I only finding out about this now?" Aya asked, slightly wet, approaching the guy's desk with a menacing look. "Aya, is that you?" the brunette said, more affirmatively than questioningly. "I asked you a question." "Oh. Yeah, sorry. It was all very spontaneous," the guy said, turning away towards the window. "You're such a fool," the girl said, sitting down next to him. "I am the same," Naruto answered shortly, for which he immediately received a punch in the side from the elbow. "It hurts like that," the brunette responded, rubbing the place where he was hit. "I see you still haven't changed your clothing preferences," the girl suddenly noticed out of the blue. Naruto was even a bit confused by such a statement. In fact, the guy really liked this white kimono with purple overlays, with yellow tomo embroidered on them. In such clothes, he looked even more like his father. "It's been 2 years since you started studying at the academy, but the attitude towards you hasn't changed," Aya said sadly, noticing another look of contempt directed at Naruto. "Makami Naruto," one of the chunin of the academy said, entering the classroom. Naruto stood up and, smiling at his friend, went towards the exit, because it was time to take the exam. Over the past 2 years, Naruto has changed a lot, and not so much externally as internally. He became colder and more reasonable, although with close people, he is still the same cheerful guy. Naruto has grown a little, but not so noticeably. His hair has become longer, and the purple lining around his eyes has become brighter. Who is he pretending to be? He's a loser, he'll never pass the Genin exam. A whisper was heard in the ranks, which was understandable. Naruto hadn't shown even a quarter of what he was capable of in these 2 years, and therefore was known in the class as a fool who pretended to be cool. Most of the brunette's class were clan children, for example from the Uchiha clan or the same Hyuga. However, Naruto no longer heard their conversations, because he left the class and followed the teacher along the corridor. Over the past 2 years, Naruto has found a lot of information about his father, in particular about what clan he belongs to. The Makami clan was once quite numerous, but during the Second Shinobi War, it will cease to exist, all because of betrayal by the allied clan at that time, the Inuzuka, but more on that later. "Your exam will be," one of the examiners, namely Yumino Iruka, began to dig through a stack of papers, trying to find the ticket that he had prepared in advance, but stupidly put in a stack with other papers. "I found it. You will need to create 2 clones and use henge, after which you will be considered a genin." "Okay, can I begin?" The other 2 examiners just nodded. Naruto crossed his fingers, and 2 exact copies of the brunette appeared from the white smoke. "So, now henge." The guy again folded his fingers into a seal, but in a different one, and a second later Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in front of the 3 chunin, with a pipe in his mouth. "Great, honestly, I thought you'd fail," Iruka said, handing over the headband with the leaf emblem. I'm glad I didn't live up to your expectations, Naruto said, taking the bandage in his hands and examining the Konoha symbol on it. You need to go to the Hokage. You'll find out what's next there, Iruka said, after which Naruto left the classroom where the Genin exam was taking place. Well, since I got the headband, I can go to the Hokage, the guy thought as he left the academy. It was no longer raining outside. The only thing that reminded him of the recently raging elements were the puddles on the road and the wet trees, from which drops were still falling, breaking on the ground. Naruto slowly walked towards the Hokage's residence, where they were already waiting for him. As long as there are people dear to me here, I will not leave this village, no matter how much I want to, but I can't, Naruto thought, once again stopping his gaze on the leaf emblem on his headband. Come in, Naruto heard after knocking. Hokage-sama, I was sent to you after the exam, Naruto answered as he entered the room. And you, judging by the bandage sticking out of your pocket, you passed the exam, the fourth one noted, to which Naruto only nodded. You want to take the Chunin exam, am I right? Yes. Minato looked at the brunette seriously, as if weighing all the pros and cons, but in the end, shaking his head, he began to speak. It could be dangerous and you could die. Do you understand all the risks? Naruto nodded again. Okay, but in the Chunin exam you need to participate in a team. What are you getting at, Mr. Hokage? The brunette asked, remaining calm. You will take the exam together with Itachi. You will be a team of 2. I think it will definitely not be difficult for you to pass it. I will give you further information a little later, Minato said and smiled kindly. Thank you. Naruto bowed and left the residence, unable to hold back his smile. Naruto, the brunette heard as he went outside. Turning around, he saw Uchiha, the friendship with whom had only become stronger over the past time. Long time no see, Naruto said, smiling and pointing to his headband. Yes, I just came to congratulate you on this, and then the Hokage called me. When you're done, come to my favorite place, Naruto smiled, after which they parted ways with Itachi to do their own thing. Meanwhile, a man with long white hair was approaching the village, with a huge scroll on his back. Walking along the still wet streets of Konoha, the man enjoyed the view of the village, which would soon be drowning in the rays of the setting sun. It's been so long since I've been here, flashed through his mind before he noticed a very familiar silhouette. His eyes immediately widened and he ran headlong to what he thought was an old friend. Orochimaru, but why do you look like a child? The man asked, running around. Ha, Naruto asked with confusion and looked at the white-haired man more closely. Don't you recognize me? It's me, Jiraiya. It turned out that it was one of the 3 legendary Sannin who often leaves the village. Jiraiya-sama, you are mistaken, I am not Orochimaru. My name is Naruto Mikami, but you are not that far from the truth. Naruto said smiling and looked somewhere into the distance. What do you mean? I am the son of Orochimaru, your old friend and comrade. Of course, Jiraiya had heard that Orochimaru had a son, but he had never seen him and was not interested in him. But now, something had changed. Jiraiya was eager to know more about Naruto. He himself did not understand why. Probably he wanted to make sure that the brunette would not follow in his father's footsteps, or maybe for something else. Naruto, you say? Well, let's go for a walk. Tell me about yourself, and I'll tell you some stories. The Sannin said, smiling kindly. Naruto did not refuse the invitation to go for a walk, especially when the legendary Toad Sannin Jiraiya himself invites you for a walk. How are you doing in the village? Jiraiya asked carefully. Jiraiya-san, if you are going to find out whether I will make the same mistake as my father, then I will answer right away. No, I am not going to leave Konoha as long as the people dear to me live here. As soon as they're gone for some reason, then I will leave too. Naruto answered honestly, catching another look of contempt, which Jiraiya also noticed. After walking for about an hour, Jiraiya and Naruto went their separate ways. Sannin needed to drop by the Hokage and his sensei, and Naruto needed to meet Itachi. Say hello to the third old man, Naruto said with a smile, after which he walked towards the Hokage rock, which offered a magnificent view of Konoha, especially when the sun went down. Of course, Jiraiya said cheerfully and headed towards the residence. All his thoughts were occupied by this boy, who seemed to him to be quite an interesting person. The Sannin even thought about taking him as his student. Jiraiya-san, you have arrived. Hearing a voice from behind, Jiraiya shook off his thoughts and turned around. Behind him stood Kushina, a tall, beautiful, and slender girl with red hair, the hallmark of the Uzumaki clan, and next to her was her daughter. Her name was Haru. Kushina, hello. The girl was a complete copy of her mother, except for the color of her eyes. Jiraiya, Have you really returned to the village? Haru immediately ran to hug her godfather, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Yes, but I won't be here for long, just to see you. Jiraiya said, taking his niece in his arms. Listen, Kushina, I wanted to ask you something. The Hokage's wife looked questioningly at the Sannin. What do you know about Naruto Mikami? Just that he is Orochimaru's son and that's it. If you want to know more about him, then you should either go to Hiruzen or Tsunade. I heard that they often train him. Thank you, then I'll go see them later, but now it's time to drag Minato home, the man said, putting Haru on his shoulders, after which he wandered towards the residence, together with Kushina. Minato, as usual, was fully occupied with paperwork. However, a knock on the door distracted him from his work. It's open, the blonde said, leaning back in his chair. A tall, white-haired man entered, bending over in the doorway, with Haru sitting on his shoulders. Daddy, the girl shouted and hurried to get off her godfather. Haru, hello, Minato said, hugging his daughter who ran up. Long time no see, Minato. Jiraiya, you're finally back, the fourth said, ruffling his daughter's hair. Well, are we going home now? Kushina said, following Jiraiya. Minato, realizing that he definitely wouldn't be working today, only agreed, after which, with the help of the flying god of thunder, he transported everyone to his home. Naruto sat on the mountain with the faces of the previous cage and watched the village drowning in the rays of the setting sun. Well, hello, he heard a hissing voice behind him. Father, the brunette asked in shock, glancing over his right shoulder at the newcomer. He's the one, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Comment to he is the most. Please show the active, this fic has very cool potential, there is so much that can be done here, a huge, testing ground, for action. But when I see that there are only 40 people waiting for a new chapter, the desire to write disappears. Not such. Eiko and pyrokinesis. Black heart. As for me, the chapter is just awesome, it has everything. The secondary characters are revealed, the ending makes you wait for the next chapter, and what do you think? Someday you will know the truth, but not now. I can go anywhere, do anything total crap, but with a hint of freedom. Naruto sat on the mountain with the faces of the previous cage and watched the village drowning in the rays of the setting sun. Well, hello, he heard a hissing voice behind him. Father, the brunette asked in shock, glancing over his right shoulder at the newcomer. He's the one, Orochimaru said, licking his lips and coming closer to Naruto. I've been looking for information about you, but I couldn't find anything, and then after so much searching, you show up right in front of me. Orochi sat silently next to his son, watching Konoha, the place he grew up in, the village that betrayed him. I think you want to know why I came. The apostate asked, looking at the guy. And not only that. I came to give you power, call it what you want. I saw your fight with Itachi and I realized that you can handle it. But how did you see him? I have my spies everywhere, Orochimaru said, pulling a scroll out of his bosom. This is a summoning technique. Since ancient times, our clan has signed a contract only with snakes. I think that if you perform the summoning technique, you will also be transported to Raichido, the habitat of snakes. But what is this all for? Why are you helping me? I won't believe that it's only because I'm your son. Naruto said, glaring at the Sannin. You are still too young to understand the whole picture. Do you think that I am a renegade? Seeing an uncertain nod, that I left Konoha myself. Naruto nodded again, realizing that it was not that simple. That is right, everyone in the village presents it as if I conducted inhumane experiments on people, killed and eventually left the village, becoming a renegade. But in reality, everything was different. It is too early for you to know about this, because firstly, you will not understand, and secondly, I will impose my views on life on you, which I do not want to do at all. I want you to grow up, and later I would tell you the whole truth, so that you can make your own choice and say who is to blame. If you want to find me, you will definitely find me. Someday your road will definitely lead you to me, and only on this depends whether we will be on different sides of the barricades or on one. Hearing the crackling of branches, Orochimaru put down the scroll and, patting his son on the head, disappeared into the shunshin, leaving the brunette alone, in complete confusion. What the hell was that? Naruto thought as he hid the scroll in his kimono. Hello, sorry for the long wait. It was Itachi who walked up to Mikami and sat down next to her. Oh, Itachi, Naruto said absent-mindedly. What's wrong with you? It's like you saw a ghost, Itachi said, noticing his friend's condition. What did the Hokage tell you? Naruto asked, brushing off the previous question. Well, the Chunin exam is in 2 weeks, Genin from different countries and villages will flock to Konoha to try their luck and become chunin. Even the Raikage himself will come. Wow, that means the exam will be fun, Naruto thought, distracted from his recent conversation with his father. Yes, so we'll have to give it our all. He glanced around Konoha, where people were still occasionally walking on the streets. Then, starting tomorrow we will train. I learned a couple of new techniques here. I think they will be useful to us. Won't you share? Uchiha asked, looking at Konoha in fascination, filling his lungs with fresh air. Let it be a surprise for you, Naruto said and smiled, stood up, and headed towards the house. Then see you in 2 weeks, said Fugaku's eldest son, also getting up from the ground. Fine. 2 weeks later. Naruto quickly dressed, ran out into the street and headed towards the academy where the written exam would be held. Most of the trees had lost their leaves, so they stood bare, giving the village its charm. Quickly running to the academy building, Naruto went inside, where Itachi was already waiting for him. Hey, Naruto, you're late, Itachi said with feigned resentment in his voice. Sorry, I just overslept, Naruto justified himself, after which they went to the 3rd floor, where Auditorium 310 was supposed to be, where the exam was actually held. What do you think the next stage will be? Naruto asked, turning halfway to his friend. I don't know, but does it matter? You're right, Naruto replied, smiling. Knocking on the door to the classroom, Naruto and Itachi entered. The room was crowded, and everyone had different headbands. Genin with headbands from the grass village sat at the back desks. Konoha and Kumo Shinobi, Rain Shinobi, sat at the front desks. Itachi and Naruto found free seats and sat down at the desks. Akumo Shinobi was lounging in his seat next to Mikami. Konoha, you look familiar somehow, said Osoi, that was the name of the shinobi from Kumo. You're confusing me with someone else, Naruto said, sitting down in his seat. No, I've seen you somewhere before. Pale skin, bright purple eyeliner, amber eyes, long and smooth black hair. He began to quietly list all the brunette's external features. Exactly, it can't be. Osoi suddenly yelled. Are you really that one, the son of San and Orochimaru? After his shout, almost everyone in the audience turned their attention to the two guys. Most immediately became interested in the boy, and therefore began to carefully examine him, study him. Someone even wanted to ask something, but Minato Namikaze and the examiner entered the audience. This is the first stage of the Chunin exam, namely the written one. After all your work is submitted, they will be checked in a short time and those who could not pass it will be eliminated. The remaining ones will be sent to the second and final stage, which will take place today at the arena at 1400, you will find out further information there. Minato said, after which he gave the floor to the examiner. If someone is caught cheating, then he and his team will be removed from the exam. If you do not reach the threshold, then you and your team will also fail the exam. Now you will be given tests. You have 2 hours to solve them. As he spoke, a couple of Chunin entered the auditorium with stacks of papers in their hands. Of course, these were tests. Half an hour later, Naruto, along with Itachi, stood up from their seats and headed to the examiner to take their tests. No matter what anyone said, the test was quite difficult. It did not cover the events of just one village. Probably half will definitely be eliminated, I think even more, Naruto thought. There are 92 of us in the audience. I think that after the test there will be a maximum of 23 left, Itachi thought, after which, having handed in his work, he followed his friend out. So, how did you like the test? Naruto asked as he and Itachi walked outside, waiting for their results. The cold autumn air hit the two boys as they left the building, causing them to shiver. I think there won't be many left. Watching everyone I realized that they didn't expect such a difficult test. Some just scribbled randomly, and some wrote diligently. I think there will be 23 to 26 of us left, Itachi said, looking at the cloudless sky. Thank God it's not raining, Uchiha thought then. Honestly, I think so too. The test was really hard after all. Even I sometimes had tasks that required a lot of thought, Naruto said, sitting down on the cold ground. Commentary on someday you'll know the truth, but not now. I'm thinking here, should I develop the plot quickly or more slowly, like after his exam in Anbu, describe a couple of missions, how he becomes stronger, searches for information about Orochi, or how? Right. In the last part they showed a good asset. Can we do the same in this one? Eiko. So uninteresting. The final stage of the Chunin exam part 1. Come on, break me again. It's not difficult for you to kill me here and now. There is no more room for pain on the exhausted heart. I am in this world only to be sad and nothing more. Only 2 hours later, all the results were finally known. Naruto was already quite cold, because it was quite cold outside. The following will go to the next round. Naruto Mikami, Uchiha Itachi, Izuru Teishi, Hei Sarutobi, Shiro Hagoromo. Naruto no longer listened to the instructor, because he had already learned what he needed. But Itachi, judging by everything, was listening attentively to the examiner. There were even fewer than I expected. Only 20 people, which means 6 teams, not counting us, Itachi said, turning to his friend after the examiner finished his speech. It's strange that they decided to make only a written exam, because it's possible that a person is not well versed in some history, but his practical skills are above average and are quite suitable for a chunin, Naruto noted, looking somewhere into the distance, continuing to think about his own. Damn, is it really that simple with my father? These thoughts just wouldn't leave my head. Everyone who passed, please follow me, said the examiner and headed towards the arena, where the second stage of the exam would take place. Naruto, let's go. Itachi's voice brought Mikami back from his thoughts and he stood up and followed the examiner. Listen, something's been wrong with you lately, would you mind sharing what you're thinking about? Noticing the state of his friend, who had been extremely absent-minded for 2 to a week and a half. Not here, the brunette responded briefly, continuing to look somewhere ahead, once again immersed in his thoughts. I need to figure this out, but later. Right now I need to focus on the exam, Naruto thought and shook his head, hoping to get rid of unnecessary thoughts in this way. Arriving at the arena, which was located on the outskirts of the village, in the direction of the east, Naruto and the others who passed by, settled down in a small room, waiting for when they would be called to the arena. Even from inside, it was audible that there were quite a few people in the stands, everyone was chatting and making noise. The genin were on tenterhooks, because in the near future, something that many had been striving for so much, diligently preparing, training, squeezing the maximum out of themselves, and all for the sake of the title of chunin, was about to happen. A couple of minutes later, the genin were called to the arena. Coming out, the brunette was struck by bright sunlight. The sun, although it was now at its zenith and shining brightly, was not warm. Now, perhaps, will be one of the most difficult tests in your life. The chunin exam is always a path full of dangers, although this year the main part was the written exam. I wish you all good luck. I am sure that each of you is completely worthy of this title, even based on the exam results. Everything is completely in your hands. Not only the winner of the exam will become a chunin, but also the one who shows a worthy fight. Even if he loses, he will still become a chunin. How the next stage will be conducted, the examiner will tell you. Having finished his speech, Minato sat down next to the raikage, on the bed specially reserved for the cage. How many candidates do you think there will be for the chunin title this time? Minato asked, turning to A. Time will tell, but I think all the fights will be spectacular. At least, I hope so, the fourth raikage answered honestly. The exam will be held in a one-on-one combat format. It was clear from the faces of many genin that they were very shocked by what they heard. None of them wanted to fight against their own comrades, but this was quite possible. You will see the grid on the screen, opponents are selected randomly. When your fight begins, you go down to the arena and wait for your opponent, after which, on command, you begin the fight. Until then, you will be in a specially designated place for genin, where the second examiner will lead you. Killing and inflicting fatal wounds are not prohibited, but it is better to do without it. The examiner said, looking at all the genin, many of whom were scared, some were excited, some were eager to fight, and some were calm and relaxed. Gekko Hayato turned his gaze to the cage box. Seeing a nod, he glanced at the scoreboard, where the first pair was already written. Please follow me, said the chunin who approached the genin from behind. The first fight is between Naruto Mikami of Konoha and Saru of the Cloud. The named genin remained in the arena, waiting for the start. Mikami, isn't that the same son of Orochimaru? I asked with a slight disdain that came from the name of the once legendary Sannin of Konoha, who was respected by many. He's the one, Minato answered shortly, who began to closely watch Naruto. He looks like he's 8 to 9 years old. Are there really no older shinobi left in Konoha? He'll die. Don't be so sure, I'm sure he'll convince you otherwise, the fourth Hokage replied, smiling slightly. There were a lot of people gathered in the stands. The brunette had enough time to look at them all. Kushina, Haru, Menma, Fugaku and his family, there were many familiar faces, but Naruto couldn't see them, even though he tried to deny it, but he would like the old man, Tsunade and Aya to come and watch how he would take the exam. Nah you too, be careful not to lose, Aya shouted loudly, which immediately attracted the brunette's attention. I'm glad you came, Tsunade. Jiraiya, Hiruzen and Dan, Aya's father, were standing next to Aya, and a little behind them, Naruto saw someone he definitely didn't expect to see. It was definitely him, but how he managed to get here unnoticed, Naruto couldn't understand. As you've already guessed, it was Orochimaru, in a long black cloak, with a hood, under which he hid his identity. Are you ready? Hayato asked, and after seeing 2 affirmative nods, he jumped back with the words, let's begin. Naruto immediately pulled out his katana from its sheath, which had been peacefully resting on the brunette's belt. Passing lightning chakra through it, Naruto quickly headed towards his opponent, intending to catch him off guard. A chopping blow from above was blocked in time by a kunai, which Saru managed to pull out of his pouch. However, the brunette's katana cut through the kunai like a hot knife through butter, almost hitting the genin from the cloud. Apparently my theory is correct, Naruto thought, not even thinking about slowing down. Faster and faster, Naruto wielded his weapon, soaked in chakra. One accurate blow could easily become fatal. From the horizontal blow, the cloud genin successfully dodged, jumping back a little, while Saru began to jump back. Naruto, with a deft movement of his left hand, took out 4 stars, and threw them at the enemy. 2 shurikens stuck into both shoulders, strongly restricting movement and causing pain, and the 2 remaining were directed at the enemy's body, in order to slow him down slightly for the next attack. Naruto quickly intercepted the katana and with a wide blow from the right, at the level of the neck, was going to finish the duel. I give up, Saru said, and Naruto's katana stopped a couple of centimeters from the Kumo genin's neck. A little more, literally a few fractions of a second later, and Saru would have lost his head. Realizing this thought, the Kumo genin lost consciousness, falling onto the cold ground, which the sun was trying its best to warm. Naruto stopped conducting chakra through the katana and put it back in its sheath, waiting for the examiner. The winner is Mikami Naruto. The stands remained silent, everyone was thinking about what they had seen. The shinobi of course immediately realized that the brunette was ready to kill the guy just to win, which on the one hand was right, but on the other. Naruto silently walked towards the genin balcony where the fight could be watched. A wave of whispers swept through the stands, only a few words of which were understandable. He will definitely follow in his father's footsteps. These words rang in the brunette's ears. They, just like me, know nothing about him, Naruto thought, and glanced at Hiruzen, whose face was expressionless. He was probably shocked. Aya was happy about the victory. Tsunade and Jiraiya were also happy for the brunette. Having gone through more than a dozen battles, they understood that the rule, either you or you, always applies here. If he had killed Sarah, he would have been in trouble, I said in his usual manner, greatly surprised by Naruto's abilities and, most importantly, his thinking and analysis. We'll try to make sure that doesn't happen again, Minato replied admiringly. The fight was truly spectacular, and the outcome was unpredictable until the very last moment. Commentary on the final stage of the Chunin exam Part 1. I thought I'd finish the chapter in the morning, but I got bored. I think I described everything well. What do you think? Sheet, I don't regret it. Chunin exam Part 2. Pedal to the metal and fly with the wind. In my thoughts, who could I become? One wrong step and it's an article. Climbing up to the balcony reserved for the genin, Naruto sat down on the concrete, leaning his back against the wall, lost in his thoughts. The spectators were still reeling from what had just happened, as were the genin. What the hell, do you even think about what you're doing? What if you killed him? A shinobi with a cloud headband said, kicking the brunette's outstretched legs. Naruto only raised his gaze to him, looking through him. Didn't you hear me? Now answer, the guy said, lifting Naruto by the chest. Who are you? Mikami asked without even resisting. One of the best shinobi of Kumo, Rei. The guy with blonde hair, who was slightly taller than the brunette, said proudly. Naruto just looked at him indifferently. He didn't care about those he was seeing for the first time in his life. Calm down, your friend is alive, and the Hokage won't let this happen again, Itachi said, approaching the 2 guys. If you harm any of my comrades, you will die, Rei said, throwing Naruto onto the concrete and heading in the opposite direction. Hey, how are you? Itachi asked, offering his hand. It's fine, Naruto muttered, accepting the helping hand. If you're wondering how I feel about this situation, it's fine. The Chunin exams have never been bloodless, since it's either you or the other way around. Indeed, Naruto was keen to know his friend's attitude, and hearing that everything was fine, he calmed down noticeably. New names appeared on the board, Kagami Uchiha from Konoha and Siren from the Grass Village. Naruto didn't pay much attention to the rest of the fights. His gaze was fixed on Hiruzen, next to whom sat a man in a black cloak with a hood pulled over his head. What is he thinking about now? Naruto thought, closing his eyes. his imagination immediately drawing the moment when the brunette almost killed Sarah. He, like me, is a shinobi, which means he was ready to die. I did everything right, the brunette reassured himself, turning his gaze to the wreckage. Sensei, you know that he did everything right. There is no point in looking at him askance, especially for the likes of us, the man said, sitting down next to the old Hokage. That's who, I didn't expect to see you here, Hiruzen said, turning his head towards his former student. But you're right, he did everything right. I'm glad you understand that. What brings you here? The old man said, watching Uchiha form seals for another fire technique. I came to watch my son perform. And maybe also to visit my old friends. Orochi smiled, although it was not visible because of his hood. I think you were more than satisfied. Hiruzen said. Kagami, meanwhile, knocked out her opponent with a precise kick. The winner is Uchiha Kagami from Konoha, the examiner announced, after which the medics took the unconscious body of the boy and carried him to the medical center. This fight was not as spectacular as the previous one. Naruto, I'm going, it's my fight now, Itachi said, passing by his friend. Just don't lose, Naruto said, smiling and getting up from the floor. Of course, I think it will be easy, Uchiha said, looking at the scoreboard again. His fight would be against a shinobi from Konoha, Sei Inuzuka. Are you ready? Asked the examiner, when both participants descended to the arena. Both guys nodded, prepared for the fight. Let's begin, Hayato shouted, jumping back. Itachi immediately activated his Sharingan, and the member of the Inuzuka clan took out his faithful comrade, Ninken. Itachi did not mess around for long, and therefore, as soon as he saw the puppy, he used a fairly simple genjutsu on him. Sei did not even notice this, rushing into close combat, hoping that due to the advantage in numbers, he would be able to win. Itachi began to quickly fold the already boring seals, fire techniques. A large fireball, Itachi whispered, blowing out an impressive sized ball. Inuzuka, as expected, jumped back, dodging the technique, but fell right into the Uchiha's trap. A loud explosion was heard throughout the arena. In the place where Sei jumped, there were kunai with explosive seals that Itachi threw, immediately after the technique. Inuzuka was not seriously injured, although the explosion was strong, but it touched him tangentially. After all, the Uchiha did not want to seriously injure his opponent. Sei could no longer continue the fight, which meant Itachi won. However, a strong generation is growing up in Konoha, said the Raikage, assessing the Uchiha's abilities. Itachi is a true genius. I would say that he surpassed even me in this regard, Minato said, smiling kindly at her. Nisan, as always, I think he will easily pass and become a Chunin. Sasuke said, who was sitting next to his father. I think so too. Itachi is a good boy, Mikoto said, smiling. Fugaku looked at his son proudly, but didn't say anything. That was just his character. Itachi will easily become a Chunin. What do you think? Menma asked, turning to Kushina. Well, it seems to me that only Naruto can compete with him, Kushina, who had been analyzing the fights all the time, said honestly. However, the strong genin this year are probably much stronger than us, Jiraiya said with a laugh, and Tsunade, who was standing next to him, only nodded. They have great potential, Dan noted, and added a little later, it's a pity Nawaki is on a mission now. I think he would have enjoyed today's fights. I think so too, but still, who will win in the end? Jiraiya asked thoughtfully. Well, the only good thing is that we'll find out about it soon, Tsunade said and smiled. New names appeared on the board. Now Hyuga and the genin from the cloud were supposed to fight. Their fight ended rather quickly. As they say, for the shinobi of Kumo there was an inconvenient opponent, to whom he could not oppose anything, and therefore quickly lost to him. Rei was the next to perform, against the genin from Konoha. I think his name was Sarutobi Day. The fight also went, one-sided, against the elements of the storm. An improved genome, a member of the Sarutobi clan could not do anything, and therefore quickly lost and with numerous injuries, was sent to the hospital, where doctors already took care of him. After this fight, Naruto dozed off. Hey Naruto, wake up, your fight is against. Itachi shook the brunette by the shoulder, looking at the scoreboard again. There were two names. Naruto and Rei. What? Mikami asked sleepily, opening his eyes. You're finished, the genin from the cloud promised, passing by the brunette, Rei said. Wow, this looks like it'll be interesting, Orochimaru hissed, and Hiruzen only slightly tensed up. Don't worry, Naruto will definitely win, Tsunade said, stroking her daughter's hair. I hope, the girl only whispered quietly. The cage visibly tensed up, because they understood that it was unlikely that this fight would end in goodness and friendship. Both Minato and Ai closely watched every step of the genin, who could safely be called weak jonin. Maybe we should give up on this fight, Minato asked, noticing his colleague's tension. I think that the two fastest shinobi will have time to intervene in the duel before it ends bloodily, said I, not taking his eyes off Naruto. If only it were true, said the fourth, turning his attention back to the arena. Don't even think that you'll get out of here alive, Ray said. He definitely had a reason to hate him, even though Naruto didn't know it, but Orochimaru, when he was still young, brutally killed his parents, leaving the boy an orphan. You might say that it's stupid to take revenge on someone for what his ancestor did, be it his father or a distant relative, but Ray had no other option. He wouldn't be able to kill or take revenge on Orochimaru in any way, and so the choice fell on his son. Don't throw words to the wind, but rather prove it with your actions, Naruto said, placing his right hand on his katana. Naruto, show me what you can do. If you die, I won't forgive you, Itachi thought, activating the Sharingan. I hope everything turns out okay, Aya thought, looking at the brunette. Commentary on Chunin Exams Part 2. And what do you think? I didn't describe all the fights, because I was too lazy. Don't judge me for that. You would also be too lazy to come up with names and abilities. Again, at the most interesting part. Yes, you are right, but today I am spending the night at my father's, and there is no computer here, so another chapter will come out today. It will describe the fight between Naruto and Ray. How did you like the chapter? I liked it. Markle, we'll get through it. Chunin Exam Part 3. Above me is a clear horizontal line. Silence is a familiar old creature to me. Time to go. Prime times. Where guests are not ashamed, where you don't end up drinking yourself to death. They fucked up our core right there. Feeling like I don't know anyone, and now I'm definitely neither with you nor with you. Hey, now you and I are nobody. That's why the tone is so impudent. Don't throw words to the wind, but rather prove it with your actions, Naruto said, placing his right hand on his katana. I'll kill you, Ray muttered through his teeth, looking at his opponent with a withering gaze. Are you ready? Seeing two weak nods, Gekko waved his right hand shouting, let's start. After which he hurried away from the arena. Minato and A became even more tense and attentive. Ray slowly put his hand on the sword resting behind him. It was much larger than a regular katana and many times slower and more maneuverable. Naruto began to involuntarily release the thirst for murder, just like Ray. Everyone wanted to feel and smell the blood, its warmth on their palms. The thirst for murder began to resonate with each other, spreading throughout the arena. Some genin fell unconscious, even adult shinobi who had been through many battles, seen death in its most terrible manifestation, shuddered, and goosebumps ran down their spines. Naruto deftly pulled the katana out of its sheath and ran straight at Ray, intending to touch him or at least move from the spot. The Cloud Genin was not afraid of the attack from his enemy, but on the contrary, was completely ready for it. Taking out a large sword from behind his back, Ray blocked the first blow. Having clashed, the weapons struck a spark, and the ringing of metal spread throughout the arena. The horizontal blow was again blocked by the sword. Naruto began to accelerate, and a little later gradually began to pass chakra through the katana, making it more deadly. Strike, block, another strike, block. For each attack of the brunette, the Kumo shinobi found protection, but Naruto did not even think about slowing down the pace. On the contrary, he began to accelerate more and more, passing more and more chakra through the katana, because of which the latter began to sparkle and make sounds characteristic of lightning, namely crackling and a high-frequency sound similar to birdsong. Lightning literally broke off the katana, and the blows began to gradually push the genin out of the cloud. Realizing that he was about to lose, Ray swung his sword, parried another blow from the katana, thereby winning himself a few moments, during which he jumped back and began to make seals. Seeing this, the brunette also began to make seals. Storm Element, Storm Fang. The enhanced genome that Ray possessed was an order of magnitude superior to conventional water and lightning techniques in destructiveness and power. Raiden, Thunder Dragon, Naruto shouted at the same time as his opponent, waving his arms. The Fang of Energy, consisting of the natural transformations of water and lightning, headed straight for the dragon made of lightning. Damn, his technique is stronger, flashed through the brunette's head, after which he quickly jumped back, and a second later, in the place where he had been standing before, the enemy's technique pierced, taking the form of a fang, like Kiba. The hall watched all this with bated breath. It seemed that no one even breathed. Everyone was so absorbed in the battle that they did not notice anything around. For all the spectators, there was only the arena and the two guys fighting on it. I'll have to use this, even though I haven't honed this technique to mastery, but I think it will work, Naruto thought, crossing his hands and creating a shadow clone. Suton, Tsunami, Futon, Tornado. The two Narutos said at the same time, after which an impressive-sized tornado appeared on the arena, which gradually turned into a whirlpool on wheels, intending to drown, but at the same time tear to shreds anyone who fell under this technique. But the brunette did not even think to stop there, and as soon as the technique began to take shape, he began to fill the seals again. Raten, a stream of hundreds of lightning. Thanks to Naruto's coordinated actions, a quite deadly and dangerous technique was produced, which was rushing straight at Ray. While the brunette was busy preparing for the technique, the shinobi from Kumo did not stand still, and therefore also prepared his technique. This was the strongest technique in his arsenal, and if he could not kill the brunette with it, then everything was in vain, because he would lose almost all his chakra. Storm element. Raging destruction. It seemed that nature itself had submitted to Ray's command, around which energy of colossal proportions began to concentrate. I'll kill you. The two guys shouted at the same time, launching techniques at the enemy. Their voices were filled with hatred and boundless anger. A huge, resounding explosion spread across the arena. It could be heard even in the most secluded corners of Konoha, and the raging elements could be seen from any corner of the village. The Cage realized with horror that they were too late. Damn! Minato shouted, jumping up from his seat. Quiet, calm down, A said. There's someone standing on their feet, which means it's not that bad. The Raikage himself rose from his seat, peering closely into the center of the arena. A couple of minutes later, when the raging elements died down, the outlines of a brunette became visible, who was barely standing on his feet, but he was standing. The entire arena watched the outcome with bated breath. Everyone was eager to know the end of this fight. Who would win? Cold drops of rain washed the blood off the sand. Naruto's hair quickly got wet, and the brunette himself was barely standing on his feet. At the last moment, he succeeded, but he spent all his chakra, and if his enemy was still on his feet, then he lost. From his right hand, the clothes on which were torn to shreds, a trickle of blood flowed and dripped onto the ground, which was immediately washed away by drops of rain. The clothes on the right side hung in shreds, exposing the guy's bloody torso. Picking up the katana that was lying on the ground next to the guy, Naruto slowly walked towards where Ray should be. The genin from Kumo was lying in a semi-conscious state. There was literally not a single living place on him. How he ended up alive was a mystery. Naruto gripped the katana tighter and began to slowly approach the enemy. All the skin on his upper body was turned into mincemeat. Blood was flowing down his body, and the rain simply did not have time to wash it off. You lost, Naruto said in a hoarse and wheezing voice, raising his katana above his head. Having passed the remaining chakra through the katana, the guy began to lower the weapon to take the life of the one who attempted to take his, to prove to himself that he was stronger than the upstart from the cloud. Hatred and anger, the desire to end everything, that's what drove the guy. However, Naruto did not have time to lower the katana. Someone grabbed it tightly. The guy turned around and saw the Raikage, who was seriously looking at the brunette. Through the wet hair that covered his eyes and seriously interfered with his vision, the brunette saw the unwillingness to see death in the eyes of the Raikage. He did not know how to explain it, but he knew for sure, the Raikage did not want to see another death, of which he had already seen enough. Turning his head and looking at Ray, Naruto saw the Hokage, who was yelling something about doctors. Let go, Mr. Raikage, I'll put away the katana, Naruto said in a quiet, barely audible whisper. A let go of the weapon, which immediately fell near the guy, with a dull ringing sound. The blade must have fallen on the pebbles, Naruto thought before he fell unconscious. An interesting fight, but I've learned everything I needed to know. Until next time, Sensei, Orochimaru said, disappearing into the shunshin. He won, Aya shouted, joy in her voice. Turning around, Aya did not see her mother, who was already in the center of the arena, and began to treat both genin, trying to save them. The wounds that the boys inflicted on each other were monstrous and very serious. They both urgently needed a blood transfusion, and so they were quickly and efficiently taken to the hospital. Don't worry, he'll be fine, your mother is treating him, Jiraiya replied with a smile, which calmed the girl, who was still watching the doctors leave. The remaining matches were cancelled, and everyone who had made it this far was promoted to Chunin. The Hokage and Raikage were busy settling political issues. Itachi ran quickly, not looking at the road, every now and then stepping into puddles, but did not pay any attention to it. He ran to the hospital, where he simply had to find out the condition of his friend. Survive, do you hear? Itachi said into the void. Commentary on Chunin Exams Part 3. In the next chapter I will tell you how Naruto managed to survive and not take so much damage. The chapter seems to be okay, the fight is described well, I like everything, but maybe the ending was a bit disappointing. Nagoznal, Antihero. Drop in, if there are a lot of them, I will make a separate role for you and a chat in which you can write your wishes or criticism, and in general I will send you any information. Feedback on the chapter is welcome. It's not difficult for you, I'm pleased. I will become stronger. Ch1. Rooftops of houses, crows in the sky, ash drips onto grey heads. There are faces around you, but you are alone. You thought you were going to fall in love, but you just went and broke up. And time goes by, it doesn't spare. It does not forgive the mistakes of fate. You want to go home, but who is waiting for you? Run while you can, run, run. Opening his eyes, Naruto saw Itachi sitting next to him, his head on the bed, sleeping peacefully but lightly. Damn, everything hurts so much, Naruto thought, looking down at his right side of his body, which was all bandaged. TCH, Naruto said through clenched teeth, enduring the pain. Naruto, are you awake? Itachi said, jumping up and opening his sleepy eyes. Don't shout like that, said Naruto, who, in addition to everything else, also had a headache. You need to lie down, otherwise your wounds might open up. Itachi said, ignoring his friend's request. Okay, just be quiet. Listen, I'm still tormented by the question, how did you manage to survive? Itachi asked, looking at his friend. Uchiha saw everything perfectly through his Sharingan, but Naruto should have died there, in the arena. Rei's technique was too strong, it should have simply torn the brunette apart, but for some reason it touched him tangentially. Flashback. I'll kill you. The two guys shouted at the same time, launching techniques at the enemy, their voices filled with hatred and boundless anger. Damn, if this goes on, I'm going to die, Naruto thought, channeling almost all of his remaining chakra through his katana. The weapon instantly began to sparkle blue, and lightning bolts flew out of the blade in different directions, without touching the brunette himself. A blow that tears apart the heavens, a swing of the katana, from the right shoulder, horizontally to the ground, releasing a huge amount of concentrated energy, which took the form of an arc. Great, Naruto thought as he saw that thanks to his strike, the enemy's technique should no longer hit him, but only slightly graze him. If you want to win, you have to sacrifice something, the guy thought, and the next second he felt a hellish pain in the area of his right shoulder. I won. Seeing that his techniques, including the last one, had achieved the goal, Naruto closed his eyes in intense pain. End of flashback. I moved his technique a little to the right, causing it to hit me tangentially, but even so, I was badly hurt, which shows my weakness. I won't be able to protect anyone like this, Naruto thought after explaining everything to his friend. Damn, you could have at least not scared me like that. I already thought you were dead, Itachi said, sighing with relief. I won't die so easily. Naruto smiled and closed his eyes, a wild fatigue rolled over him, and so he fell asleep again. Itachi, realizing that the brunette needed rest, quietly left the room, glancing at Mikami. Old man. The next time Naruto opened his eyes, he saw Hiruzen pacing back and forth with a worried expression on his face. Thank God, you seriously scared me, Sarutobi said honestly, taking out his pipe and sitting down on the chair next to the bed. Sorry, the guy said sadly, looking at his sensei. That was a great fight, I'm glad you didn't kill him after all. Old man, Naruto said seriously, drawing attention to himself. I'm thinking of leaving the village for a while. I need to get stronger so I can protect those who are dear to me. Those who raised me, those I owe, you, Itachi. But right now, I'm too weak, the boy said, looking out the window, avoiding the old man's gaze. You want to go to Orochimaru, right? Asked Hiruzen, who had wanted to talk about this for a long time. Looking out the window, the old man saw a slightly cloudy sky. Bare tall trees towered above the ground, and the cold autumn wind made many shinobi and ordinary people shiver. Even though they were indoors, but still, looking at such weather outside, you yourself become a little cold. Autumn is a time of sadness and depression for many. Symbolically, it was at this time of year that the brunette decided that he needed to leave Konoha. I've wanted to talk to you about this for a long time, the old man said, taking a drag and blowing out smoke rings, still looking at the landscape outside the window. The crackling and flickering of the lights in the corridor created a strange, oppressive feeling. I can't stop you, I can only advise you on the best way to do it, and then it's up to you to decide whether you'll listen to me or go the way you originally chose. Orochimaru is a good man who was unfairly declared an enemy of the people and a traitor to the village. I know that you're going to him, he's your father, a legendary Sannin, he can train you much better than I can. However, if you want to leave Konoha, you should come up with a better excuse for leaving than, I need to leave the village to be trained by an S+ rank renegade. Smiling, the old man looked at his student. But still, if you decide to leave, don't come to me, you shouldn't say goodbye to anyone at all. It will be harder to leave. The scroll is under your pillow. The old man advised at the end, after which he got up from his chair, smiled warmly, and left the room. The sound of his footsteps continued for about another minute, after which it began to gradually subside, and then disappeared completely. It's decided, I'll leave today at dawn, Naruto thought, looking at the clock. Taking out the scroll and unfolding it, Naruto found the seals that need to be folded for this technique. The summoning technique, I hope it will transfer me to the snakes, from where I can then move to my father, Naruto thought with hope, rolling up the scroll and hiding it back under the pillow. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning, people could be seen on the street occasionally, and those were shinobi who were either going on a mission, or, on the contrary, hurrying to hand in a report on the completed mission, and then go home to their wife and children. The hospital seemed to be deserted, although sometimes steps were heard, but those were nurses who were doing the night rounds in order to check the really seriously ill patients, of which there were many. The world of shinobi is dangerous and equally cruel to everyone. Naruto quietly got out of bed, the wounds received in a recent battle no longer hurt, putting on his kimono, which was neatly lying on one of the chairs, unrolled the scroll and began to reread it again, afraid of making a mistake in the hand seals. Having hung the katana on his belt, the guy was ready. Reverse summoning technique, Naruto said, hitting the floor, and then found himself in a strange cave. We've been waiting for you, Mikami Naruto, a hissing snake-like voice came from the darkness. Ryuchido, Naruto asked into the darkness. After his words, torches lit up in the cave, which smelled of dampness, illuminating the entire space and blinding the guy. Covering his eyes with his hands from the bright light, the brunette began to carefully look around. Don't be afraid, we won't harm you, said the huge snake, which was several times larger than the boy himself. Come with me, said the snake and turned around, crawling into the cave, and Mikami hurried after her. While the guy was running, he looked at the cave in detail, which turned out to be unusually beautiful, especially illuminated by the light of the torches. Hokage-sama, Naruto Mikami, has disappeared, the doctor who was doing the night rounds said, running into the Hokage's office. How did it disappear? Minato asked, jumping up from his chair. Commenter I will become stronger ch1 Liza is from this city. The chapter is cool, it describes how Naruto managed to survive. I think that I didn't give him superpowers, even though it's Marty Stew, or whatever it's called. In the next chapter I'll reveal what happened to Rei, what happened to the cloud, I'll reveal the branch with Itachi and the rest of Naruto's friends. In general, there's a lot of work, I'll make a time skip in the next chapter, maybe. I think you'll like it. Again, if you write a review, put a like there, I'll be pleased. Otherwise, I'm already thinking about abandoning the fic and starting to write a new one, all because of my stupidity. The fic simply doesn't fit into the popular get genre, and therefore doesn't get normal views, but here everything is again difficult. But I think you can handle it. I Will Become Stronger Part 2. The sky fell in love with me, but I didn't open my eyes. Lonely problem in lonely you. Sadness flows down my skin, my voice trembles in you and I are so different, even though we lived the same life. Hokage-sama, Naruto Mikami, has disappeared, the doctor who was doing the night rounds said, running into the Hokage's office. How did it disappear? Minato asked, jumping up from his chair. Wolf, tiger, said the fourth, after which two Anbu wearing a tiger and wolf mask appeared in his office. Did you call, Hokage-sama? The Anbu officers asked, kneeling. Rapidly gather the jonins so that they can comb all of Konoha and the area around it. Naruto Mikami has disappeared. Yes. At the same second, the two shinobi disappeared from the Hokage's office and, splitting up on the street, headed to the houses of the Konoha jonin, interrupting their sleep. Thank God the Raikage had no questions about the injuries inflicted in the fight, thought Minato, before whose eyes Rei appeared again, without one arm, which he lost due to the brunette's last blow. 4 years later. A tall guy was walking along a dusty road, wearing a white kimono with a hood of the same color, on the back of which hung a katana with a white handle. A black snake was embroidered on the back of the kimono. The sun was at its zenith, it was a hot summer day, the guy was already approaching one of the greatest hidden villages, where such brilliant shinobi as Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen were born, and it was founded by two gods of shinobi, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. The massive walls of Konoha with open gates had already appeared on the horizon. Mixing with the crowd of tourists, the unknown man entered the village. Nothing has changed here, I should probably go see Itachi first, the guy in the kimono thought and headed down the road to the Uchiha quarter. Releasing a white snake from the sleeve of his clothes, it crawled in the opposite direction from the quarter. The snake felt chakra perfectly well, it was something like a sensor, and therefore headed towards the source of Itachi's chakra. Interesting, the guy thought and followed the reptile. Tall, massive green trees decorated the village, and under their high crowns and scattered branches, you could hide from such an annoying sun. A cool wind blew in the shade, which could not but please the guy. The snake led the guy to a large lake, on the shore of which two people were sitting. As you may have guessed, that unknown person in the cloak was Mikami Naruto. The brunette saw a couple of young people who were sitting and eating dango, one of whom was Itachi, and the second was a short girl with the same black hair as the guy. Standing slightly behind the tree, Naruto began to listen to their conversation, trying to make out what they were talking about. Itachi, how is your service in the Anbu? The girl asked, sending another ball into her mouth. Quiet down, I asked you not to talk about it like that, you never know. You forgot, I'm a censor, there are no people within 100 meters of us, so you don't have to worry, the girl answered, smiling. Sorry, Azumi, something slipped my mind. Everything is fine, the Hokage said that I will soon become a captain. Itachi answered, marveling at the pristine nature. Itachi, the girl said in fear, starting to look around, searching for that source of chakra that she had only felt for a second behind one of the trees. What is it? The guy became wary and activated Mangekyo. It seems like we're being followed, Uchiha said, finally finding the tree with her gaze, behind which she felt the foreign chakra. It was quite dark, which scared the girl. Where? Itachi, who knew about his friend's abilities, immediately asked the question. There, the girl answered in the same whisper, pointing to the tree. Got it. Taking out the kunai, Itachi was already near that tree in a second, but he saw nothing but a note written in a clumsy handwriting. It was obvious that it was written in haste. Unfolding the piece of paper, Itachi saw only one sentence. Today at 1800 on the mountain with the Hokage's faces, come alone, I can't hurt you anyway. After reading it, Itachi was very surprised, but putting the note in his pocket, he still decided to go there and see who had risked spying on him and eavesdropping. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so there was an indecent amount of time before the meeting. Answer, returning to the girl, Itachi calmed her down and said that there was no one there, not even traces of chakra. I must have imagined it, the girl replied, smiling stupidly. It happens to everyone, Itachi replied, patting her on the head. Naruto, who was standing on a branch of another tree, only smiled, watching his friend, but then quickly disappeared into the shunshin. After all, he still had a task from sensei. Naruto found himself in one of the abandoned training grounds. It seemed to be the 75th training ground. Somewhere here there should have been an entrance to Orochimaru's underground shelter, in which Naruto was supposed to find a couple of scrolls, and then send them to his father using a reverse summoning. Quickly finding a metal door overgrown with grass leading down, Naruto lifted it with difficulty. Looking around, Naruto went inside, closing the hatch behind him. Due to the fact that he was perfectly oriented in the dark, he did not even need a torch or any other lighting. The shelter smelled damp and musty. It was clear that no human had stepped here for a long time. Everything was covered in cobwebs, and here and there bugs and worms were crawling. Orochimaru explained well how to get to the room where everything you need was, and so Naruto quickly found it. An hour and a half later, the scrolls were in one of Orochimaru's laboratories, and Naruto with a calm soul headed to the mountain with the Hokage's faces, waiting for the moment when the Uchiha would come. Until Itachi came, Naruto, sitting on the head of the third, watched Konoha. Today was one of the holidays that is held once every 6 months in Konoha, the end of the Chunin exam. Many parents with their children, whether shinobi or ordinary people, walked around Konoha, having fun. From Hiruzen's head, Naruto could even see Minato and his family, who, along with Fugaku, Mikoto and Sasuke, were walking along the evening streets of the Hidden Leaf, cheerfully talking about something. So Sasuke and Menma have become such close friends, Naruto thought, looking at these families for a little longer. The wind blew pleasantly cool and fresh. And the air smelled of freshness and, as strange as it may sound, leaves. I know you're here, you don't have to hide, Naruto said, smiling, even though it wasn't visible due to the hood. So who are you? Why were you following me? Itachi asked, clutching the kunai tightly in his hand. Naruto glanced back at him, as if studying him. Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto asked in surprise. How do you know about my dojutsu? Itachi asked, preparing for battle. Oh, I know a lot about him, but only from stories. Unfortunately, I don't know him myself, and I can't. Naruto said with a smile, putting his right hand on the katana. Who are you and why were you following me? Itachi asked the same question again. Who am I? Is there any point in knowing this? And if you find out, what will you do? Kill me? Will you be happy? I have imagined our meeting many times, but I could not even come close to imagining how it would go. So is there any point in ruining all this? Maybe we can just sit quietly and talk, asked Naruto, getting up from the rather cold ground, although it was the height of summer. Either you stop joking, or I'll kill you, Itachi said with a menacing look and an equally menacing voice. Your family is currently walking around Ko. However, the brunette did not have time to finish. The words about family made Itachi rush into battle with cold fury. The blow with a kunai was blocked by a katana on which a snake was engraved. Ninpo, snake hands. A large number of snakes immediately crawled out of the brunette's sleeve, intending to grab and twist the attacker. However, instead of the Uchiha, the snakes tied up a log. A replacement technique, interesting, Naruto said, dodging a fireball that was flying at Mikami at great speed. You shouldn't throw away the techniques, otherwise you'll attract a lot of people, and I don't need that, the guy said, looking at the village. Don't worry, when they come, you'll already be dead, Itachi assured him. Okay, if you want to fight, let's fight. The guy shrugged and passed the element of lightning through the katana. The weapon immediately glowed with a bright light, sparked, and lightning, as usual, began to fly out of the blade, which randomly struck around the guy. Naruto quickly headed towards Itachi, swinging his katana to strike, but when he had already lowered it, the weapon met an obstacle in the form of red ribs of chakra. Sasano, Naruto asked himself, jumping back to a safe distance. You know too much, Itachi said, folding the seals. Futon, gust, kaiten, large fireball. 2 techniques flew towards Naruto, but he easily dodged them, but... Naruto, Itachi asked in shock when he saw who was standing in front of him. A gust of wind pulled the hood off the brunette. A tall young man appeared, with long, smooth black hair, bright eyeliner, a snake-like pupil, pale skin. It was definitely Naruto. Oh, shit, Naruto said with annoyance, stopping feeding chakra into the katana, and then putting it back into its sheath. Yeah, it's me, Naruto said, returning to the third's head. But, don't worry, I'll tell you everything now, about where I was, why I left, and for how long I'm back, Naruto said, turning his head back. The Uchiha slowly, as if not even believing it, approached the guy and sat down next to him, watching Konoha. I guess you're wondering where I've been all this time. Naruto continued, seeing a weak nod from his friend. First, I went to Raichidao to make a contract with the snakes, but in addition to the contract, I was taught senjutsu, thanks to which your friend was unable to detect my presence until I made myself known. After Raichidao, I went to my father to hone my skills in Tai, Nin, Ken, and who knows what other jutsu. For the last year, I've just been gaining experience, fighting missing nin, completing missions, and stuff like that. Naruto said, watching Konoha sink into the twilight. But why did you leave? Why didn't you say anything? Didn't warn me? Why? Answer. Why did I leave? I wanted to become stronger to protect you, Hiruzen. The fight with Rei showed that I was still too weak and inexperienced. I simply did not have enough strength to protect you and myself, that's why I left. All these 4 years, I trained hard to become stronger, to protect you. Why didn't I tell you? Probably because it was a rather spontaneous decision, which I told only the old man, and even then, because he was in the right place at the right time. Having finished, Naruto looked at his friend and smiled warmly. I heard that you will soon become an Anbu captain, is that true? Itachi only nodded, digesting the information he received. But since you came back, then for what? 5 minutes later, Uchiha asked another question that interested him. All because I have achieved my original goal for which I left. I have become stronger and now I can protect you. I will return to the village, if the Hokage allows it of course. You were considered dead because they couldn't find any traces of your escape, which means you were kidnapped skillfully, Itachi said and smiled. He was certainly glad that his friend had finally returned and they would be able to walk in the evenings again, like in the good old days, talking about different topics, having fun. Now it's my turn to ask you questions, Naruto said, sitting down more comfortably, and a sly grin appeared on his face. Go for it, Itachi said, already anticipating what questions the brunette would ask. Who is this Azumi? Are you serious? Naruto asked mockingly. I think so. She's from the same clan as me, an old childhood friend who has been in love with me for a long time, just like me, Itachi admitted honestly. I see. Then the next question. Naruto became serious. Where did you get the Mangekyo Sharingan? I read that you can only get it if you kill your best friend or see him die. And this, I myself learned about it only a year later, after he awakened. At that moment, when Rei launched his technique at you, I already thought that you had died. Thanks to my 2-volume, At that time, Sharingan, I knew perfectly well that his technique was much stronger than yours. I thought that you had died and the strong emotions that I experienced became the impetus for awakening first the third tomo, and a second later the Mangekyo. That's how it is. It's nice to know that I'm dear to you, Naruto replied with a smile. Have you been to Ai yet? Itachi asked, looking at his friend. Not yet, but honestly, I'm scared to go there. I left without even saying goodbye or warning her in any way. I think that at best, she'll kill me. That's right, Tsunade-sama, she taught her a couple of her techniques and now she has become quite a formidable opponent. The guys are running after her in droves. Of course, she is the daughter of Tsunade Senju, one of the three Sannin, and also a beauty, but she is still waiting for you, believing that you are not dead and will return sooner or later. Itachi said, looking up at the sky, which was already dark and stars began to appear on it. The joyful cries in the village slowly began to die down. Everyone began to disperse. The holiday was coming to an end. I think I'll go to her tomorrow, but I still need to go to the Hokage, Naruto said, lying down on the ground so he could see the starry sky better. We can go to the Hokage tomorrow. I think that when I become an Anbu captain, you will look good in my platoon. Itachi answered laughing, to which Naruto only nodded. Then I will go to Aya's house and invite her outside, where you will meet. Well, and I will go about my business. How do you like this plan? Naruto agreed after thinking for a bit, getting up from the ground. Today he still had one more thing to do. Then tomorrow at 8 a.m., Itachi said, going their separate ways with the brunette. Okay, Naruto headed to Hiruzen's house, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Quickly running to his house, Naruto knocked on the door, after which he heard disgruntled muttering and quiet footsteps. Long time no see, old man, Naruto said when Hiruzen opened the door. The third one froze, not believing his eyes. Naruto. That's him, the guy said as he walked inside. Of all people, I certainly didn't expect to see you, said the old man, smiling good-naturedly. Sorry it's so late, I had some other things to do, Mikami apologized, walking into the kitchen. Well, tell me, how are you? Naruto returned home closer to 2 o'clock in the morning. The gatherings at Hiruzen's had dragged on a bit, and then when the alarm rang at 7 a.m., the guy barely opened his eyes. Having gone to the shower in the morning to dispel the sleep that did not want to go away, Naruto left his apartment, which was all in dust and even in cobwebs in places. It was clear that no one had even come here. You're late, Itachi said, glancing sideways at his friend. Sorry, I went to bed too late yesterday, Naruto replied, yawning. Okay, let's go, the Hokage is already waiting, Uchiha said, heading towards the residence. The brunette silently trudged after him, falling asleep on the go. Knocking on the door, Naruto and Itachi went inside, where Team 7 was, who had recently taken the Genin exam. Menma, Sasuke and Sakura, and their mentor was Kushina Uzumaki, who turned around at the incoming ones. Sorry for being late, Hokage-sama, Itachi apologized, bowing his head slightly. Long time no see, fourth, Naruto replied in his usual manner, waving his hand. Mikami Naruto, Minato asked, blinking his eyes in surprise. Were you expecting someone else? Where have you been? Asked Namikaze. I'll tell you later, we'll wait until the Genin team takes on their mission. Minato, I think they can be given a C rank mission, I think they are ready. Kushina said, turning to her husband. Okay, you'll need to escort the bridge builder to the village of Waves, provide him with security until he finishes building the bridge, all the information is here. Minato said, handing over a folder of papers. Team 7 joyfully shouted and left the Hokage's office and residence, going to pack their things. So, now you, where have you been? Minato asked, turning to Naruto. I became stronger in Ryuchido, Naruto lied. I learned senjutsu and honed my ninjutsu skills. The boy explained to avoid further questions. I take it you want to return to the ranks of Konoha shinobi? Asked the fourth, rubbing his temples tiredly. The Genin team had gotten on his nerves quite a bit, asking for a higher ranking mission. Hokage-sama, I want Mikami Naruto to be enrolled in the ANBU, specifically in my squad. I think his skills are quite enough to fight equally with the strongest Jonin of Konoha. Itachi answered for Naruto. I'll deal with this later, I need to think about it. I'll call you when I make a decision, but for now, I'd like to be alone. Naruto and Itachi nodded silently and left the residence, heading towards the Senju quarter. He somehow took in all the information easily, Naruto said, turning to Itachi. Yeah, but I think everything will go fine, Uchiha said when they were already approaching Tsunade's house. Wait here, I'll call Aya. Naruto just nodded, sitting down under a tree. Hello, Tsunade-sama, is Aya-chan home? Itachi asked, knocking on the door. Hello, Itachi, I'll call her now. A couple of minutes later, Aya stood in the doorway, with a silent question. Let's go, there's someone there who wants to meet, Itachi said, smiling softly. Who? The girl asked tiredly, who had changed considerably, and for the better. Her size 2 breasts were clearly visible, her waist was narrow, her face was pretty, her hair was long and tied back in a ponytail. The secret, he's waiting for you under that tree, Itachi said, pointing with his finger, and then disappeared into the shunshin. Damn Itachi, the girl thought, but still, interest got the better of her, after which she headed in the indicated direction. Already from afar, she saw familiar outlines and could not believe her eyes. Is it really you? The girl changed her usual walk to a fast run, getting closer and closer to the tree. Naruto, the girl shouted, turning to the guy sitting under the tree, who was peacefully dozing. Commenter I will become stronger part 2. Jesus is for those who are already dead. Yo. Here I am. The chapter turned out great, but perhaps the ending was a bit rushed, but I really wanted to sleep. I think you'll forgive me. Everything is as before. Reviews, how you like the chapter are welcome. Conflict in the Land of Waves Part 1. Is it really you? The girl changed her usual walk to a fast run, getting closer and closer to the tree. Naruto, Aya shouted, turning to the guy sitting under the tree, who was peacefully dozing. Where have you been? The girl asked, hugging Naruto, tears of happiness flowing from her eyes. She had waited so long for him to return, and now, when she had already despaired, he had finally returned. Burying her face in the guy's chest, Aya hugged Naruto tightly, who only smiled, gently stroking the girl's hair. Where have you been all this time? Senju asked, her eyes swollen from crying. I became stronger to protect you, Itachi, the old man, everyone, who is dear to me, Naruto said, also hugging the girl. Then why didn't you tell me anything? Why didn't you warn me? You could have run in to see me. Do you know how worried I was? When I decided to visit you again, and the ward was empty. When the Hokage said that you disappeared, I. Tears flowed from her eyes again. Naruto silently hugged the girl and began to stroke her hair, whispering, sorry, in her ear. The day was already coming to an end, and Naruto and Aya were still lying in an embrace under a multi-year tree, the shade of which hid them from the heat. Naruto, there you are, you and I are being called to the Hokage. It's urgent. Itachi appeared, breaking the already established idyll. Naruto sadly looked somewhere into the sky, and then, carefully getting up, headed towards the residence. Sorry, Aya, let's go for a walk tomorrow, Naruto asked, turning around. Of course, will you come for me? Naruto just nodded, after which he disappeared into the shunshin, leaving a satisfied and happy Aya alone. Do you even know why we were called? Naruto asked, running up to Itachi. The Uchiha shook his head, then entered the residence. Come in, Minato said in a stern voice. You called, Hokage-sama? Itachi asked, getting down on one knee. Yes, Naruto, I've thought about enrolling you in Anbu. If you complete the mission I'll give you now, you'll be enlisted in the Anbu squads without further verification. Itachi will go with you. I agree, but what kind of mission is this? Naruto asked, looking seriously at the Hokage. Yesterday, I gave out another C-rank mission. To be precise, it was team number 7. Only, the mission was not C-rank, at least A rank. The customer deceived me. Apparently he didn't have the money to pay for a mission of a higher rank. All the details are in this folder. You should hurry, otherwise the genin are finished. Minato said. From his appearance, one could easily tell that he was angry. But, Hokage-sama, why can't you teleport to the Jonin mentor yourself? Especially since, as far as I remember, it's your wife, Uzumaki Kushina. I'm the Hokage, which means I have to be in the village at all times, especially since the mission needs to be completed and then sort things out. I just don't have time for that, Minato said, handing over a folder with a detailed description of the mission and the current coordinates of Team 7. Are you taking on the mission? Yes, Naruto answered confidently, after which he added. In 5 minutes at the gates of Konoha. The brunette disappeared in a shunshin, appearing on one of the roofs. Quickly heading to his home, the brunette did not even think about the fact that he was very tired today, all because he had not slept well for many nights in a row. 5 minutes later, Naruto stood near the gates of Konoha, waiting for his friend and teammate, Itachi. The Uchiha did not look his best when he heard that his younger brother could be in serious danger. He became very gloomy and became more serious. We'll get to the Land of Waves in about 4 hours, Naruto said with a sly smile. What? How are you going to get to such a faraway country in just 4 hours? Itachi asked, looking at his friend with a look that did not tolerate jokes and stupidity. Don't worry, we'll get there, Naruto said, biting his finger and then began to fold the seals. Summoning technique, Naruto whispered, slapping the ground. From the huge cloud of smoke, an equally huge snake appeared, black in color, with 2 horns on its head. Naruto-sama, what do you want? The snake asked politely. Itachi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Taya, we need to get to the land of waves in 4 hours. Naruto said, looking at his summoning. Okay, climb in. Lowering his head to the ground, the snake made it easier to climb onto it. Attach yourself with chakra, or you'll fly off, Naruto advised before Taya started moving. Okay, Uchiha replied, sending chakra to his legs, thereby attaching himself to the snake. In 3.5 hours. Thank you, Taya, Naruto said, bowing respectfully to the snake, which disappeared in a puff of smoke a few seconds later. So where should we look for them? Itachi asked, walking up to his friend. His hair was standing on end and sticking out in different directions, making him look quite funny. I don't know, I was hoping you were a censor, Naruto answered honestly, sitting down on the sun-warmed ground. Damn, Itachi cursed, then froze. Do you hear that? What? Naruto asked, also listening to the surrounding sounds. Yeah, 8 o'clock, Naruto said, jumping up and heading towards the direction from which the sounds similar to the clanking of metal were coming. I hope we can have some fun at least now, Naruto said, drawing his katana, licking his lips predatorily. Itachi, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, looked ahead, trying to finally see those who were fighting, if they were fighting, of course. A couple of seconds later, our heroes jumped out into the clearing, where they saw team number 7, opposite which stood one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Momoki Zabuza, and next to him were several renegades of the rank of Chunin and Jonin. Quickly assessing the situation, Naruto took a kunai out of his sleeve, charged it with lightning chakra to such an extent that the metal could barely withstand it, and lightning flew in different directions. Quickly throwing it at one of the renegades, on whose head was a crossed-out protector of the village of mist, kunai. Accuracy did its job. The kunai pierced the enemy's body through and through, tearing the heart into several pieces. The shinobi fell dead. Kushina-san, stay behind us and protect the genin and the customer. Itachi said, standing between the Konoha team and the missing nin, just like Naruto. Sakura felt sick after seeing the man die, which was completely normal and natural. Sasuke and Menma held up better than their friend, barely holding back the urge to vomit. The guys continued to watch the rapidly developing events, mesmerized. Itachi, I'll take care of Momoki, you deal with the rest, Naruto said, channeling wind chakra through his katana. This will be better, thought Mikami, glancing briefly at his weapon. Mom, they can handle it, right? Menma looked worried. If Itachi and Naruto lost, then they would most likely be finished too. The boys understood this perfectly well, and from the realization of this, their knees began to shake on their own. Don't worry, if anything, the Hokage will come to save us, the red-haired woman reassured the genin. Without looking away, Kushina carefully watched every action of her opponents and allies. Momoki Zabuza, a missing nin from the Mist Village, one of the 7 legendary swordsmen of the Mist, Naruto said, turning to the guy with a bandaged mouth and a huge sword in his hands, moving his hand with the katana down. I'm flattered that some kid who thought he could at least detain me knows about me. Better get out of the way, there's no point in taking your life, said the apostate, giving the guy one last chance to drop everything and escape, but alive. Well then attack, let's see who is stronger, the brunette said, getting ready for battle. I gave you a chance to just leave, but you didn't take it. Zabuza ran straight at Naruto, raising his huge sword. Commentary on Conflict in the Land of Waves Part 1. Yo, this morning I took the VLEK for admission, but I failed. Now I need to think about where to go. Because of this, I tilted a lot. The chapter may not be very good. I will not hide it. It will not be easy to defeat Zabuza. After all, Naruto is only 12 to 13 years old. Now I will sit down to write a new chapter. Maybe I will even release it in the morning. How do you like this one? Honestly, I don't really like it. Don't die. So few reasons, no more incentive, there is so little room to grow. I've been wrong so many times, and again it's not enough for me, Mom, forgive me. And there are not enough phrases, and I miss you so much, but there are so few reasons to write, and to start everything from scratch for some reason is so little for us. It took minutes to recreate this world. But there is no strength or desire to destroy it from within, so few answers, no matter how many I asked for. So little money, so little time is given for everything. I'm not getting any younger. I have nothing to believe in and nothing will save me. Zabuza ran straight at Naruto, raising his huge sword. The boy blocked the slash from above with his katana. This is power, Naruto thought, dispersing the chakra through his body faster, thereby strengthening his physical parameters. Putting in more effort, the brunette threw Zabuza's sword aside and went on the attack himself. The swordsman did not expect such agility from the boy, and therefore almost missed the blow, but recovering in time, he jumped back, breaking the distance. Maybe this will be fun, Zabuza said under his breath, involuntarily remembering the last time he could be caught off guard. You shouldn't get distracted, otherwise you'll lose to some kid, Naruto said, already running up to his opponent and moving his katana to the side to strike. Don't you dare underestimate me, brat. Momoki easily blocked the brunette's impudent attack, and then with a kick, sent him flying. After flying a few meters, Naruto finally crashed into a tree, stopping his flight. Exo, that was painful, Naruto said as he stood up, but was forced to use a substitute in order not to die. Momoki's heavy weapon cut and tore a log into pieces. Exo, I made it, the shinobi of the mist said with annoyance, looking around in search of an enemy. Having formed his fingers into a seal, a thick and dense fog descended on the battlefield, visibility became zero. Mikami's heart was beating wildly, death was too close. With such an opponent, I shouldn't relax even for a second, otherwise I'll die. And this fog, most likely it's his technique, flashed through the thoughts of the brunette, who put the katana in its sheath and sat down in the lotus position. Meanwhile, Itachi, using the Sharingan, easily fought off 3 missing nin of different ranks. Taking out kunai from his pouch, Uchiha quickly threw them towards one of the missing nin. 2 kunai entered right into the neck, and the remaining 3 were stuck in the missing nin's stomach up to the hilt, killing him on the spot. Damn, he killed Ruga, you're finished, said the shinobi with the crossed-out forehead protector of the Cloud Village. The Nukanen from Kumo ran straight at Itachi, who stood in place with his eyes closed. Opening them, the pattern of his Sharingan began to change, the tomo began to spin, merging into one point, from which 3 petals of swords began to diverge. Amaterasu. Black fire engulfed the 2 remaining Nukanen in a second, bringing them a terrible and painful death. Screams of pain quickly spread across the clearing where they were fighting. You shouldn't underestimate me, I already told you, Momoki said, appearing behind the brunette and raising his sword. Damn, I still hit you. Jumping back, Naruto felt blood flowing from his right hand. Now you're definitely going to die, Naruto said, standing with his eyes closed. Don't get cocky, brat. Zabuza headed straight for Mikami again, intending to end his life. The brunette opened his eyes and dodged the attack with incredible agility and speed, finding himself under the renegade's weapon, plunging his katana into Momoki's stomach. Spewing blood, Momoki looked down, meeting Naruto's gaze. Cold amber eyes with a snake-like pupil looked as if through Zabuza, which caused goosebumps to run all over the latter's body. Naruto quickly pulled out his katana and began attacking again. A horizontal slash was blocked by a huge sword, after which Momoki jumped away from a tree branch, intending to break the distance and disappear into the fog again. Ninpo, snake hands. Snakes quickly crawled out of Mikami's sleeve, intending to bind the renegade from the mist. But one of the 7 legendary swordsmen, Kiri, killed almost all the snakes with just one swing of his sword. Naruto's attack was stifled at the very beginning. Zabuza disappeared into the mist again. Do you think you can get away from me? Naruto asked, looking exactly at the place where Momoki was now. Naruto, having imbued his katana with lightning chakra, ran straight at Zabuza, intending to finally finish this fight. After all, the full hermit mode was not eternal, especially since the brunette did not train it so often and studied all its subtleties. Die. The katana clearly entered Momoki's throat, who could not expect to be seen. This concealment technique was perfect, no one could see through the fog, even the best senses could not always detect it, and then some kid could, it was impossible. Naruto was already starting to rejoice in his victory, as Momoki splashed on the grass. It was a water clone. Sutan. Water dragon. The original Zabuza stood to the right of the brunette, preparing his most powerful technique. A large dragon, made entirely of water, headed straight for the brunette. Futon. Gust. Naruto said, folding his fingers into a seal, hoping that his technique would somehow weaken the water dragon, but it was all in vain. Momoki's technique knocked Mikami off her feet and hit the nearest tree with all her might. The brunette was on the verge of losing consciousness. He had already begun to realize that he had lost, all because he believed in himself too much, got carried away. It was a good fight. I haven't fought so well in a long time. You will die like a worthy shinobi, in battle. Zabuza, who looked rather shabby, said as he approached. Naruto had already fully prepared himself for death, not even regretting his actions. I think Itachi, the old man and father will be very upset, but they're strong, they will be able to survive this, Naruto thought with a smile on his face, closing his eyes. Meanwhile in Konoha, Minato was restless, he kept thinking about what was going on there. Had Naruto and Itachi reached Kushina and Team 7? He was on edge. Dad, don't worry, everything will definitely be fine, Haru said, running into the office and hugging her father. Of course, daughter, said the exhausted-looking Minato, smiling as much as he could. Itachi, sensing something was wrong, ran in the direction from which the sounds of battle and the clanging of metal had come earlier. I need to help Naruto, after all, Momoki is one of the strongest swordsmen, Itachi thought, speeding up his running pace. Just don't lose, Naruto. Orochimaru, as usual, was in one of his many hideouts, of which there are a huge number scattered around the world. While sorting through the documents and scrolls that Naruto sent him from Konoha, he found some rather interesting information. I think he'll definitely be interested in this, considering his mother is from this clan, Orochimaru thought as he handed the scroll to one of the snakes. I think we'll see each other soon, Naruto, the Sannin thought, unrolling another scroll. Commentary on Don't Die. Pyrokinesis. Never to anyone. Don't decide, that again at the most interesting, it's better this way. I like the chapter, although perhaps the fights are described a little poorly. I think that Naruto was not made super imba, and therefore it is possible to read Zabuza 1 purely on experience, well, if that's what it is. New Jonin mentor. I'm going to become an Anbu. The cards are revealed, I saw everything in advance in your eyes each of the 1,000 roads has no end I feed my hopes, understanding with my head that we won't see each other again. I think that Itachi, the old man and father will be very upset, but they're strong, they will survive this, Naruto thought with a smile on his face, closing his eyes, the guy had already said goodbye to his life. It was no wonder, the sword was falling lower and lower, the smell and presence of death was already in the air. It seemed that it could be felt with every cell of his body. Die. Momoki's last words echoed like a ringing in the brunette's ears. I don't want to die, only in the last seconds of his life he understood this, he is afraid. But he is not afraid of death itself, he is afraid of oblivion, that all the joyful and not so joyful moments, all the people who surrounded him before, with whom he communicated, laughed, was simply nearby, will up and disappear into obscurity, he will forget what he so ardently wanted to remember and protect. Not now. The red-haired girl's scream seemed to echo throughout the forest, followed by a dull thud. Opening his eyes, Naruto saw a sword lying next to him and a woman standing next to him, her hair fluttering in the wind. With difficulty realizing that his life was no longer in danger, the guy began to breathe deeper, his heart began to beat wildly, trying to jump out of his chest. He realized that he was alive again. He would be able to enjoy the smiles of his friends again, he would be able to talk to them about something again. The realization of this warmed his heart and soul. Thank you. He put all his gratitude into this word. He was truly happy that he would be able to see the light of this world again. How are you? The woman asked affectionately, turning her gaze to the heavily breathing brunette. I'm fine, Naruto said, exhaling loudly and standing up. Where's Zabuza? Killed, said Itachi, who appeared next to Kushina. He took advantage of the moment while Zabuza was recovering from the powerful blow of the bloody habanero, and cut his throat. But I finished him off, everything is fine, now all that's left is to send a letter to the Hokage that everything is okay with Kushina-san, Itachi reassured his friend. Oh, I almost forgot, the Jonin said, rubbing the back of her head. Thank you for coming to help, without you we wouldn't have managed and would most likely be dead by now. What about the Genins? Naruto asked. They're fine, they're sitting under that tree, together with the customer, Itachi said, pointing his hand towards the old and mighty tree. They're coming to their senses after what they saw. Then, as soon as they come to their senses, we need to move on. Because I'm already tired of this mission. The brunette said honestly, smiling stupidly. Itachi and Kushina just nodded silently in agreement. Meanwhile, Zabuza's corpse was slowly cooling down, but the swordsman was not upset by his death at all, on the contrary, he was even glad that he died in such an interesting and difficult battle for him. The last thing the renegade thought about was the girl, whose image popped up in his head on its own. Short, with long black hair, cute features. Once, a long time ago, Zabuza was passing through a village, where he found a homeless girl who was barely alive. It was freezing outside, and so Momoki took pity on her and took her with him. All the following years, he trained her, made her stronger so that she could stand up for herself. Year after year, little by little, he fell in love with her, but never showed it, kept it to himself and simply enjoyed her company. The girl was also not indifferent to the renegade, but was in no hurry to open her thoughts to him, perhaps she was afraid of being rejected. I go. Ha ku. The last words, along with his breath, were caught by the wind and carried away. Words that meant more to the apostate than you can imagine. He would finally meet the one he loved with all his soul. The one who left him so early. A few hours later, Team 7 and its companions arrived in the land of waves. The Hokage, as usual, was sitting in his office, among a huge stack of papers. The window was wide open, letting in fresh, cool air. A crow flew into the residence, with a note attached to its paw. Minato immediately understood who this bird was from. Only Itachi sends me letters like this, Namikaze thought as he unfolded the note. After reading it with great intensity, he sighed with relief. Thank God they're all right, the Hokage said, leaning back in his chair, almost in a whisper, looking somewhere into the sky. The short note from Itachi contained only a couple of sentences. Hokage-sama, may I speak? Obito Uchiha said as he entered the office. He was a tall young man, part of whose face was hidden behind a bandage from his protector, and all because of one incident that happened a couple of years ago. Obito, while on a mission, almost died because of a collapse in a cave. A huge boulder fell on him. Yes, of course. Did something happen? Minato asked, a smile never leaving his face. Obito, like Kakashi and Rin, were students of the 4th Hokage, the strongest Jonin in Konoha. I would like to clarify with you about my new Genin team. The guy said, scratching the back of his head. Obito was a cheerful guy who, no matter what, went towards his goal. His secret dream was to become Hokage, who would be respected throughout the world. Even as a child, he constantly repeated that he would become Hokage. Oh. Right. Sorry, something completely slipped my mind. The 4th one began to justify himself, rummaging through the papers. Well, since you are ready, then Kushina can leave her duties as a temporary Jonin mentor and pass this difficult burden on to you. Really, not believing that this could be true. Yes, you are the new captain of Team 7. I think that under your leadership, the Genin will be able to achieve unprecedented heights, Minato said with a warm smile. I won't let you down. Uchiha answered firmly and loudly. After all, when the Hokage himself trusts you with his son and the son of the head of the Uchiha clan, one cannot help but rejoice. I will definitely make first-class shinobi out of them, Obito promised himself before leaving the walls of the residence. Naruto was lying in one of the rooms, in the house that Tazuna kindly provided. Lying on the floor, the brunette was replaying the recent events over and over again. All his thoughts, feelings, everything led him to only one result. I was too weak again. I lack experience. I won't be able to protect anyone I care about. Time after time, only such conclusions came to his mind. Hey, Naruto, how are you? Itachi asked as he entered his friend's room. It's fine, and you? The brunette answered distantly, still immersed in his thoughts. I sent the Hokage a short report on the situation. I think he will tell us to return soon. Itachi answered, sitting down on the floor, turning his gaze to the window, beyond which a clear, cloudless sky could be seen. I hope we won't be here for long. I already want to go home. Itachi nodded his agreement, still not taking his eyes off the nature outside the window. Maybe we should go for a walk, Uchiha asked, breaking the silence and drawing attention to himself. Looking at his friend and finding the place he was looking at, Naruto thought for a moment. I think a short walk wouldn't hurt, Naruto replied, smiling and getting up from the floor. Then I'll wait for you outside, Itachi said and quickly stood up, leaving the room, once again leaving the brunette sitting on the floor, alone. Meanwhile, in the forest nearby, Kushina was training with a team of genin. Comment on new Jonin mentor. Will I become Anbu? Eiko. I don't want to know anything. Important info. I have the Unified State exam in Russian tomorrow. That's why there was no chapter for so long. I was preparing. Honestly, I'm very busy now. I have exams on the 6th, 10th, and 13th, so don't expect a chapter anytime soon. I think the chapter came out okay. I really liked the beginning, but the ending is kind of so-so. Since I wrote it a few days after I started writing the chapter, I must have lost the thread of the story. What do you think? Yo, I'm still alive. I have absolutely no time to write fics. I definitely won't have any until the end of July. So that you don't get bored, I decided to write, maybe not with the best news, but what I have. I'll temporarily leave the ficbook site, because I haven't even visited it for the last week and haven't looked at or read anything. What I'm getting at is that I want you to figure out the ending yourself, and when I continue writing, if I do, compare my ending with yours. If you want, you can finish it. I'll make this fic complete, and your continuation will be the second part, which I'll indicate in the header. Good luck to everyone and see you later. Don't lie to yourself. I wanted to get away from this world which he destroyed with his own forces. There was no incentive to go any further. I lost it on the way, the 20th floor, and life is lived. I'm standing on a cliff and I just want to leave. Meanwhile, in the forest nearby, Kushina was training with a team of genin who had more or less recovered from what they had seen. Death always changes people, no matter whose, be it a loved one or a stranger. No matter how much you want to show that you don't care, somewhere deep inside you, a very strange feeling will be brewing. The person died, he will no longer be able to see those he knew. You will no longer be able to touch him. You will no longer be able to talk. But no one cancelled training. After what they saw, the genin realized how weak they were. They need to become stronger in order to protect themselves first and foremost. As Naruto passed by the genin who were trying hard to climb a tree using chakra, he couldn't help but remember his training. Are you okay? Itachi asked, seriously concerned about his friend's mental state. It will do, Naruto answered, breathing in the cold air with his whole chest. It was surprisingly cool today, but it was no wonder, because winter was coming soon. The trees had already thrown off the clothes and stood almost naked. Completely unprotected from this cold world. Don't worry about me. I won't do anything like that, the brunette answered, smiling, a little faintly, looking into the Uchiha's eyes. I'm glad to hear that. A warm smile appeared on Itachi's lips. It came from the heart. He was truly happy for Naruto. I think the Hokage will tell us to return with Team 7, Naruto said, sitting down on the cold ground. Aha, the Anbu answered shortly, looking where Naruto was looking. At the team of 3 genin and the kunoichi who was diligently explaining something. You need to channel so much chakra. The tree didn't break, they didn't fall. The red-haired shinobi's snatches of words could be heard. Naruto placed his hand on the katana that rested on his belt. Maybe we should have a sparring match. Naruto thought that it would distract him from his oppressive thoughts, and so he suggested this idea. I don't mind, but let's not use large-scale techniques. We don't need extra attention. Itachi said, activating his Sharingan and jumping back. Of course, Naruto answered, licking his lips strangely and drawing his katana. After running a small amount of chakra through it, he quickly ran towards his opponent. You're fast as always, Uchiha replied, blocking the blow and striking sparks. The clang of metal attracted the attention of the resting genin. They watched the fight between 2 shinobi of the jonin level, and maybe even higher, with bated breath. Kushina also did not stand aside and began to observe. Kaiten, large fireball, jumping up and away from Naruto, Uchiha said, blowing out fire. Naruto simply dodged the ball at high speed and ran back to Uchiha, who was already making seals for another technique. Futon, blade burst, Naruto said, making only one one-handed seal, which greatly surprised the genin. Abruptly stopping making seals for another fire technique, Itachi, seeing everything with his Sharingan, created a shadow clone and with its help dodged all the blades, after which he threw 7 kunai at Naruto. Not expecting such agility, one of the kunai still hit Mikami, damaging his clothes and leaving a shallow cut. K's, Naruto said as he landed on the ground, a few meters away from the Uchiha. And yet Itachi is a genius, Menma said, watching the 2 shinobi dance. Exactly, Sasuke supported him, proud of his brother. Okay, if that's the case, then let's dance now, Naruto said confidently and pushed off the ground with all his might. In just a split second, he was next to Itachi and struck. Strange red ribs appeared near the Uchiha, and the pattern of his eyes changed. These were no longer 3 Tomo, but Mangekyo Sharingan. KK, Susan. This is problematic, Naruto said, jumping away. I think we should end here, because even more destructive techniques will follow, the genius of the Uchiha clan said, dispelling the technique, deactivating his eyes. Don't use your eyes so often, otherwise you'll go blind before your time, the brunette said, putting the katana back into its sheath. I know, but against a strong opponent you shouldn't spare your strength, otherwise you'll later regret that you gave your life. I'm flattered by such words. Naruto turned around and walked towards the house. The training battle had really put all his thoughts in order and now he knew for sure what to do. A breath of cold wind made the genin shiver and they also started to get ready to go into the house. Soon they would have to return to the village and complete their first successful mission, because the bridge was already built. How are things with Azumi? Naruto suddenly asked as he walked through the door of the house. Why are you asking? It's just, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders, I suddenly became interested. A sly smile appeared on his face. I don't like this, Itachi said, noticing his friend's behavior, but he still began to speak. She's my friend since childhood. She doesn't see me as the genius that everyone else sees. Or rather, not so. She sees not only the genius, but also me. There are only 3 people like that. You, Mama, and Azumi. That's why I fell in love with her. She always cared about me and wanted the best. That's how it is. Itachi briefly explained the whole situation as they went up to the 2nd floor. Got it. A warm and sincere smile appeared on Naruto's face. Now he was truly happy for his friend. That he had found his loved one. That everything was going well in his life. And how are things with you and Aya? Itachi asked, already entering the room. Well, I don't know, honestly. How can I say it? Naruto said, looking down at the floor. I'm not sure that I love her in the usual sense of the word. It seems that I've become worse at feeling all emotions. I don't know what to do. Opening his soul to his interlocutor, Naruto looked into his friend's eyes, hoping that he would not see contempt there, hoping that he would find an answer there. I think you should just lie down and think about it, without lying to yourself. You know the right answer, and when you accept it, no matter what it is, it will be better for you. I think so too. Okay, I'm tired, so I want to sleep. You don't mind, do you? Itachi shook his head, after which Naruto left his room, heading to his own. Figure it all out. Don't lie to yourself. He's right after all. I lie all the time, to myself and to others. I need to get rid of this habit. It only makes things worse, Naruto thought as he entered his room. Meanwhile, the raven he had sent to the Hokage recently flew to Itachi. The order to return him with Naruto and Team 7 was successfully delivered. Commentary on Don't Lie to Yourself. Hello everyone, did you miss me? I have a slight desire to write something. If everything is okay and it continues, I will write something. The series will not be released often, but I don't think you will be against it. At least some continuation is already good, right? The chapter turned out strange in my opinion, but I think I improved the writing style a little, it became more adult or something. I'm waiting for your activity and comments. Please. The poem is mine. I recently started writing songs when I'm bored. If I'm interested, I can feel or insert random lines before the chapter. A peep to all the kitties' tears of joy pleading face beater is in service. Murderer. That's why I came, to change everything. I will carry this cross until the end and I'll find something new to forget all the roads back. When Naruto woke up the next morning, he saw Itachi in his room. Did something happen? He said, looking at his friend with sleepy eyes. No, I just wanted to make sure you wouldn't do anything tonight, Uchiha said, shrugging. Naruto immediately gave him a stern and angry look. I think I already told you. I'm not going to do anything. Naruto quickly threw on his clothes and left the room, slamming the door loudly. A letter from the Hokage has arrived. It's time to go back, Naruto heard before he loudly left. So, it's time to go back. To the village where they don't really expect me, Naruto thought as he went outside, breathing in the fresh but cold air with his full chest. Looking at the cloudy sky, he thought about his own. Loud conversations could be heard in the house. The Genins have woken up, Naruto thought as he exhaled and started getting ready to go into the house. I need to apologize to Itachi, he wanted the best after all. Naruto took his hands out of his pocket and opened the door, walking inside. We are going with Team 7, Hokage's orders, Itachi said, standing near the entrance to the kitchen. Yeah, sorry, I got a little heated, Naruto said, walking past his friend and raising his hand in agreement with Itachi. It happens to everyone. Meanwhile, Team Number 7 was already standing in the living room, saying goodbye to the Carpenter's family, with whom they had already become very close. Thank you very much for not abandoning the mission and saving our country, Tazuna said, addressing the Genin and Kunoichi. Oh. Come on, it's our duty, Menma said, smiling stupidly. Well, it's time for us to go, the red-haired woman said cheerfully, and as always, Naruto and Itachi, meanwhile, had disappeared somewhere. Where is Itachi and what's his name? Sasuke asked, going outside. I don't know, but the Hokage ordered us to return with them, so it looks like we'll have to wait for them. Most likely, an important task has come up, said Kushina, who had no idea where the 2 Anbu had disappeared to. The 2 Anbu moved north, kicking over dry branches. I can't for the life of me understand why you need this. We completed the mission, why overdo it? Itachi asked, running behind Naruto. One of the tasks that I didn't manage to complete while I was with my father. And it will be better for the village if we do it. If you don't want to, I'll handle it myself. The cold gaze looked exclusively forward. Of course, then I'll let you go alone against potentially 40 shinobi, said Itachi, who had already cursed this idea 100 times. Well then, don't whine. Naruto stopped abruptly on one of the trees and sat down in the lotus position. Opening his eyes a few seconds later, Itachi saw the hermit mode. Amber snake eyes that looked at everything around him coldly and detachedly. The purple rims around the eyes became brighter, and the hair turned white. Hermit mode? Itachi asked in shock, seeing his completed form for the first time. That's him. Naruto, having unsheathed his katana and having let lightning chakra flow through it so that lightning bolts flew off it, disappeared from his place. The Uchiha didn't have time to track where his friend had gone. What speed, he thought with admiration, after which he activated the Sharingan and began to look around, searching for his partner. Appearing in front of a huge house, one could even say a castle, Naruto saw the guards. 2 shinobi looked at the newcomer with surprise. Who are you? He was not destined to finish. The katana, like a hot knife through butter, cut off his head. The second shinobi suffered the same fate. 2 corpses fell almost simultaneously. The white-haired man's face was covered in blood, and his eyes became more intense. It's time to finish. Ninpo, Feast of 1,000 Snakes. Naruto said, releasing a huge horde of snakes from his kimono sleeve. The snakes, on command, moved towards the castle, killing everyone who came their way, except for one person. Entering inside, Naruto easily made his way through the corpses to Gato's room. Who are you? A short man asked in shock and the blood of his own subordinates. There was a whole ring of snakes around him. Fear was visible in his eyes. Me? Naruto asked mockingly. No one. At that very moment, Naruto cut Gato's throat, not even giving him a chance to save himself. Not even letting him say that he was ready to pay any money, if only he would spare his life. Of course, money solves many problems, but not with Naruto. He had long since become a killer who did not care about the feeling of pity and compassion for the enemy. There you are. Why the hell did you do it all yourself again? Itachi said as he appeared. He was not at all embarrassed by the corpses lying around or the blood on the white-haired man's clothes. You shouldn't have gotten dirty in the blood of stupid animals. Your brother might have thought something bad about you, Naruto said, deactivating his hermit mode. As if on cue, the snakes disappeared with a soft pop, leaving red rivers behind them. Okay, we have to go back, they're already waiting for us, Uchiha said, disappearing into the shunshin. Of course, Naruto said, disappearing after him. 30 minutes passed, but the genins were already frozen standing on the street doing nothing. Where does he keep them? Asked Sakura, chattering her teeth. Shall we go? Itachi asked, appearing with Naruto in front of Team 7. Mikami looked at the genin coldly. He had no time to wash the blood off his clothes and hair. Although the blood was barely visible on the black hair, it was clearly visible on the white kimono. This set instilled a primal fear in the genin. What's wrong with you? Whose blood is this? The pink-haired girl asked in a trembling voice. You don't need to know that, Naruto answered shortly, turning and walking towards the village. Well, it's time to go, said Kushina, who didn't react to the brunette's appearance. The genin, seeing their sensei's reaction, calmed down a little, realizing that this was most likely normal for shinobi. But they still looked warily at Mikami, who was walking ahead of them. Now I have a question. What kind of speed is this? Asked Itachi, who now thought Naruto was faster than the fourth. Hermit mode and the lightning chakra that I wrapped around my body, Naruto said, shrugging. This speed came to him thanks to hard training and of course the various substances that Naruto used to develop his body. I see, Itachi answered briefly, ending the conversation. A few days later, they returned to the village, their mission successfully accomplished. While Team 7 was heading to the Hokage, the 2 brunettes were already in his office. How did the mission go? Successfully. Gato and his mafia have been destroyed, the bridge has been built, Team 7 has returned in full force and in good health, Itachi answered briefly. Excellent. Then from today Naruto Mikami is listed in your squad. Itachi will show you where to get the mask and uniform. Any questions? Asked the Hokage, satisfied with the report. Can I just take the mask? I need my kimono for many summoning related techniques. Naruto asked and seeing a short nod, disappeared from the office with Itachi. A second later, the entire team number 7 entered. The mission has been successfully accomplished. The genins declared in one voice. There was a tired but joyful smile on their faces. Great, then Kushina-san, bring a full mission report later. You will receive the money at the cash desk. Minato said and smiled. Oh. And I almost forgot. From this day on, you have a new Jonin mentor. Kushina-san was temporary. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. at the 17th training ground, you will meet there. Said the Hokage, after which the team left the Fourth's office. Commentary on Killer. Eiko, fake. The chapter in my opinion did not turn out very well. But I don't like everything in general. In general, wishes are welcome. How do you like it? Besheno. Akatsuki Part 1. No matter how much time I spend, I feel worse and worse. Antidepressants. Screw it, I don't need any anyway. It was 10:30 a.m., but Obito was already at training ground 17, waiting for his genin team. He was obviously worried about how the genin would perceive him. Even though Menma and Sasuke knew him and he often trained them, he was still nervous. You're not even late, Kakashi said, coming out from behind the bushes. Ah. Kakashi, Obito answered, a little frightened by the sudden appearance of his teammate, looking at the ash-haired Jonin with confusion. Wow, this is the first time I've seen you so excited, Kakashi said, noticing his friend's behavior. What are you doing here? Minato-sensei said that you are the new captain of team number 7 from today. I came to support you, Hatake replied, shrugging his shoulders. I'm flattered, Obito answered honestly. When he was near Kakashi, he felt calmer. Okay, the main thing is don't worry, it's written right on your face, relax, everything will be fine. Said the Jonin before disappearing into the Shunshin. Who do you think our new sensei is? Menma asked, already approaching the training ground, along with his team. I don't know, Kushina-sensei and I were fine too, Sakura said. Come on, I don't think Hokage-sama would have given us a worse mentor than Kushina. Especially since it was clear from the start that we would have a new sensei. Sasuke said, calmly walking along the road, peering into the distance. Hello, I'm your new sensei. My name is Obito Uchiha. Obito said, appearing in front of the genin and smiling happily. Obito, Menma and Sasuke asked in unison, shocked, clearly not expecting to see the Uchiha as their new sensei. Well, it seems they're not happy to see me, Obito thought sadly. Thank God, a good mentor. I think he's better than Kushina, Sasuke said after Menma's words. This swept away all of Uchiha's doubts and a smile shone on his face again. Well, shall we go train? Asked the Jonin, looking at the team of genin, who nodded and ran after the sensei. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's old hideout. As always, it was musty and damp. Stepping through puddles and collecting the occasional cobweb on his face, Naruto moved quickly along the corridor. Damn, it seems like it's starting again, he thought, feeling pain all over his body and feeling worse. He quickly reached the room and went inside. The closet door creaked open. Naruto took out one of the bags, which were covered in a small layer of dust, and took out a pill. He quickly threw it into his mouth and swallowed it, then sat down on the bed. 5 minutes later, the pain began to subside, and his health returned to normal. Someday I'll quit, the brunette thought, looking at the ceiling, feeling a surge of strength and energy. It was a drug that Mikami Jr. himself had synthesized and produced in the laboratory. In 1 year, he had already developed a strong addiction, which was already difficult to fight. The funniest thing for Naruto was his words, I'm not addicted to anything, so I'll easily quit here too, I'll just have fun. As you already understood, he was wrong, and very wrong. The drug was a stimulant, which meant that the brunette could no longer sit still. Quickly getting out of bed, he disappeared into the Shunshin, taking with him a couple more bags of pills. Appearing on one of the trees outside, he summoned a black snake, which immediately crawled to the east. I need to meet Itachi, Naruto thought as he followed the snake. Hiding his large pupils with henge, he gathered a little more natural chakra, which was already constantly in his body, merging with nature, thus becoming a part of it, hiding from senses. Having run a decent distance, he ran to the river, which flowed outside the village, not that far, a couple of kilometers probably. Naruto saw Itachi and Azumi, who were chatting pleasantly about something. Damn, he must be busy, Naruto thought as he sat down on a branch and concentrated on their conversation. How did the mission go? The girl asked, looking tenderly at her beloved. Normal, but not without adventures, as usual. The guy responded jokingly, feeling that they were being watched. However, remembering that Azumi was the best censor in the village, he calmed down a little, but this feeling did not leave him until now. Naruto watched the couple with affection, not even listening to what they were saying. He was just glad that his friend was happy, and so he was about to leave, because he could no longer sit in one place. It was difficult for him. Already about to leave, his attention was drawn to several chakra centers that were moving quickly in his direction. Itachi, there's someone moving here really fast, the girl said excitedly. How much and where from? The guy asked calmly, getting up from the grass. Why can't anything go normally? If you're Naruto, I'll torture you well in Tsukuyomi, Itachi thought, activating his eyes. A second later, 4 people in strange long cloaks with red clouds appeared in front of him. Akatsuki, the guy asked himself, not understanding what they forgot here. During the time spent with Orochimaru, he learned a lot, including about this organization. Orochimaru used to be there, but left, for which he is now wanted and wanted to be killed. Who are you and why did you come here? Itachi Uchiha, the man in the center said, more affirmatively than as a question. Who are you and why have you come? Itachi repeated his question, taking a kunai out of his pouch. We're not going to fight. We just came to talk. We have a proposal. Uchiha didn't trust the words of strangers, and therefore was maximally focused and was ready to repel an attack at any moment. Azumi hid behind the guy's back, looking at the strangers with fear. And to make the conversation more productive, I'll probably do this. Smiling, although the straw hat with a bell hid it, said one of them, the one on the far right. Throwing his hand forward, and then quickly pulling it towards himself, he pulled Azumi towards him. Itachi simply did not have time to cut the chakra threads with which the puppeteer pulled the girl towards himself. Well, shall we talk? The puppeteer asked, holding a poisoned kunai to the girl's throat. You shouldn't have done that. Naruto, who had entered the perfect hermit mode, was behind the puppeteer in a flash, barely visible lightning bolts running through his body. With a quick movement, he sent the puppeteer who was holding the girl flying. With the same speed, he picked up Azumi and was behind Itachi. Literally a second passed, maybe 2. Itachi couldn't keep up with the guy's speed, even with the help of the Sharingan. Akatsuki, what are you doing here? Don't you have other things to do? Naruto asked with a sneer and a nasty snake smile. Orochimaru's offspring, I suppose, said the guy who had originally spoken to Itachi. Seeing Naruto's nod and hearing his quiet laughter, wonderful, today is a beautiful day. With your help, we'll lure out this chaste snake. We're in deep shit, Itachi said, glaring at the potential leader of the group with his Sharingan. Why? Naruto asked. This guy seems to have Rinnegan, Itachi said, which shocked Naruto and at the same time made him very interested. It seems like it will be interesting. But will we be able to handle it? Naruto asked himself, looking at his opponents. Naruto, can we handle this? Itachi had the same question, not taking his eyes off Akatsuki for a second. His eye pattern suddenly changed to Mangekyo and to be continued. Commentary on Akatsuki Part 1 Murder Killer, PDM. This is my favorite track, by the way. I recommend it to everyone, although you probably won't like it. But now I'm learning it on guitar. Finally got the chords. I'm busy with my studies. Don't expect the chapter tomorrow. I need to rest. And I have a lot of things to do. I think I'll write something on Saturday. So now about the chapter. I'm starting to slowly open up Naruto and add action and suspense to the narrative. In general, how do you like the chapter? As for drugs, I thought why not? No one forbids me. Moreover, I think it will help me later if I can't think of anything to write about. Ban the arc of him quitting them. I like the chapter, although sometimes the story goes too fast. Besheno. Half a year. I looked for your traces, but I couldn't find them anywhere. You shoot me in the face. I'm afraid this is not a dream. All our dreams flow through our fingers like sand. The pattern of his eyes suddenly changed to Mangekyo, and black flames engulfed the red-haired guy's partner with the Rinnegan. Amaterasu. A thin stream of blood began to flow from the Uchiha's right eye. A second later, the clearing smelled of fried meat, and a second later, a piercing cry of pain and horror was heard. However, a black spike stuck into the throat stopped the heart-rending scream. Well, let's have some fun. Naruto said, his hair turning white, his eyes becoming a deeper color, the purple lining becoming more vibrant. Itachi, I'll try to hold him off, deal with the other one. My blow should have hit him pretty good. Naruto said, unsheathing his katana and sending lightning chakra through it. Barely noticeable lightning bolts ran through his body. He instantly jumped up and found himself behind the Akatsuki member in a split second, delivering a vertical blow from top to bottom. However, the latter managed to dodge, simultaneously throwing the white-haired man back with some strange technique. Shinra is getting closer, Naruto heard as he crashed into a tree. Rinnegan technique. Naruto thought as he quickly stood up and dodged the black rod flying at him. I am a god. You cannot defeat me. Having made a couple of seals around the red-haired man, 5 more of the same red-haired and pierced people appeared, and they all had Rinnegan, he said. Damn Pain, Orochimaru was talking about you. You should have listened to him more carefully. Naruto said quietly, assessing the situation. We need to stall for time until Itachi arrives. Naruto dodged another technique and stopped in place. No. Even the 2 of us can't handle him. We need to take him away from Uchiha so that he can get to the village with Azumi. Naruto thought and rushed straight at the enemy. However, someone managed to grab his hand right in mid-flight, then knock him to the ground and grabbed him tightly so that he couldn't get up. However, the natural energy that was gushing through Naruto's body like a waterfall instantly turned the enemy into stone. Senjutsu. Pain seemed to be talking to himself. You are dangerous, you must be destroyed. Glad to hear it, but you're the one who's dangerous. I'm cute and fluffy. Naruto's gaze changed. Cold-blooded and calculating, but so deep that if you look at it for a long time, it will start to draw you in. Insane in places, and from this gaze, as well as from him, the desire to kill emanates. The gaze of a killer. Summon. Having folded several seals, one of Pain's bodies summoned a giant, multi-headed red dog. Summoning technique. Naruto bit his finger and immediately summoned his personal summon from the world of snakes. Me. Take charge of the dog. The huge black snake immediately assessed the situation, obeyed its owner and moved towards the dog, in whose eyes the Rinnegan also sparkled. It feels like these eyes are being given to everyone. I'd like to take them for myself too, Naruto thought as he folded the seals for the technique. Suton. Breath of depth. Raten. Fall of the sky. Futon. Wind blades. Naruto said using 3 techniques one after another. Having formed into one, they began to resonate with each other, strengthening each other. One of Pain's bodies stood in the way of the combined technique and, putting his hands in front of himself, absorbed the entire technique. What? Naruto thought. A huge amount of natural energy was poured into the technique. Naruto was sure that it would help him win. That it would work. But it was all useless. Well then, let's do it this way. Naruto became even more serious. And disappearing from his place, leaving a small crater there, he found himself near the body that had just absorbed the technique. With one movement of the katana, he cut off its head and headed towards the other body. Orochimaru once said that the leader owns the technique of 6 paths, which are enclosed in 6 bodies. One of them can resurrect the dead. Quickly finding this body with his gaze, Naruto headed towards it. Shared vision did not help to avoid the death of 2 bodies. They fell to the ground with an interval of half a second. Chibi Tensei, Pain's main body said, raising its hands. The path that controls gravity. Naruto thought and began to be sucked upwards, towards the ball that had already formed from the layers of earth. However, Naruto, thanks to his speed, was able to avoid this technique again. Damn, I'm slowly running out of steam, Naruto thought, noting to himself that the chakra cloak was already starting to disappear, which meant he would slow down now. Another man appeared next to Pain, wearing the same cloak, but his hat hid his face. The Konoha people are moving this way. It's time to leave, we don't want any trouble, right? The stranger asked and Pain just nodded. Sasori, who Naruto had sent flying at the very beginning, landed near them. What's wrong with Itachi? Naruto immediately thought and was about to move towards his friend, but Pain's words stopped him. Initially, we were going to invite Itachi Uchiha to our organization, but after seeing your level of power, I changed my priorities, the red-haired man said, looking at Naruto. I will never join you, Naruto said with an indifferent look. I have something that might interest you. Your friend, right now lying in the bushes, he is alive. He didn't even reach Sasori. He is seriously ill, I'm surprised you didn't notice. He has half a year left at most. I can cure him, but only on the condition that you join us. Pain said before disappearing. What? Naruto asked anxiously into the void and quickly summoned a snake and headed towards Itachi. Me disappeared as soon as the multi-headed dog disappeared. His task was completed, and so he went to Ryuchido. Hearing a loud cough, Naruto sped up and ran to Itachi, who was lying on the grass and coughing up blood. Itachi, are you okay? Naruto asked immediately starting to treat him. The Uchiha felt noticeably better after a few seconds of intensive treatment. The cough began to subside and Itachi wiped the blood running down his chin, smearing it across his face. I'm fine, Itachi answered barely audibly. What the hell is going on here, motherfucker? Naruto asked himself. Where is Akatsuki? Itachi asked, trying to get up. We'll talk about everything later, Naruto said, summoning 2 clones. He sent one for Azumi and the other to meet the Konoha squad, but that wasn't necessary. The 4th Hokage and Anbu landed near the boys. What happened? Where are the enemies? Minato asked, looking at the 2 brunettes. The hermit mode had already disappeared. Itachi urgently needs medical attention. The enemy has left. More details later when I get Itachi to the hospital. Naruto said, disappearing into the Shunshin. He didn't care about the Hokage. His friend's life was more important. Activating the chakra cloak, Naruto quickly headed towards the village, carefully carrying the Uchiha in his arms. If only I could make it in time, Naruto thought, looking at his friend's unconscious body resting in his arms. Having flown into the hospital like a bullet, Naruto immediately headed to Senju Tsunade's office, ignoring the other doctors and other medical personnel who were telling him something. Entering the office without even knocking, she saw Tsunade looking at him in shock. He urgently needs help. I can only rely on you. Seeing the Uchiha's body in Mikami's arms, Tsunade immediately jumped up and took Itachi. I'll take care of him, Senju said, heading towards the operating room and giving instructions. Thank you. Naruto disappeared into the Shunshin again, appearing in the Hokage's office. What was that? Minato asked, hinting at what the brunette had done. The life of my friend and commander was more important to me. The enemy had already left. There was no danger. Naruto said, receiving memories from the missing clone that had brought Azumi to the village, to the Uchiha quarter. What does this mean? Fugaku, the Hokage's right hand, asked angrily. That's what it means, Naruto said, looking indifferently at the head of the Uchiha clan. Bitch, this is your son, what the hell? Naruto thought, but his face didn't change at all. The life of a shinobi is more important than the village leader, am I right? The life of one of the village's strongest shinobi, Naruto corrected him. That doesn't change the essence of the matter, Fugaku said, looking closely at Naruto and preparing to cut off his head if the answer was yes, since that would be tantamount to treason against the village. Enough, Minato said, interrupting Naruto. Let's drop this topic. What happened in the forest and who attacked? Fugaku did not agree with his friend's decision, but he still kept silent, promising himself to keep a closer eye on Mikami. Akatsuki. They came to recruit Itachi. I happened to be next to him and we started fighting. Pain. He is the leader of the criminal organization. He owns the Rinnegan, the strongest dojutsu. Naruto said. His words shocked the 2 experienced shinobi. Rinnegan. Are you sure? Minato asked, looking at Naruto. Yes. Then how did you manage? Asked Fugaku, who had heard of the power of this dojutsu. While Itachi dealt with the other 2 members of the organization, I held off pain. It was difficult, and if the fight had continued, I would have died. I managed to destroy only 2 bodies out of the 6, so-called paths. Each path is specialized. One controls gravity, another can resurrect the dead, and so on. Naruto told everything he knew. And why did they leave then? The 4th asked after thinking about Naruto's words for a couple of minutes. They noticed you approaching. That's why they left. Silence fell again and Naruto turned his gaze to the window. Outside, autumn was raging. It started to rain, monotonously drumming on the roofs of the buildings, leaving puddles behind. The only thing on the brunette's mind was his friend's health. You said he wasn't alone. Who else was there? Fugaku finally asked, not even paying attention to the rain pounding the rooftops. Akasuno no Sasori, or Sasori of the Red Sand, a missing nin from the Sand Village. The most skilled puppeteer in the shinobi world. Naruto replied, briefly describing one of the Akatsuki members. The other is unknown. Well, I hope next time you tell me everything first, and then do the rest of the work. You're free to go, Minato said. Running away, Naruto said, appearing on the wet roof of the building. Quickly heading to the hospital he had brought Itachi to, he thought about those words, I can cure him, but only if you join the organization. Going inside, Naruto headed to the first doctor he saw. Where is Senju Tsunade? Asked the boy, whose face was covered by wet hair. Tsunade-sama, in her office, the doctor answered and Mikami immediately headed towards Senju's office. Wait, you can't go to her. Naruto ignored any words from the doctor, confidently heading towards Tsunade. Come in, the woman answered. Hearing the knock, Naruto silently walked inside, closing the door behind him. What's wrong with Itachi? Naruto asked after half a minute of silence. Tsunade was still silent, only looking sadly at the guy, as if trying to find the words. What's wrong with him? Naruto asked angrily. He's alive, his condition has stabilized now. He's still unconscious. But, the woman paused and continued. It turned out that he has a very serious illness and he has about 6 months left, according to my calculations. I know that there is a way to cure it, and what kind of disease is it? Naruto asked, looking at Tsunade. Unfortunately, at the moment we can do nothing, only ease his attacks. What kind of illness is it? We don't know ourselves. It seems to be eating him up from the inside, and as far as I understand, he's had it for quite a long time. I understand, do your best. Let me know when he regains consciousness. Naruto said as he disappeared into the Shunshin, leaving Tsunade alone. Appearing on the mountain with the Hokage's faces, Naruto sat down on the wet and muddy ground. What should I do now? He asked himself. He only has half a year left. What should I do? Damn, Naruto thought as he punched the ground. The flying mud splashed all over the once snow-white kimono, which was already dirty and bloody. Tears started flowing from his eyes. I won't let you die, no matter what I have to do, Naruto thought as he formed the seals for the reverse summoning technique. Finding himself in Orochimaru's lair, Naruto immediately went to his father's room to ask for advice and help. Wow, Naruto, I never expected to see you here, said the third Hokage, who was sitting at the table with Orochimaru. What are you doing here? I thought you were on a political mission, didn't I? Naruto asked, sitting down at the table. Did something happen? Orochimaru asked, immediately noticing Naruto's depressed state and the dirt and blood on his clothes. Yes, I need help, Mikami Jr. answered and immediately became sad. Itachi is sick with something, he has 6 months left at most. Tsunade can't cure him. If even Tsunade can't cure him, then I certainly can't, the Sannin answered calmly. I know, I didn't come for that. I need more knowledge in medicine. And you know much more than Tsunade. I need all the knowledge, from the easiest techniques to the forbidden ones. Naruto answered, looking at his father seriously. Well, okay, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips. This will be interesting. Thank you, I'll come tomorrow. Old man, you should go back too, you never know what might happen. He said, disappearing into the Shunshin, leaving the two no longer young people alone. Something tells me he didn't say everything, Hiruzen said, to which Orochimaru merely nodded. Naruto returned to the village in the morning and immediately went to his friend's room. Tsunade informed him that Itachi had regained consciousness. All dirty and wet, Naruto entered the hospital and immediately went to Itachi's room. Two Uchiha were standing near the entrance. You can't go to Itachi-sama, one of them replied, blocking the way. Die or perish, Naruto said seriously. Are you hard of hearing? You can't come in here, the second guy said, activating his Sharingan. Bastards. Two unconscious bodies fell to the floor at the same time. Hatred, bitterness and sadness were all that could be seen in Naruto's eyes. Stepping over the two bodies, he entered. Itachi looked at him with sad and guilty eyes. Meeting a look full of bitterness and disappointment, Itachi became a little scared. Tell me, Naruto said, taking a chair and placing it near the bed, looking closely at Itachi. And what then? Don't play dumb, I'm not in the best condition to be joked with. I don't know what to tell you. What exactly do you want to know? Itachi asked, looking at his friend. How long have you been sick? For about 2 years already. Why didn't you tell Tsunade when this first showed up? Naruto asked, gripping the back of the chair with his fingers. I don't know. Why didn't you tell me anything? I didn't want you to worry. I thought I could handle it myself. Why bother you unnecessarily? I wanted the best. Did you manage? No. Has it gotten better? No. Realizing what the guy was getting at, Itachi lowered his eyes to the floor. Great. Do you know how much time you have left? Naruto asked, looking intently into the Uchiha's downcast eyes. No. About half a year. Mikami's words shocked Itachi. How did you feel? To find out that your friend had 6 months left, Itachi thought with fear. Now you know. Tsunade will treat you here in the village. Just try not to take the medicine while I'm gone. If that happens, I'll finish you off myself. Naruto said. Okay, where are you going? To father, I need to find a way to cure you. If I can't find it in 2 months, then I'll have to take advantage of the invitation to Akatsuki. Itachi looked at him in surprise and asked questioningly, what other proposal? What are you hiding from me? When I fought with Pain, he told me about your illness and how much time you had left. Tsunade later confirmed this. He said that he could cure you, but only on the condition that I join the organization. Naruto answered calmly. What? Are you serious? You're just going to go to them. And for what? Shut up. Naruto looked at Itachi angrily for the first time. If you haven't forgotten, then it's all because you decided not to tell anyone. Maybe things would have been different. I'll do everything so that my friends can live, understand? Throwing a chair at the wall and turning it into a pile of splinters, Naruto asked, looking into Itachi's eyes. Sorry, Uchiha only said. He had nothing to say. How else? Naruto answered, heading towards the exit of the ward. You need peace. Go to bed. Having left the office, Naruto ate the pill that he took from the shelter. After a while, feeling a small surge of strength and an increase in mood, it is not surprising, serotonin increases ninefold, Naruto headed home. I need to get some sleep and think with a clear head what to do, that's all Naruto came to today. Tired and dirty, he went home. After washing himself, he returned to the kitchen. Having poured himself some tea and lit a cigarette, he began to stare at one point, thinking about his own. Damn life, what else do you want from me? Naruto asked, addressing the emptiness of his thoughts. Outside the window, it began to rain again and a strong wind howled. Meanwhile, Itachi was thinking about his friend's words. Looking out the hospital window that overlooked the street. How are you feeling? Tsunade asked as she entered the room. Fine. I brought the medicine. You need to take it. Of course, Itachi said, remembering Naruto's words. Comment to half-a-year murder killer, empty. Fuck, I rolled out a big chapter. As I said initially, it will be dark. Here, I think I wrapped up the plot pretty well. I liked the chapter, how did you like it? And now the most important thing, I will write when it will be fun to write a chapter. What does this mean? I can write 2 chapters in one day. I can release once a week. So if anything, don't lose it. During the wait without warning, the chapter came out on 6 pages. P.S. The grass is crap. Like all sedatives, I like acceleration more. Beshano. Burning bridges. What the hell? I wake up with you, not remembering anything. You fall asleep hoping that I won't die there. Naruto sat at the table in his room. He scattered the drug on the table and sniffed it without hesitation. After a couple of minutes, it began to work. It's been 2 months. I've learned all the possible and impossible medical techniques. But none of them can help Itachi. Is this a joke? Naruto asked, looking up at the white ceiling. When the tingling in his nose stopped, Naruto stood up from his chair and headed towards the exit. It's time to decide something, otherwise. The brunette headed towards the Uchiha quarter. He periodically disappeared from the village for several weeks, then returned and carried out a mission and all over again. Inhaling the frosty air, he shivered a little from the cold. Exhaling steam from his mouth, he slowly walked along the usual road. Sad eyes looked somewhere ahead. I've already decided everything. He must live, Naruto thought, entering the Uchiha quarter. Knocking on the heavy oak door, the guy began to wait for it to be opened for him. Oh. Naruto-kun, it's you, said Mikoto, Itachi's mother. A beautiful and cheerful middle-aged woman. Hello, is Itachi home? Yes, he's in his room, come in. The woman said, letting the brunette into the house. Shaking the snow off his boots, he went inside and took them off. Climbing up to the 2nd floor, he reached Itachi's room. After standing in front of the door for a while, collecting his thoughts, he knocked again, and then went inside. Before this, Naruto had talked with Tsunade Senju and, alas, he had not gained any new information from that conversation. Current medical knowledge would not be able to help his friend. And Naruto, is that you? Itachi noticeably cheered up. He had lost a lot of weight in these 2 months. The disease is burning him from the inside, Naruto thought, remembering Sanan's words. How are you? The guy asked, sitting down on the floor, not far from the door. I'm much better, Itachi said, smiling wearily. His eyes showed nothing but pain and regret. He blames himself, Naruto concluded, noticing Itachi's gaze. Why did you come? Asked Uchiha, who was truly glad that Naruto came to him. To see you, Naruto answered briefly. Seeing Itachi's look and general state, Mikami immediately decided everything for himself. I'll give everything I have just so you can live, Naruto thought, smiling weakly. How is your treatment going? I feel better, honestly. It's not really obvious from you. Naruto stood up from the floor and walked up to Itachi, looking him in the eyes. I'll be leaving the village for a while. Please don't die. Where are you going? Itachi asked. To father, maybe he found something. Poking 2 fingers into Uchiha's forehead, as he usually does with his younger brother, Naruto disappeared into the shunshin. I'll miss you, Naruto thought as he made a few seals and disappeared into white smoke. Naruto, you've been coming to see me a lot, said Orochimaru. There are reasons for that. Can you tell me where Akatsuki is? Naruto asked, sitting down on a chair, realizing that a dialogue was unavoidable. What do you need it for? The Sannin asked with interest and a hissing voice. In 2 months, I still haven't come to anything. I became a master in the medical field, but it's all useless. I can't help him, but I know who can. Naruto was extremely serious and focused. Although it was quite difficult to sit still, he held on. No one yet knew about his hobby, which had long since developed into an addiction, both psychological and physical. And who can? One of Pain's bodies. The one that resurrects people. I assume it's the one that can cure Itachi, Naruto said, realizing that Orochimaru would clearly not appreciate this idea. And how will you make him do it? He suggested it to me 2 months ago. When we first met, he was the first to tell me about the illness and how much time Itachi had left, and then soon it confirmed it. And what will he have to give in return? Orochimaru understood perfectly well that the leader of the criminal organization would not do this just like that. He will cure Itachi, only on the condition that I join Akatsuki. At least, that's what he said 2 months ago. There was a silence that was deafening with its ringing. No matter what I say, it won't change your decision. Seeing the nod, Orochimaru continued. Then I'll tell you right away where their hideout is, so you don't waste time. The Sannin said, licking his lips. Thank you, Naruto answered sincerely, getting up from the table and taking the scroll with the coordinates that was extended to him. Naruto said. Be careful, don't trust them, or you'll die. I know, I'll see you around, old man. Explain everything to Hiruzen so he doesn't think anything. Naruto said, disappearing into the shunshin. Appearing on the tree, he took a pill out of his pocket, which he immediately ate. Still, the dosage has increased and very much. But oh well, I'll figure it out later. Without stimulants, I wouldn't have been able to master everything so quickly, Naruto thought, covering his body with lightning chakra. Having unrolled the scroll and carefully read everything, he rushed from the place. It was several days' journey to the Akatsuki hideout for a standard shinobi. Naruto managed it in 4 hours. Quite tired at that, having restored his strength with the help of senjutsu, he entered the lonely 3-story house in the middle of the forest. They have taste, Naruto thought as he knocked on the door. A second later, a kunai was pointed at his throat. Who are you and why have you come? Remember, if you don't like the answer, you'll die, said the guy in the Akatsuki cloak, with long red hair. I didn't think Uzumaki was still alive, Naruto said his thoughts out loud. The kunai immediately began to move, intending to rip the throat of the intruder. However, Naruto appeared behind Uzumaki with great speed and knocked him out with a precise blow to the neck. Wow, these are members of a criminal organization, Naruto thought, carefully placing the guy's body on the snow. I think they already know about me, I'll wait. The front door creaked open and Pain's body, which controls gravity, appeared from there. You came after all. I thought you would show up earlier, Pain said calmly. I've thought about your proposal and I agree, Mikami said confidently, looking at the greatest dojutsu on the planet. Well then, we'll meet tomorrow at the border of the Land of Fire. At dawn. Is that okay? Yes, but where is the guarantee that everything will work, that this is not a trap? If I had to kill you, I would have killed you back then, in the forest. However, you are alive. In general, if you want your friend to survive, then you know what to do. Of course. Naruto made the seals and disappeared into the white smoke. Pain looked into the distance for a few more seconds, then took Uzumaki's body and went back into the house. I hope everything will be fine. Now I just need to figure out how to convince Itachi to come with me. Naruto thought, noting to himself that it would be fun. Smiling, he headed towards Konoha at great speed. Arriving at the hidden village, he first went to Aya, whom he hadn't been to for about a month. Naruto, where have you been all these days? The girl asked menacingly, shaking her fist at the guy. Here's the thing, we need to talk. Naruto smiled stupidly, touched her hand, made several seals and they found themselves on a mountain with the Hokage's faces. What? Tomorrow I'm leaving the village and becoming a renegade, Naruto said, sitting down on the cold white snow. Fart, are you completely crazy? The girl asked with tears in her eyes, hitting the guy on the head, who didn't even think about dodging. Now, sit down, calm down. And don't yell. I'll tell you everything, and then think for yourself. Having overcome the huge desire to hit the guy and stopped her tears, the girl nevertheless sat down next to him, preparing to listen attentively. Itachi is sick. For several years now. I found out about it 2 months ago. Then they told me he had 6 months left. Now it's much less. A month at best. A week at worst. His condition is deteriorating at an incredible rate. I spent these 2 months studying medical jutsu. Forbidden and all possible ones. That's why I disappeared so often. But it's all useless. Even with a huge store of knowledge, I can't do anything. However, the leader of Akatsuki offered to help me. He will cure Itachi, and I will join the organization, leaving the village. As you already understood, I agreed. Tomorrow at dawn I will leave Konoha and forever. At the end of the story, Aya burst into tears. And you will abandon me. My finally settled life. The village. You will ruin your life. And for what? Maybe it won't save Itachi. Where does such confidence come from? The girl asked hysterically, after several minutes of sobbing and crying. That's exactly why I don't like people. You don't understand me and my actions. Although I always did everything for the two of you. But you chose not to notice it. And now you're sitting and crying because I'm going to leave you alone in the village just because of the life of my best friend, my own. Naruto said, looking angrily into the girl's eyes. You are all ridiculous and disgusting to me. Fucking people, trash. You only seek benefits for yourself. You prefer not to notice the pain of another person, but if they suddenly hurt you, then that's it, the end of the world. Often, with your words, you bring great pain, without even noticing it. Now I'm definitely leaving. Nothing is holding me here. You will wake up tomorrow afternoon, when I will no longer be here. Don't worry, you will never see me again, Leaf Dweller. Aya looked at the brunette in shock, not knowing what to say. She had not yet fully realized the full meaning of the guy's words, and therefore stood silently, as if rooted to the spot. Naruto put the girl to sleep with one technique and carried her back home, laying her on the bed. After that, he disappeared into Shunshin, leaving the girl alone. Everyone prefers not to see anything but themselves. I hate people, Naruto thought as he headed to his house. The drug was slowly wearing off. He needed to take another dose. Running home and undressing, he drew 2 paths of white powder, then sniffed it through both nostrils. We just have to wait until the morning. Naruto glanced at the clock, which showed 10 p.m., and lay down on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Itachi, I hope you won't hate me. You, the old man and father, are the only ones left for me. I can't lose you, the boy thought, and a single tear flowed from his right eye. He was disappointed in people again, but this time, this person was close to him, which made it even more painful. The cold wind howled outside the window, the frost drew bizarre patterns. The sun had not yet risen, and the street was lit only by rare lanterns. The entire village was asleep, as if it had died. The emptiness of the streets brought aesthetic pleasure to Naruto, who slowly walked towards the Uchiha quarter. Day X has arrived, Naruto thought cheerfully as he entered the territory of the great clan. He quickly and quietly made his way to the house of the clan's head and just as quietly found himself in Itachi's room, who for some reason was not sleeping. Why did you come? Itachi asked, plunging the shocked Naruto into an illusion. Why aren't you sleeping? Naruto asked, realizing that they were in an illusion. I can't sleep. So why did you come? Me. Just to see you. Naruto abruptly dispelled the illusion and knocked out Itachi with a quick blow, who apparently did not expect this. Sorry, it had to be that way, the boy whispered, picking up the body. Quickly leaving the village with the help of the reverse summoning technique, Naruto found himself near Orochimaru's lair, which was not far from the border of the Land of Fire, where they agreed to meet with Pain. Just a few minutes left until dawn, Naruto thought, looking into the distance. A few minutes later, the Akatsuki leader appeared in front of him. 6 bodies with Rinnegan were carefully studying the 2 guys. What to do? Naruto asked, looking at the main, the strongest in his opinion, body of Pain. I'll do everything myself, but you'll need to move a few meters away, said the red-haired man. Don't even think about throwing anything away, or you'll regret it, Naruto said, jumping back a few meters. Pain didn't answer, he just walked up to Itachi and summoned a strange gate with eyes and a huge mouth, throwing the Uchiha in there. A couple of minutes later, the gate spat out the brunette's body and Naruto was instantly next to him, feeling for his pulse. It's okay, the guy thought, calming down. His hands were covered in a green glow. He began to examine the Uchiha's body. It worked, Mikami said in shock. Thank you, Naruto said, thanking the guy sincerely. Now it's your time to fulfill your part of the agreement, said the red-haired man. I need to take his body to the village and then I'll go back to that house in the forest, Naruto said. I'll never forget what you did, so I'll come back as soon as I'm done in Konoha with Itachi. Pain just nodded, knowing that Naruto wouldn't lie. There was no point. I'll be there soon, Naruto said, disappearing in white smoke. They found themselves not far from the village. The sun was just beginning to rise. No one should have noticed the Uchiha's disappearance. Just as quietly and unnoticed, Naruto returned to Itachi's room and laid him on the bed. He glanced at his friend once more and was about to leave. Tell me, why did you do this? The guy asked, raising his head and looking seriously at his friend. So it wasn't my imagination after all. You regained consciousness as soon as you were thrown out of that strange gate. Am I right? Turning around and meeting his friend's eyes, Naruto asked him to pull him into the illusion. Yes, Itachi said, appearing from a flock of crows. You know, I didn't expect gratitude from you. But you should understand me too. Naruto sat down on the ground and prepared to listen to everything they thought about him. I was against it, but you still did it your way. You will never change. But, Itachi fell silent, looking sadly at Mikami, who only looked up at him. Thank you. I would have done the same in your place. You destroyed everything you had. Life in the village, career in Anbu, potential love with Aya, and all for me. In my place, it would be stupid to be offended or to tell you anything. Just know that I will always be on your side. After all, I am your friend. Itachi said and smiling, hugged Naruto, who had tears flowing from his eyes. I'm glad that we met once, Mikami replied, smiling, finally feeling genuinely happy. I have a small gift for you. It is a very important thing for me. I give you the eyes of my best friend, Shisui Uchiha. Danzo killed him, but I can't do anything about it, even knowing. He tried to steal his eyes. But he managed to escape. Before he died, he gave them to me with the words, use them when you think it's necessary. I believe that you are worthy of owning the eyes of our clan. Itachi said, dispelling the illusion. Shocked Naruto sat silently on the floor, unable to say anything. Are you sure? Naruto asked, looking at the jar with 2 sharingans. Yes. Good luck to you. Drop by sometimes. Itachi said smiling. Okay. Putting the cans in a spatial pocket, Naruto disappeared in white smoke. Leaving the village forever, leaving everything behind, burning all bridges except 2. But Naruto felt no regret about leaving. He saved his friend's life, sacrificing his bright future. But it was definitely worth it. The kunai drew a straight horizontal line on the tread of the village hidden in the foliage. Congratulations, you are now officially a renegade and a member of the Akatsuki organization, Pain said looking at Naruto, who was already wearing the organization's characteristic cloak. Commentary on burning bridges. Eiko rock and roll is dead. Yo, how do you like the chapter? Wasn't it too hasty? I like everything very much. I even put a couple of my experiences and thoughts into the chapter. Everything turned out in my opinion just a cannon tower, as my older brother used to say. I hope the chapter will gather a normal asset or I will be on tilt. And an important digression for everyone who reads what I write after the part. Drugs are evil. If you suddenly decide to start using them after reading my chapters, then you're a moron, but seriously, you shouldn't, it's a slippery slope. Everyone thinks that it's all bullshit, that it won't happen to me, addiction. But in the end, they die from an overdose. I thought so too, but what in the end? I may not have a physical addiction, but I have a huge psychological one. But I'm not going to quit them, for now. Anyway, that's it. Don't even think about using them. Drugs are a good one-time experience. But you shouldn't even use them once, otherwise everything can go to hell. Beta, hello, Beta. And I told you, I knew it would be like this. The mark of a traitor. You kiss my blue lips, it's a beautiful day to kill yourself. The kunai drew a straight horizontal line on the tread of the village hidden in the foliage. Congratulations, you are now officially a renegade and a member of the Akatsuki organization. Pain said looking at Naruto, who was already wearing the organization's characteristic cloak. Welcome. After these words, the brunette walked out of the house onto the street. The bright sun illuminated the forest in a white robe. Well, that's it. I saved my friend, what will happen to me now? Thought Mikami, sitting down on the cold snow. Looking somewhere deep into the forest, he was thinking about his own. Hello, your name is Naruto, right? Asked the red-haired guy. Now Mikami had more time to examine him. Not very long red hair, bob. Green eyes that looked at the brunette with interest. Average build. A beautiful neat face and an impatient character, which for the most part gave him away as a member of the once great Uzumaki clan. Naruto just nodded, answering the question. My name is Uzumaki Mirao. Nice to meet you, the guy said, extending his hand in greeting. Yesterday you wanted to drive a kunai into my neck, and today you extend your hand with such words, the brunette noted, but shook his hand anyway. Sorry, but you know yourself that you shouldn't trust strangers, especially when you're a member of a criminal organization, Mirao said, sitting down next to him. That's true. Naruto took a pill out of his kimono and popped it into his mouth, swallowing it quickly. I have a question. Go ahead, the guy said, also looking into nowhere. How did you end up in the organization? A ray of sun blinded Naruto and he closed his eyes a little, turning his gaze to the red-haired man. You know the history of my clan, right? Seeing the nod, Mirao continued. My ancestors were captured and brought to the village of the cloud. The women became hostages, since the Uzumaki genes allow you to strengthen the Kekkei Genkai, not much, but noticeably, and the men were free labor. I was taken by Deidara-san. On one of the missions he destroyed the building in which I was held. It was a few years ago. Then I did not even know what chakra was and who shinobi were. Deidara-san took me with him and that's how I joined the organization. All these years I trained day after day to finally save the remnants of those who still survived from my relatives and finally take revenge on those bastards. But I'm still too weak. Naruto looked away from the red-haired man and took out a hidden pack of cigarettes from his kimono, lit up. He did not do this often, in some cases, rather more for the soul. Do you hate them? Naruto asked, exhaling smoke in a long stream. More than anything in the world, I dream of killing them, the guy said seriously. Well, if you ever become dear to me, then together we will make everyone in this village regret their choice. Especially the Raikage, Naruto said, taking another drag. Mirao looked at the guy in shock, seeing his absolutely calm look, he was a little confused. Why did you join here? Uzumaki finally asked after a couple of minutes of silence. My story is not as tragic as yours. And I had neither the desire nor the goal to get here. Let's say it was forced. My entire childhood was like a nightmare. The entire village hated me, they slandered me, beat me, and the shinobi even tried to kill me. All because my father was a missing nin and one of the most dangerous criminals in the world. Everyone hated me for my father's actions in the past, for his sins. Naruto paused for a moment, choosing his words and putting out his cigarette in the snow. But I became stronger and over time they stopped beating me, because I could easily fight back. But this does not mean that they began to treat me better. Quite the opposite. They saw that I was becoming stronger and their hatred only grew stronger. But there were people who became dear to me. Because of one of them, I ended up here. My friend was terminally ill. I learned all the medical techniques, from the simplest to the forbidden. But nothing could help him. Pain, your leader, himself offered me some sort of deal. He would heal my friend, and in exchange I would join you. That's how I ended up here. Do you hate the people of your village? Uzumaki asked, echoing Naruto's own question a short time ago. Not really. I hate all people, no matter where they come from. All people are rotten and carrion. And I am their worst manifestation. No one is perfect, everyone has something to hate or kill for. That's why I would kill everyone, except for those who are dear to me. I wouldn't have the heart to do it. Mikami said, lighting another cigarette. Who is your father? Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, am I right? Asked the strange man, if he could be called a man. A shark-like guy, looking about 20 to 25 years old. A huge sword was resting on his back. Hoshigaki Kisame. Naruto nodded, taking a drag and relaxing, rolling his eyes. Yes, you're right. I am Orochimaru's son. These words once again shocked Uzumaki. Kisame sat down next to Naruto, placing his weapon on the snow. Eavesdropping is not good, Naruto replied after a few minutes. What difference does it make? One of the 7 swordsmen of the fog said, shrugging his shoulders. Do you hate me now too? As far as I know, my father created quite a few problems for you while he was a member of the organization. There is no reason to hate you. I think it is stupid to hate a person for the actions of another, even if it is a relative. Kisame said, looking at the forest. And now 3 guys sitting in the snow looked at the bare trees, which were covered with a thin layer of snow. Kisame-san is right. There is no reason to hate you, Uzumaki said, smiling. His teeth were already chattering, he was very cold. Go inside, I don't need you to catch a cold. Hoshigaku's tone didn't require any objections, so Mirao immediately went into the house, casting a quick glance at Naruto before leaving. Who's in the organization anyway? Naruto asked, putting out another cigarette. The drug was starting to take effect, it was hard to sit still, and his speech was speeding up. Tsukuri Deidara, a missing nin from the stone village, enhanced by the explosion genome. Akasuno no Sasori, a missing nin from the sand village, the best puppeteer in the world. Matsurashi Hidden, an immortal priest of Jashin. Kakazu, I don't know much about him. Uzumaki Mirao, a missing nin from Azushio, still weak, but with enormous potential. You already know about me. Conan, a missing nin from the village hidden in the rain, the leader's right hand, as far as I understand, his childhood friend. Black and White Zetsu, a spy and intelligence officer for the organization. Pain, the leader and the strongest among us. And recently, Naruto Mikami, a missing nin from the Leaf Village. I see. Well, I'll have to get to know everyone. My father told me that you work in pairs. When will I find out who my comrade in arms is? The brunette asked ironically, standing up and shaking off the snow. It will be either me or Uzumaki Mirao. But we shouldn't rule out the possibility that you and I will be put together, and Mirao will be given the training. It will turn out that there will be 3 of us, Hoshigaki said, also getting up from the snow. Well, this will be interesting, Naruto said as they headed into the house together. Itachi, how are you? Naruto thought. Meanwhile, Orochimaru came to see Hiruzen in the morning. Sensei, I have news for you, the Sannin said as he entered the huge mansion. Did something happen? The third one had not slept for a long time. Naruto has joined Akatsuki. He has most likely already left the village. He asked you to inform him of his decision and tell him everything. Spill it, Sarutobi said seriously, having heard about this organization. Well, Orochimaru's story lasted about 10 minutes. So he did it for a friend. That's good, the third Hokage said with relief. And now what? Who knows, soon the village will find out that Naruto has disappeared. He even told me the exact time. At 1300, that is, in 4 hours. Where do you get that confidence? Hiruzen asked, to which Orochimaru merely shrugged. See you, sensei, Orochimaru said, disappearing into white smoke. It was a shadow clone. Naruto, I hope everything is okay with you there, the old man thought, smoking his pipe. It was already 12 o'clock, which meant that soon the whole village would be on its ears, looking for the brunette. Meanwhile, Aya came to her senses. The first thing she remembered was Naruto's words. You are all funny and disgusting to me. Fucking people, trash. These words were spinning over and over in her head. Tears came to her eyes. And somewhere inside the girl, hatred towards Naruto began to boil. Exactly. I need to tell the Hokage about everything. He became a renegade after all, the girl thought, quickly jumping out of bed. Hatred was filling her mind more and more with every passing minute. There was only one step from love to hate. Quickly getting ready, she headed to the Hokage, and without even having breakfast, she flew out of the house. Hokage-sama, I have urgent news. Mikami Naruto left the village at dawn today. He joined the criminal organization Akatsuki. He told me about it yesterday, after which he put me to sleep with a strange technique. The girl said, entering the Hokage's office, she omitted some details of the conversation that would not change the essence. What? Fugaku asked angrily. I knew I couldn't trust him. Damn Mikami. I'll finish him off with my own hands. The head of the Uchiha clan said with anger and hatred. Wolf, dog, Minato said, looking menacingly at the Anbu who had instantly appeared. Report to all Jonin, elders, and clan heads that I am calling an urgent council. Yes. The 2 Anbu disappeared silently. Rat. Another Anbu member appeared in the office, kneeling. Inform the third that Mikami Naruto has betrayed Konoha and become a renegade. Tell him that I am summoning him and that it is urgent. Yes. Another Anbu officer disappeared from the office, leaving behind only a light breath of wind. Aya Senju, you may go free, thank you for the information. Yes. The girl also left the office and headed home. I hope they catch him. They will definitely kill him for betraying the village, the girl thought. There was no longer room for her past love in her soul, only hatred towards this man remained. She wanted Naruto dead. Third Sama, fourth Sama calls you. Naruto Mikami betrayed Konoha and became a renegade. Opening the door to which someone knocked, Hiruzen saw an Anbu in a rat mask, who immediately told him everything. Glancing at the clock, which showed 13:02, Hiruzen chuckled to himself at how Naruto had calculated everything, after which he headed towards the residence. Itachi, meanwhile, was already heading to the Jonin Council, which was being held by Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. He already guessed why, and therefore was a little worried. Still, he was worried about Naruto. Uchiha reached the residence and went inside. So, I call this meeting to order, said Minato, who had already spoken to the third regarding Naruto and listened to Hiruzen's point of view, who agreed with declaring Mikami Naruto a missing nin. Sarutobi should not have shown compassion to Orochimaru's son, otherwise he would not have been understood. Mikami Naruto is declared an S-rank missing nin from today. The bounty on his head is 3 million ryo. This was Minato's final decision, which certainly shocked Itachi. Too much money for a 13-year-old boy. Naruto, survive no matter what, Itachi thought as he set off with a reconnaissance squad to search for Naruto in the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, Naruto was sitting quietly at the kitchen table, drinking tea. Waiting for all the members of the organization to return so he could meet everyone. A new life is beginning. Let's see where it leads me, the brunette thought, smiling a little at his thoughts. Commentary on the brand of a traitor 3 days of rain. To love you. The chapter is not very good in my opinion. The flash description hurts. But damn, how I fell for describing in detail all these tips and decisions about Naruto and his betrayal. That's how it turned out. Judging by everything, you liked the last chapter. The activity was not bad. I hope this one will be the same. Beta, guys, if I missed any moment that could be played better, or missed a mistake, please let me know, Besheno. The first mission from the organization. When all the members of the organization returned to the hideout, each of them met the new member of the organization. Everyone had different thoughts about Naruto. Some were happy about the new members of the organization, people like Mirao, Deodara and Zetsu. Some didn't care, like Kakazu and Hidden. And some were against it, Sasori. He still remembers what happened 2 months ago in the forest. But overall, the atmosphere was friendly. Now they're one family and will have to get along somehow. A knock on the door interrupted Pain's thoughts. Come in. The door creaked open and Naruto entered the organization's leader's office. You called? Naruto asked, going inside, where Mirao and Kisame were already waiting for him. As you probably know, Akatsuki works in pairs, but here we will make a small exception. You will be paired with Kisame, but Uzumaki Mirao will also be with you. He is still too weak to be a full-fledged partner, so you will take him and train him as much as possible. Or he will simply gain experience with you on missions. Is everything clear? Asked the leader, looking at Mikami. Yes, he answered briefly, feeling swelling all over his body. He was starting to let go. Withdrawal had begun. He needed to take another dose urgently. Damn, it's time to finish. I don't like this anymore, Naruto thought, leaving the leader's office and heading towards his room. Quickly entering and closing the door behind him, he poured white powder onto the table. Quickly drawing 2 roads, he sniffed them. God, this tingling in my nose is the best thing I've ever felt in my life, the guy thought, leaning back in his chair. However, a knock on the door slightly ruined his plans. Open. Naruto, we've been given a mission, we're leaving tonight. The leader said he wants to see what you're capable of. So I'll just be there to help if needed. Hoshige informed the brunette, then went about his business. I wonder what's going on in Konoha now. I should have left my shadow clone there, Naruto thought with annoyance, but quickly forgot about these thoughts. He was more concerned about how Itachi was feeling and what to do with Shisui's eyes. I'll have to drop by my father and ask him to perform the operation on me, Naruto thought as he lay down on the bed. However, he quickly got up from it and, throwing on his cloak, headed to the kitchen, where he spent the rest of the time before the mission. It's time for us to go, Mirao said with a smile, glad that he finally had the opportunity to go on a mission again. Yes, of course, Naruto said, getting up from the couch. But where to go? The brunette asked, looking at Kisame, already on the street. We need to kill the group of criminals that appeared after Gato's death in the Land of Waves. They will pay good money for it, so the organization took on this case, Kisame said. The Land of Waves again. I thought it would be a stable place after what I did to Gato and his henchmen. Well, if it's not there, then it's not there. Naruto thought. The snow crunched under his feet, and the sun was already setting behind the horizon, leaving red streaks in the sky, like a criminal who had cut his victim's throat and was now trying to get away from the crime scene. Naruto, have you ever killed before? Mirao asked. Yes, when I trained with my father, I completed a lot of different missions that he assigned to me. Most of the missions were connected with the elimination of one target or another. So my hands are elbow deep in the blood of people of different ages. Naruto answered briefly, confidently looking ahead. Meanwhile, all the Anbu patrols returned to Konoha, and no one was able to find the traitor. Damn Mikami, I knew he shouldn't have become a shinobi. Fugaku was angry, he wanted to kill the brunette with his own hands. Relax, even if he wasn't a Konoha shinobi, he would have left anyway, Minato said, looking tiredly at the reports. We will continue our search, said the head of the Uchiha clan, leaving the office. When the door slammed shut, Minato let out a tired breath and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. What should I do now? You're nothing but trouble, Naruto, Namikaze thought. Gather all the shinobi of the Uchiha clan in half an hour, Fugaku said to one of the Anbu as he entered the clan's territory. So, as you already know, Mikami Naruto has become a renegade shinobi. The primary task is to catch and punish the traitor. I have my own plans for this matter and I will share them now. Fugaku said. The crowd of shinobi began to listen attentively to their leader. Itachi was horrified by his father's further words. All means are good to achieve the goal. This is the main rule of the Uchiha clan. I propose to kill the third Hokage. A wave of whispers swept through the hall. During his reign, Sarutobi repeatedly put a spoke in the wheels of the Uchiha clan. We were even moved to the other end of the village. And as far as I know, the traitor and the third Hokage had a warm relationship. So if the latter dies, the renegade will definitely come to the funeral. What do you think? The shinobi immediately began to whisper. Many agreed with their leader. Itachi stood in complete shock and horror slowly covered him in a wave. What, father, what, was all that was going through his head? This can't be allowed, Uchiha thought. Why would we do that? The renegade, Itachi winced inwardly as he said this, joined a criminal organization that will sooner or later start acting and will become known. That's how we'll get to him. It's impossible. No one knows how long they'll hide in the shadows. Maybe we'll never hear from him again. But if we kill the third one, Konoha will immediately start an investigation. The Hokage will immediately contact us and then it will be even worse for us. And the third one did not deserve to die. Some clan members supported Itachi, because such a decision could greatly change the situation not in the clan's favor. You are missing one important detail. I am the right hand of the Hokage and the Uchiha clan is the military police and such incidents are entrusted to us. And as for the third one not deserving, that is ridiculous. He raised 2 traitors to the village, constantly interfered and tried to destroy the Uchiha clan during his reign. He deserved to die, Fugaku said, answering 2 questions posed by Itachi at once. Then how can you be so sure that Mikami will return to the village and catch our eye? Do you really think that he would make such a mistake? He won't hide from the Uchiha, Fugaku said, activating his Sharingan. Well, I suggest we vote and decide by the majority opinion what to do. Raise your hands, those who are for the killing of the third. Fugaku glanced at the crowd and counted the number of hands. Unanimously, everyone raised their hands except Itachi. I can't let this happen. Otherwise, Itachi thought as he quickly headed for the exit. However, several people from the Uchiha clan pinned the guy down. Itachi, you'll sit in the dungeon for now, otherwise you'll ruin our plans, Fugaku said, approaching his son. You won't get it. This is a betrayal of the village. How are you better than Naruto then? Activating the Mangekyo Sharingan and calling Susanoo, freeing himself from the grip, Itachi asked. Cancel Susanoo and surrender, otherwise it will be worse, said the head of the Uchiha clan, looking menacingly into his son's eyes. No way. You decided for yourself. Summoning an incomplete Susanoo, Fugaku hit his son, sending him flying into the street. Damn, Itachi said, activating the completed Susanoo. A huge red warrior appeared in the clearing. Opposite him stood a completed blue Susanoo, which was taller than Itachi's Susanoo. You can't defeat me. The katana of the huge phantom warrior descended, intending to destroy his opponent's technique. However, Itachi's artifact was able to repel the attack, namely the Yato shield. Realizing that Itachi would not be able to win with Susanoo, since he was losing in all respects, he decided to use Tsukuyomi. This was his strongest technique. Quickly dispelling Susanoo, Itachi headed towards Fugaku, who also cancelled the technique. Meeting his gaze, Itachi entered Fugaku into a genjutsu. Tsukuyomi, Fugaku asked calmly, who suddenly found himself crucified on a cross. In reality, Itachi froze in place, and a trickle of blood flowed from his eye. All members of the Uchiha clan silently watched the fight between their 2 strongest representatives. Why do you need this? Itachi asked, appearing in front of his father from a flock of crows. We need to catch the traitor. But that's no reason to kill the third one. Several more Itachi appeared with katanas in their hands. You have become very strong, I am proud of you son, but you still look at the world through the prism of rose-colored glasses. Fugaku continued speaking after a few seconds of silence. Tsukuyomi is a wonderful technique, but even it has its downsides. It is quite difficult to get out of it, even impossible. But if you dragged a Mangekyo Sharingan owner with the same ability into it, being weaker than him, then your opponent can easily seize control of the world of Tsukuyomi. Having said this, Itachi suddenly found himself crucified on a cross, where Fugaku had been before. Steel pierced the guy's body and he barely held back a scream, biting his lower lip. You miscalculated, Itachi. Another katana entered the brunette's hand. I hope this will bring you to your senses. Having cancelled the technique, Fugaku came out of the illusion, as did Itachi. Only the latter collapsed unconscious. Take him to the dungeon. He won't wake up anytime soon, Fugaku said as he walked back into the building where the meeting was taking place. A couple of people from the clan picked up Itachi and carried him to the dungeon. So let's return to the third question. Naruto and his team reached the land of waves. Having reached the camp where the organization's targets should now be located, they stopped. Naruto sat on a tree branch and in a few minutes entered the complete hermit mode. His hair turned white. Having taken out a katana and passed lightning chakra through it, so much so that lightning flew off it, he covered his body with rasen and took off, breaking the branch he had been sitting on before into dust. A powerful gust of wind almost blew away Mirao, who was not ready for such a turn of events. From the place where the Akatsuki renegades stood, the entire camp was clearly visible. Naruto coldly killed everyone who came his way. The snow-covered clearing was strewn with the corpses of those who had lived peacefully a few seconds ago, not suspecting anything. The remnants of the survivors gathered in a heap and prepared to give battle to the enemy who had suddenly appeared. He dealt with so many enemies so quickly. He is a true professional, Kisame said, who was watching with admiration as dead shinobi with their throats cut fell every few seconds. Mirao had mixed feelings. On the one hand he admired how skillfully and quickly Naruto killed everyone, but on the other hand he began to be afraid. He understood that if Naruto wanted to, he could easily kill him, and he wouldn't even notice. Who the hell are you? One of the renegades asked, his voice shaking with fear. Naruto didn't answer him, he just quickly made a few one-handed seals, and then said, "Great fire destruction." A wall of fire blown out of the white-haired man's mouth burned his opponents to ashes, not leaving them even ashes. Feeling that several shinobi were still alive, Naruto took off again. Finally finishing everything, he found himself in front of Kisame and Mirao. Deactivating his hermit mode, he appeared before them covered in the blood of his enemies. He brushed the blood off his katana and put it away. "Well done, now let's go back," Kisame said with a grin. "And yet he is strong. Now I understand why the leader was so interested in him," the renegade from the fog thought as he walked along the snowy road. Naruto couldn't shake off the strange feeling of anxiety, as if something bad was about to happen. But what, he didn't know. Commentary on the first mission from the organization. God, it seems to me that this is some kind of crap, but I really wanted to turn this plot in this direction. And what do you think? This time even without a song. This will be a test. If you don't like the chapter, I'll delete it and rewrite it. Let's do it this way. Choose for yourself how to turn the plot, it's more interesting this way. Please express your opinion in the reviews, this is important. I honestly don't know why I hate Fugaku so much. BTW he's a normal character, but I always show him negatively in fics. Beshano. Why are the skies burning? Why are the skies burning? Burn forever. Before your eyes, the wind. Today, the entire village hidden in the leaves was in mourning. Last night, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had his heart stopped. He was already old, so no one was particularly surprised by his death. Sooner or later, everyone will go to rest. Tsunade, he lived a good life, I think he would mind us mourning him. Jiraiya said to his old friend while sitting at the bar and drinking another shot. You're probably right. Tears were pouring from Tsunade's eyes. After all, the teacher was dear to her. We still need to pass this news on to Orochi, the white-haired man said sadly. Will you take care of this? The funeral had already taken place. The entire village had come to say goodbye. The Uchihas were keeping order, looking for Mikami Naruto among the passersby. But he wasn't there. Yes. Having finished the last bottle, Jiraiya stood up from his seat and headed towards the exit. He was saddened by the death of the third, because he replaced his father. Well, Orochi, wait, I'm coming with bad news, thought the Sannin, making several seals and disappearing in white smoke. Meanwhile, in the main meeting house of the Uchiha clan, all the shinobi of this clan had gathered. The renegade never showed up in the village, most likely he doesn't know about the third one's death yet. We'll wait without loosening our grip, Fugaku said, and all the shinobi agreed with him. The meeting is over. Everyone started to go about their business. Meanwhile, Itachi was still in the dungeon. His guards thought he was unconscious, but in fact, that wasn't quite true. He was being guarded by 10 members of the Uchiha clan at once. Fugaku knew his son's strength very well, and he understood that if Itachi suddenly escaped, his entire plan would collapse, because he would definitely tell everything. Is he still unconscious? Hearing his father Itachi's voice, he immediately tensed up and began to listen carefully. Yes. Keep an eye on him. If he escapes, I'll cut off your heads. Retreating footsteps were heard. That's stupid. He can easily escape. There aren't even any seals here that prohibit the use of space-time techniques. What is the leader even thinking about? One of the men guarding Itachi asked, exhaling tiredly. First he killed the third one, despite the fact that many were against it. Now he keeps his own son in a cage. And without due caution. Calm down. As far as I know, Itachi doesn't have a summon, and he's not stupid enough to use the reverse summoning technique without a contract. He can be summoned to an empty domain where summonable animals have died out. And the third one's murder is just ridiculous. Who's many? Only Itachi spoke up. Everyone else was silent. You're probably right after all. Where will this choice lead us? The guy asked philosophically, leaning against the wall, looking with pity at the lying Itachi. You don't deserve this, the guy thought. So they killed the third one after all. Damn father, damn clan. I need to tell Naruto about everything. But how will he react? I hope he won't hate me after this, Itachi thought, carefully and unnoticeably cutting his finger on a sharp stone. He immediately began to form seals and silently disappeared, leaving behind a shadow clone. Appearing in the world of crows, Itachi's personal summoning. Uchiha began to fold seals again and already moved again. Only not far from Konoha. Appearing in the cold snow, Itachi ran in the opposite direction from Konoha. I hate my clan, the guy thought, picking up speed. Jiraiya had already reached Orochimaru's hideout. He had been there many times over the years. They were still friends, despite what had happened between them. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Orochimaru asked, genuinely confused that his old friend had come to see him. Hello, I have news for you, and not the best, said the Sannin, sitting down at a chair. Did something happen? Orochimaru asked seriously, knowing that Jiraiya wouldn't joke like that. The teacher died last night. After a short pause, which gave Orochimaru time to think it over, he continued. His heart stopped. The funeral has already taken place. You shouldn't go back to the village now, because the Uchiha are literally on the prowl at every step. They might notice you. They probably think that someone killed a third. Hiruzen, you finally found peace, Orochimaru thought, and a sad smile appeared on his face. I hope he's in a better place now, Mikami said, taking out 2 bottles of sake. I hope so, Jiraiya said, taking the extended bottle and immediately taking a swig from it. I'll have to tell Naruto about this, Orochimaru thought, putting it off until tomorrow. The next day, Naruto came to the forest near one of Orochimaru's escapes. For some reason, his father had arranged a meeting with him. What could have happened so urgently? Naruto wondered as he sat on the white snow. Naruto. Itachi's cry was heard, which surprised the brunette greatly. What? The guy asked in shock when his out-of-breath friend ran up to him. No time. Something bad happened. Wow, we have a whole class reunion here. Orochimaru asked, landing not far from Naruto. What the hell is going on here? Can someone explain this to me? Naruto asked, getting up from the snow. That's why we came, I guess, right Itachi? Orochimaru asked, looking at the Uchiha. I don't know why you're here, but I have very important news for Naruto about the third one. Guilt and regret were visible in the Uchiha's eyes. And also, which was not typical for him, hatred. Naruto noticed this immediately and tensed up. What happened to the old man? The third is dead, Orochimaru said. What? Naruto's heart seemed to stop. He didn't believe it. The third is dead, Orochimaru repeated again. Are you kidding? Orochimaru shook his head. The realization that the one who had become closer to him than his father was dead was slowly consuming the brunette. Memories filled the brunette's head. Then maybe you'll become my student. I'm already old, especially in my well-deserved retirement. I have a lot of free time, so I can teach you. Aren't you kidding? Hiruzen just looked at him seriously. So what? Of course, I agree, the brunette shouted, jumping up and down with joy. Here he became the third one's disciple. He spent a lot of time with him. The old man took care of him. And now he's gone. He's dead. Old man, I damn it. I won't be able to talk to you anymore. I won't be able to see you again and discuss anything with you. Ask for advice. Fuck. Tears started to flow from the brunette's eyes. Thank you, I'll come tomorrow. Old man, you should go back too, you never know. A picture from the past appeared again, when Naruto last saw the old man. Old man. Naruto covered his eyes with his hand and finally burst into tears. No matter how hard he tried throughout his life to hammer into his head that death is inevitable. That everyone will die sooner or later and there is no point in exalting death over other events in life. There is no point in mourning someone's death. He couldn't. Tears flowed from his eyes, and memories filled his head. Crap. Naruto, that's not all. Itachi said, sitting down in the snow next to his friend. What else? What could be worse than this? What? Naruto was mentally destroyed. The Uchihas are to blame for the third's death. I tried to stop my father, but I was immediately pinned down, and when I woke up, it was too late. I couldn't protect the third. I couldn't do anything. I'm sorry, Naruto. The guy's tears stopped on their own. His gaze froze in one place. And a lot of thoughts were spinning in his head. The Uchihas are to blame. Fugaku. Killed. They. Killed. The old man. I hate. I will destroy. I will kill. Everyone. I will kill everyone. I will cause them the same pain that they caused me. I will send them to hell. People. I hate. Rage. Anger and hatred replaced sadness, bitterness. It would be more accurate to say that they pushed these feelings deep down. Fugaku. The guy hissed through his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. The outlines became brighter, and his hair instantly turned white. 2 small horns sprouted from his head, like a summoning snake. I'll kill them. I'll kill them all. Creatures. I hate them. Die. Orochimaru knocked the brunette out with a blow of his hand. Itachi sat in shock. It was the first time he saw Naruto like this. I'll send a clone to the Akatsuki, who will tell their leader everything. Naruto will stay with me for a while. And you will follow me now and tell me everything in detail. Orochimaru said menacingly, creating a clone and picking up his son in his arms. There is no need to send a clone anywhere. I will report everything myself. Let Naruto return as soon as he can, said Kisame, who appeared 10 meters from the shinobi from Konoha. Excellent, thank you. Orochimaru folded several seals and transferred them to the lair using reverse summoning. Putting the brunette on the bed, they sat down next to him. Tell me. Orochimaru was extremely serious. It was understandable, since it concerned one of the few close ones for Sannin. Okay. After Itachi told everything from start to finish, Orochimaru sat silently, but it was clear from his eyes that he was furious. I'm sorry, I couldn't save the third. Itachi said, looking down. Come on, it's not your fault. You did everything you could. What will happen now? Itachi voiced his thoughts out loud. When Naruto wakes up, tell him everything again. Most likely, he will take revenge. You will decide this yourself. You are his friend, and if he decides to take revenge, then he will kill a good part of the Uchiha clan, your clan. Will you agree to this or not? And what to do if you are against it? Orochimaru said, leaving the room. A few hours later, Naruto woke up. Itachi was next to him the whole time. Opening his eyes, Naruto remembered everything again. Itachi. Naruto didn't see his friend, but he felt his presence. Yes, Uchiha asked, his voice guilty. Tell me in detail why you couldn't save the third. And what happened anyway. With a cool head, Naruto decided to find out all the details and make decisions based on that. After Itachi told the full story again, Naruto got up from the bed and went to the Uchiha standing by the wall. The guy closed his eyes, expecting a blow or death. But Naruto just hugged him. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself, Naruto said, tears streaming down his cheeks again. But. No buts. Moving away from his friend, Naruto sat down on a chair. Taking a bag of white powder out of his pocket, Naruto poured it out on the nightstand. Drawing 2 roads, he sniffed them through the banknote, which was also always next to him. What is this? Drugs. Naruto answered shortly because of the tingling in his nose that was causing pain. He couldn't speak. And how long ago? A couple of years now, probably, said the brunette, a few minutes later. It won't do any good. Obvious things are obvious because everyone understands them. But that's not as interesting as one question. Which? What should we do next? Itachi stood silently. I won't leave it that easy, I think you understand that. They must die, at least those who participated in the murder and the one who gave the order. Naruto said, something that was bothering him. I don't know what to do. Honestly, on the one hand, I won't leave it that easy. But on the other, this is your clan, your family, and you are very dear to me, and I can't cause you the same pain that they caused me. I'm at a crossroads. To stay with the person who is dear to you and is still alive, or to revenge the one who is already dead. I think the answer is obvious. So if you are against it, then I will not do it. Naruto said, gritting his teeth. Old man, I'm sorry, life is a complicated thing. Sometimes you have to make decisions that you would not like to make, but it will be better this way. Drown in hatred and remain alone, or live on, but with a loved one. The right answers and actions often look stupid. Those who did this should not go unpunished. Naruto was very surprised by these words. He did not expect to hear them. Thinking that Itachi was joking, Naruto looked into his eyes, which were full of seriousness and determination. My father has been making stupid decisions for a long time. This was the last straw for me. He lost everything good that he once had. I agree that they should be punished. But I am against you mowing down all the Uchiha. Most of them do not support my father. They're good people and I would leave them alive. A bloodthirsty grin appeared on Naruto's face. Well, great. Father, Naruto shouted loudly. The door to the room creaked open and Orochimaru walked in. Did you want something? First of all, eavesdropping is not good, and secondly, you need to perform an operation on me. Naruto's smile became even more terrifying. What? Orochimaru was surprised. Transplant them to me. Naruto handed over 2 jars of sharingans. Where did you get them from? Orochimaru asked, looking at his son in shock. A gift from my loved one. Naruto looked at Itachi and smiled a normal smile. Itachi, are you going back to the village? Or is there nothing keeping you there anymore? I will stay with you and return to the village only after all the guilty are killed. And Azumi. Father doesn't know that I'm related to her, like everyone from the Uchiha clan. I already sent her a letter, with the reasons why I left and when I'll be back. The brunette said, smiling warmly. Well, great. Then we'll go to the operating room, and you make yourself at home here. Naruto and Orochimaru left the room heading to the operating room. Where will this road lead me? People often make stupid choices that they later regret, but they do them with full confidence that this is the right decision, that it will be better this way. That is why life is a difficult thing. After all, you never know what awaits you after your choice and whether it will be the right one. Meanwhile, Itachi was discovered missing in Konoha. Fugaku was furious, but did nothing to those who were guarding his son. The head of the Uchiha clan had already reported Itachi's disappearance to the Hokage. He was also declared a missing nin. You become like the people you hang out with, Minato said, letting out a tired sigh. He had lost 3 of the village's strongest shinobi in the last few weeks. Why is this happening to me? Minato thought, looking at the ceiling. You're right, I'll keep a closer eye on Sasuke, Fugaku said as he left the office in the twilight of the night. Having finished with the papers, Minato, using the Flying Thunder God technique, disappeared from the office and appeared at his home, where his loving wife and beloved children were waiting for him. Minato, you look tired. Is something wrong? Asked the red-haired kunoichi with a frying pan in her hand. Yes, Itachi Uchiha also betrayed the village and became a renegade. Sitting down on the sofa, the 4th said, exhaling. What? Itachi couldn't, Menma said. Be that as it may, he left Konoha and according to Fugaku, he hasn't appeared for 4 days without warning anyone. Itachi, how so? For what reason? For Menma, Itachi was an ideal to look up to, he was an idol. But now that Itachi had betrayed Konoha, he could no longer look up to him and he didn't know what to do now. I will definitely catch Itachi and bring him back to the village, said the Hokage's eldest son. Menma had been raised to be a patriot of his village. He knew full well that Itachi had to pay for betraying the village that had protected him. He had to be punished. I'll wait. Minato smiled, although he didn't believe his son's words. The 4th knew Menma's opinion of Itachi. He knew that this news was quite a blow to him. Okay, Minato, everything will be fine. We still have many strong shinobi. There are renegades in all villages and that's normal. Sooner or later we will catch them and they will be punished to the highest level, the woman said cheerfully, smiling broadly. You're right. Minato felt much better after his wife's words. A few days later, Naruto finally woke up. He had a bandage over his eyes and was lying on the bed in his room. Occasionally, drops falling from the ceiling made an unpleasant sound to the ears. Naruto pulled the bandage down and slowly began to open his eyes. A sharp and strong pain pierced the guy and he quietly groaned. After some time, when the pain subsided, he tried to open his eyes again. This time he managed to go a little further, but because of the pain, he closed his eyes again. The gray ceiling was blurry. An hour later, he finally managed to open his eyes completely and he looked around. All the same gray walls and the same color ceiling. A nightstand standing next to the bed from which Naruto took out a bag of pills. Throwing one of them into his mouth and swallowing, he put the bag back, after which he lay down on the bed again. Old man, wait a little longer and I will finally avenge you, the boy thought, smiling weakly. 5 minutes later, Naruto got up from the bed and got dressed, leaving the room. Feeling Itachi's chakra not far from him, he headed towards him. Naruto, why aren't you in bed? You need to rest, said the Uchiha, who, upon seeing Naruto, immediately stopped training and ran up to his friend. Well, I don't really want to lie there and stare at the ceiling. I'd rather walk around, the guy said, smiling. How do you feel? It's normal, my eyes have already gotten used to it, although it was very painful for the first half hour when I tried to open them. After Naruto's words, Itachi looked at his eyes and was very surprised. Naruto, What's wrong with your eyes? Itachi knew that if you transplanted the Sharingan to another person, it would always be activated. But Naruto was different. What about them? Your eyes are normal. The Sharingan doesn't burn in them, Uchiha said in shock. Maybe they took root. Naruto himself was perplexed. He had read a lot and knew about the Uchiha clan's dojutsu. As far as I know, this is impossible. Wow, your mother's genes played to your advantage here too, Orochimaru said with a smile, approaching the two brunettes. Mothers? Both boys asked in unison. Yes. Who is she? Naruto had never been interested in this question, only in childhood, when he was alone. Your mother is a kunoichi from the Uzumaki clan. What? Naruto asked skeptically, looking at his father. Yes, you heard right. She died in childbirth. As you know, the Uzumaki genes are able to strengthen the genes of other clans, but what is most surprising is that the genes of the Uzumaki clan are able to accept the genes of any clan. Apparently, this is what helped you in this case, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. So that's how it is. Well, then I don't understand one thing. What exactly? As far as I know, the Uzumaki clan values their relatives very much. Then why didn't Kushina do anything, or didn't she know that I have Uzumaki blood in me? Only the third Hokage and Jiraiya, whom I asked to keep quiet about it, knew about my relationship with your mother. What was her name? Naruto asked, happy to know who his mom was. He remembered how much he missed her as a child, how much he missed parental love and warmth. Uzumaki Haya. So the Sharingan took root because of the Uzumaki genes and became like that of the Uchiha clan members. Itachi asked, looking at Orochimaru. Yes, maybe even stronger because of the Uzumaki clan genes again, but I'm not sure about that. Now you have long and hard training ahead of you. I'll go to my old shelter for a while, which is located in the territory of the Country of Wind. See you later, Naruto said as Orochimaru walked away. Can you activate the Sharingan? Itachi asked, eager to see his friend's Sharingan. You need to feed chakra into your eyes. Like this. Naruto's eyes changed. Instead of amber eyes, there were 2 3-volume Sharingans. Give me some more chakra, that'll activate Mangekyo. Naruto did as Itachi told him, and indeed the pattern of his eyes began to change. Only they weren't Shisui's eyes. What is this? Itachi asked in shock. What is it? Naruto was a little scared by his friend's unusual behavior. Your Mangekyo design is not the same as Shisui's. It's impossible. Could it be? Itachi looked closely at the strange design of Naruto's eyes. The world for Naruto began to distort and change. He suddenly found himself in a green meadow, surrounded by mighty and ancient trees. What the hell? Naruto asked out loud, a gust of wind rustling his hair. Mikami Uzumaki Naruto? Asked the girl with hair as black as night. Her beautiful and sweet face expressed curiosity. Who are you? Naruto asked, jumping away from the potential enemy. Ahahaha. The girl laughed. There is no point in you being afraid of me. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. These words don't inspire confidence in you, you know. The guy asked, looking seriously at the girl. Well, it seems you are Naruto after all. My name is Amaterasu. God? Naruto asked in shock, having read about the deities of this world in his life. The girl just nodded. And what did I forget with you? A good question, to which I know the answer. It's simple. The Mangekyo drawing that changed only confirms my words, but more on that later. You awakened my eyes. The mixture of genes of the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan helped you awaken them. That's how you ended up here. The girl fell silent, thereby giving the guy time to think about everything. Naruto silently looked at the girl, trying to figure out all the new information he received. As for your Mangekyo, it has the same pattern and abilities as mine, the girl said, smiling, Mangekyo sparkling in her eyes. An unusual pattern in the form of flames enclosed in a triangle. Beautiful, Naruto thought, after which his Mangekyo also activated. We'll see each other again and I'll tell you everything in more detail. Right now you only need to know a few things. Be careful with the power of your eyes. It's destructive, and the rest later. The girl said, laughing loudly, after which the world began to distort again and Naruto found himself on the training ground in Orochimaru's hideout. Really? What the fuck? Naruto shouted, interrupting Itachi, before falling onto the artificial grass with shocked eyes. What's wrong? It was clear from Uchiha that he was a little scared by the unexpected scream. Fuck. What the fuck? Naruto was still saying, his eyes deactivating on their own. What happened? Itachi asked, seriously concerned about his friend's behavior. Fuck. I'm either crazy on pills, which is impossible, or this is all true, Naruto thought out loud, not paying any attention to the Uchiha. A loud slap on the cheek brought Mikami to his senses. Looking up at the serious Itachi, Naruto smiled weakly. What happened? What pills? What's true? I was pulled into some strange place. There was a girl with beautiful black hair. She introduced herself. Naruto paused for a moment, as if considering whether to talk about it. He thought Itachi would think he was crazy, but he continued anyway. Amaterasu. I know it sounds stupid and crazy, but it really happened. And what did she say? Do you believe me? Naruto asked in surprise, to which Itachi only nodded. She said that I have the same eyes and eye abilities as she does. That's all. She said that the next time we see each other, she will tell us everything. So my guesses were right. Itachi smiled widely. He was happy for his friend, but Naruto didn't understand why he was so happy. Fuck, will someone at least explain to me what's going on here? Amaterasu is one of the goddesses that is revered by the Uchiha clan. And if you ended up with her, it means that you have awakened the same eyes as hers. Potentially, you are equal in strength to Amaterasu. Itachi finally finished his thoughts. Naruto sat in complete shock, I would even say fucking shock. There was only one question on the tip of his tongue. What the fuck just happened? For a second, Naruto thought he heard the girl laugh. Let's continue training, because I still feel like I've lost my mind. Naruto answered honestly. I won't take these pills anymore, you never know. The brunette thought warily. Okay, activate the 3-volume Sharingan. Let's have a training fight, said Uchiha, also activating his eyes and jumping back a few meters. Well, let's try. Naruto activated the Sharingan and pulled out his katana, through which he immediately ran a raten, after which he rushed at the Uchiha. The clang of metal was heard throughout the training ground. Itachi blocked the blow with his tanto. With his free hand, he grabbed several shurikens and threw them at Naruto. Naruto, thanks to the power of his eyes, saw everything in slow motion and, having calculated the trajectory of the flight, dodged the iron flying at him. And the Sharingan is a convenient thing. Don't relax. Itachi attacked from above, trying to hit the brunette, but he managed to dodge the blow thanks to his speed. Just as Naruto wanted to attack Itachi again, his eyes were pierced by intense pain. The katana fell out of his hands and fell on the grass with a dull thud. Naruto himself fell to his knees, holding his eyes, from which blood was flowing. Fuck, Naruto said, his hands slipping due to the blood. Damn, I forgot about that. We strained your eyes too much. Your body and eyes need time to get used to everything. Itachi picked up the boy in his arms and carried him into the room. Naruto lost consciousness from the intense pain. Opening his eyes again, he felt no pain or blood on his cheeks. Looking back, he stood again in the same clearing, and in front of him stood Amaterasu. I already thought I was going crazy from the pills. Naruto's words made the girl laugh loudly. Commentary on why is the sky burning? I would like to talk about looking at the world, things from only one angle. In my opinion, this is extremely stupid. People should look at all things from different angles. Let's take drugs, I can't find another clear example. Like many, if not all, I am told that drugs are evil. On the one hand, this is true. For me, a person who cannot live without a dose is trash, who does not deserve to live. But on the other hand, drugs are not always bad. They are used in medicine. For example, E-blockers are used for attention deficit syndrome. And in general, in many places. What am I getting at? Be smart people, look at things not only from one angle. P.S. Drugs are evil. The chapter, in my opinion, turned out to be very mixed. It has quite a lot of philosophical themes, which I often think about. Somewhere I like what I wrote, somewhere I don't. But such a turn of events with Amaterasu, I'm not sure that you will like it in general. I'll wait for reviews. The chapter came out on 8 pages. Good luck to the beta. Jesus. Why the sky is burning. Jesus motherfucker. Besheno. Budding feelings. Or just an illusion. And I sleep all night long until the roosters crow. I keep imagining your outline, your green eyes and soft, sharp fangs, and your hair is the color of coal, and I don't know how to live, and I don't know how to eat, and I want to be near only you. Opening his eyes again, he felt no pain or blood on his cheeks. Looking back, he stood again in the same clearing, and in front of him stood Amaterasu. I already thought I was going crazy from the pills. Naruto's words made the girl laugh loudly. This isn't funny, Naruto noted, sitting down on the green grass. Well, ask the questions that interest you, I will try to answer them. The girl smiled again and sat down next to the guy. What next? In what sense? So what will happen next? Will you help me with something or vice versa? Will I have to fulfill some Important goal that is usually written about in various stories? Naruto asked tiredly, lying down on his back on the grass. A cool wind swayed his long hair. The smell of freshness hit his nostrils, saturating the lungs with oxygen, intoxicating the brain. And that's the only thing you're interested in? Naruto just nodded. Isn't it interesting to know how you ended up here and why? It already happened, so I don't care. The grass tickled his neck a little. What next? Yes. I don't know. I don't need anything from you. I will help you master this power and then you will take my place. There is no other way. The girl said with a weak smile. What do you mean, take your place? The guy asked, raising himself up on his elbows. Gods do not live forever, my power is gradually fading. That is why someone appeared who had awakened the same eyes as me. That is why when you have fully mastered and lived out your term, you will take my place here, among the other gods. For people, a lifetime is a very long time, but for deities it is nothing. They have lived for so many years that they cannot count, so some 40 to 60 years for them are like a couple of hours for us. It was this realization that saddened the goddess a little. No one wants to die. What will happen to you? Naruto asked, sitting up. I will die, or rather, I will be killed. But why and who? Why? Because I'm too weak. My strength is not what it used to be. No one needs a weak god. But who will kill you? You will find out later. You don't have to reveal all your cards right away, right? Amaterasu said, laughing again. A strange feeling appeared in Naruto, which he had never experienced before. He looked at the small and neat lips of the goddess, at her neat and beautiful face, and something seemed to tingle in the depths of his soul. Strange, Naruto thought, looking away from the insanely beautiful green eyes of the black-haired girl. What's strange? Amaterasu asked, looking closely at the boy's face. Can you hear what I'm thinking? Naruto stared at her in surprise. What did you think? You are now on my territory, you could say in my world. The girl laughed again after her words. Well, it's time for you to go. If you want to come here again, just ask in your mind. And how does it work? When you talk to me, I can hear your thoughts. I am a god, after all. The girl smiled, after which the world around Naruto began to distort and change. For now, the last thing Naruto heard before disappearing, the girl's voice was sad. Naruto opened his eyes and found himself lying on the bed with a worried Itachi sitting next to him. How are you feeling? Uchiha asked, looking at Naruto lying down. Me, I seem to be fine. Naruto said, as if in some kind of daze. How long was I unconscious? 20, maybe 30 minutes, Itachi said guiltily. Sorry, I completely forgot that you shouldn't strain your eyes yet. Come on, nothing terrible happened. I'm alive, which means everything is fine. The brunette smiled, getting out of bed. Let's go continue training. Are you sure? Naruto nodded, threw on a clean kimono and headed towards the exit of the room, Itachi following him. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Team 7 went on another mission, only this time it was AC rank mission. Before that, they had completed about 100 D rank missions, and so the Hokage entrusted them with a mission of a higher rank. Obito-sensei, we can definitely handle it, especially since we have you with us, one of the strongest Jonin of the Leaf. Menma said with a wide smile. Sasuke and Sakura were walking next to him. The younger Uchiha had already managed to recover from the news that his older, beloved brother had betrayed the village. No, don't get me wrong, he didn't hate Itachi, like everyone in Konoha. On the contrary, he was eager to know why his brother did this. Sasuke knew perfectly well that Itachi would not have done such a thing without a good reason. But he also understood that if his brother did it just for fun, then he would need to return him to the village so that he would answer for his actions. Sasuke, are you ready to carry out AC rank mission? Menma asked cheerfully, his mood charging his team with positive emotions and maintaining morale within them. Of course, the younger Uchiha said, knocking away the outstretched fist. Well, if you're so inclined, then let's go. We need to get to the village hidden in the sand. What are we going to do there? Asked Sakura, who was running between Menma and Sasuke. Every year, the hidden villages send one group of genin to other villages, so that they can gain experience and thus strengthen the relations between the villages. Why did they send us to the sand and not to the cloud village, for example? Asked Menma, who was bringing up the rear of the group. These are no longer questions for me, but for the Hokage. 2 weeks have passed. During this time, Naruto learned to fully use the 3-volume Sharingan, without any threat to health and life. Maybe we should continue our sparring that we didn't finish last time. Itachi suggested when they came to the training ground once again. Only this time with technicians. Good. Naruto jumped away from Itachi and they both activated the 3-volume Sharingan. Naruto took out his katana and covered it with lightning chakra, as well as his body. Itachi took out his tanto and prepared to repel Naruto's attack. Having broken away, leaving behind a small hole, Naruto in a second found himself in front of Itachi and tried to hit the brunette with a horizontal blow. However, thanks to the Sharingan, Itachi was able to block the attack. The clang of metal was heard throughout the training ground, blocking the ears. The blow knocked sparks from 2 metal weapons and tore several lightning bolts from Naruto's katana, which immediately flew into the ground. Wind chakra? Naruto asked, taking a closer look at the tanto. She is the one. The wind is stronger than Raten, thus Itachi protected himself from the katana imbued with lightning chakra. Naruto jumped back a little from the brunette and began to fold the seals. Futon. Wind blades. A huge number of blades rushed towards Uchiha, who, thanks to his Sharingan, dodged all the blades. However, Naruto did not stand still, he rushed at Itachi again. However, the attack was again blocked by the tanto. Blow after blow, but all to no avail, Itachi blocked everything. Naruto jumped away from the brunette a little to catch his breath. Shurikens appeared from Uchiha's sleeve, which he was going to throw at Naruto. He, realizing that it was better to immediately jump back and avoid the attack, jumped up. However, several spikes burst out of the ground, an earth technique. When did he manage to make the seals? Naruto thought as he dodged all the pikes. However, one of them still hit the guy and pierced him through. At that moment, Itachi tensed up a little, but after Naruto disappeared with a loud bang in white smoke, he became alert. Looking around, he realized that he was standing alone in the clearing. The blade of the katana slid slightly across Itachi's neck and he realized that Naruto was behind him and that he had lost. When did you manage to do that? Uchiha asked, deactivating the Sharingan. The moment the clone disappeared. When I was about to be pierced by the pike, I created a shadow clone and while the smoke was clearing and you were distracted, I replaced myself with that fallen shuriken from your hands. That's how I ended up next to you. You didn't notice the difference between me and the clone because it all happened too fast. Naruto sheathed his katana and stood there smiling widely. But I looked around, you were nowhere to be found. Itachi was confused as to how Naruto had managed to do this. Before the clone was pierced by the spike, I managed to throw the kunai into the ground and when there was smoke, I replaced myself with the kunai using the substitution technique and hid behind the earth spike. That's all. Naruto sat down on the ground, slightly out of breath. Still, without the hermit mode, it's hard to maintain the fast mode. I think that in the hermit mode you won't leave me a chance. Itachi said smiling, sitting down on the grass, which had suffered greatly in these 2 weeks. Some were burnt, some were completely gone. Also, during these 2 weeks, Naruto visited Amaterasu every day and simply talked to her. He felt good next to her, but he still couldn't fully understand why. The goddess often told interesting stories from her life and it seemed that she was also interested in communicating with the brunette. After all, she had been practically alone for several centuries. Naruto didn't tell Itachi anything about these meetings. Why? He himself didn't know, the topic just didn't come up. I'll be back in Akatsuki tomorrow, are you with me? Naruto asked, running his hand over the burnt grass. Do you think they'll accept me? Of course, if you haven't forgotten, Pain was originally going to Konoha for you, not me. Maybe we should try your Mangekyo. Itachi suddenly asked. He was interested in the abilities of Naruto's eyes. Come on, maybe we should go outside, you never know. Naruto said, remembering Amaterasu's words. Itachi only agreed with him. When they went outside, a cold and frosty wind hit them in the face, making both guys shiver. It's cold today, Itachi said with a smart look, which made Naruto laugh. You are right as always. Having moved a little away from the shelter, walking through large snowdrifts, the guys finally stopped. Their legs sank knee-deep in snow. I hate winter, Naruto said, sending chakra into his eyes. The pattern of his eyes changed, tongues of black flame enclosed in a black triangle. Most likely, you own the sacred fire of Amaterasu, a black flame that burns for 7 days and 7 nights. Itachi said, concentrate on one point and imagine that it has caught fire with a black flame and send chakra to your eyes. I know this may not be easy, I also struggled with this for a long time at first, but maybe you will succeed faster, which I have no doubt about. Well, let's try. Naruto concentrated on the trees and sent chakra into their eyes. The trees burst into black flames. You overdid it with Naruto's chakra, you'll burn the whole forest down. Itachi shouted, and Naruto, having come to his senses, stopped feeding chakra into the eyes, but a good part of the forest was already burning. How do we put this out? Naruto asked, feeling noticeably warmer. It can't be put out. At least I don't know how, Itachi said, watching the black flames devour the forest. The snow quickly melted and turned into water. The temperature rose by several dozen degrees. Concentrate and imagine that the flames have disappeared or that the flames are gathering into one point and send chakra to your eyes. Amaterasu's voice rang out in Naruto's head. What are you doing in my head? The brunette asked the girl. Act faster or the forest is finished. He heard again in his head. Naruto concentrated on one point, imagining that the flames were gathering there and sent chakra to his eyes. It worked. The flames, as if on command, quickly flowed to one point, after which they disappeared, because Naruto imagined it by sending chakra. It took a lot of strength, because the brunette immediately fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Well done, he heard in his head, and a smile appeared on his face. How did you do that? Itachi asked, helping his friend to his feet. I imagined that it gathers in one point and then disappears, Naruto said, accepting a helping hand and rising to his feet. Naruto, come to me today, I'll finally tell you about your Sharingan completely, Amaterasu said, which obviously interested the brunette. Okay, Naruto agreed, looking somewhere at the sky, as if the girl was there. Well, are we going back now? Aha, Itachi said, and the boys headed towards the shelter. As always, it smelled musty and damp, but the brunettes had long since gotten used to this smell, and therefore it did not bring them any discomfort. Tomorrow when we wake up, we'll go to Akatsuki, but now I want to sleep. Naruto said, who was really tired today. That performance with the Mangekyo took a lot of strength and chakra. Restoring chakra was not a problem, considering that Naruto usually uses natural chakra. Good. Itachi was also quite tired. 2 weeks of nothing but training and training, from morning to evening. Such a lifestyle takes too much energy. Naruto lay down on the bed and, closing his eyes, quickly fell asleep. Only he appeared not in the kingdom of Morpheus, but in the world of Amaterasu. Hello, the girl answered with a smile. Naruto just nodded. Did you want to tell me something about the Sharingan? The two of them had long since switched to informal terms. After all, they were theoretically equal. Yes, you got the genes of the Uchiha clan from Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan, right? Naruto just nodded, sitting down on the grass. This means that his Sharingan has not gone anywhere, even though you awakened my eyes. Shisui's Sharingan and mine have merged into one. That is, you have both the power of my eyes and the power of his eyes. Find out from Itachi in detail about the power of Shisui's eyes. The girl said, smiling. So that's how it is. Naruto said thoughtfully. I think Itachi once mentioned that Shisui's eyes are a treasure trove of genjutsu. There is a tremendous power in your eyes, which, I assure you, you will need very soon. And what is it? Naruto asked with interest, looking at the goddess. Well, it wouldn't be interesting if I told you everything now. The black-haired girl answered, laughing as usual. Naruto couldn't help but smile from her ringing laughter. Wow, who's smiling? You always walk around with a stone face. The girl said, laughing again. Naruto didn't answer, there was only a weak smile on his face. Okay. Amaterasu calmed down. The rustling of the leaves slightly muffled her voice. They talked until the morning, after which Naruto returned back to his world. He did not get tired of the fact that his consciousness was in the world of Amaterasu every night. It was like a dream. Waking up, Naruto felt the pill with his hand and threw it into his mouth, quickly swallowing it. After about 5 minutes, he got out of bed and got dressed, leaving the room. Feeling Itachi's chakra on the training ground, he realized that the brunette was no longer sleeping, and therefore headed towards him. Arriving at the training ground, he saw a rather strange picture. The tired Uchiha was sleeping on the grass like a log. Did he train here all night? Naruto asked himself. He came closer to his friend, sat down next to him and began to wait, meditating at the same time. A few hours later, Itachi woke up and the first thing he saw was Naruto sitting in the lotus position. Why did you lie down to sleep here? Mikami asked, opening his eyes. Me, well, I couldn't sleep in bed, so we decided to lie on the grass. As you can see, it helped. Realizing what he had just said, Itachi laughed. Don't overexert yourself, it could end badly, Naruto said, standing up and holding out his hand to Itachi. You're right. Both guys headed towards the exit of the shelter. Well, it's time to join Akatsuki, Mikami said, jumping up onto a tree, Itachi jumping after him. Half a day later, the two boys reached the Akatsuki lair. They were met by Mirao Uzumaki and Kisame Hoshigaki, as they sensed unfamiliar chakra. Naruto? Asked Kisame, surprised that the leader had only spotted one of the two potential opponents. Although the leader had never been wrong before. Is that Itachi Uchiha next to you? What is he doing here? Hello, long time no see, Naruto said, waving his hand, running up to the two renegades together with Itachi. Old man, don't even think that I forgot about you. Soon, when I return to the village, I will be able to visit your grave, Naruto thought. Who is Itachi Uchiha? Mirao asked Kisame. A renegade from the Leaf Village and my friend. Actually, I would like Itachi to join us too. That's why I need to go to the leader. I think he's already waiting for me. Mikami said, smiling a little. He's changed in these 2.5 weeks, thought Kisame, turning towards the shelter. Well, let's go. I think the leader won't mind another strong ally. Kisame said, hooking the huge sword onto his back. Having reached a 2-story house standing in the middle of the forest, Naruto and company went inside, where as always it was quite noisy. The new arrivals immediately attracted the attention of the rest of the organization. What is this? Reinforcements? Hiden asked, looking into the Uchiha's face. Oh, and you, Naruto, came back, fuck, and you couldn't find a reason to drink. And he himself, FCK your mother, came. Hiden said, bursting into laughter. We'll be right back and I'll introduce you, Naruto said as he walked further down the corridor. Itachi trailed after him. Don't worry, they're all good guys, even though they're renegades, they're fun to be with. Naruto said, walking from room to room. Come in, came from behind the door after knocking on it. 2 brunettes walked inside. Pain-sama, could Itachi Uchiha, who is currently listed as a missing nin from the village hidden in the leaves, join Akatsuki? Naruto asked, looking straight into the leader's Rinnegan. And why do you want to join us? The red-haired man asked, turning to Uchiha. I became a renegade of my village. I have nowhere else to go and Naruto called me with him. And I have no desire to return to the village, Itachi said, lying a little at the end. Well, I agree. Come in together tomorrow to get the full information, said Pain, and the 2 brunettes bowed and left the office. Well, now to the kitchen. It's time to meet everyone, Naruto said, smiling. Commentary on emerging feelings. Or just an illusion. So now I think it's worth explaining about the pills and powder that Naruto takes. Here's the thing. The pills are my variation of Ishiki, MDMA plus stimulants, that is, they increase serotonin 9 times. The hormone of joy and happiness, and do not accelerate much, due to stimulants. Naruto takes it to improve his mood. In my version, he modified it in such a way that there is no tolerance at all and it starts to work faster, within 5 minutes. In reality it takes from 5 to 40 minutes, and the powder, roughly speaking, it's amphetamine, which he also modified, again with tolerance and speed of action. Simply put, this drug accelerates you speak faster, move faster, serotonin does not increase in the same volume as when using pills, so he takes the powder only when he needs to concentrate on something. P.S. Drugs are evil. Don't use them. How do you like the chapter? I think it's great. Honestly, I would be happy if there was more activity, but because I disappeared for 2 months, most readers apparently didn't even look in my direction. Well, it's purely my fault. I think the activity will return when I start a new fic, and it will start soon. In a couple of weeks I'll finish this one if I don't mind and start a new one in a week, if not earlier. And as always, my favorite song, which fits the chapter better than ever. Murder Killer, While the Night Melts. We'll see each other soon and you'll regret everything. There is no strength to move on, which means it is destined to be so. Hate your fate and pour fire into yourself. Kill yourself in the evenings, realizing that you are nobody because I hold your hand and I don't feel anything. The next morning, the Akatsuki organization was gradually rising from the dead. Everyone had clearly been drinking too much yesterday, but at least everyone had met Itachi. Itachi, we need to go see the leader, Naruto said, standing up. That night he was at Amaterasu's again, as always. Oh. Yeah, Itachi said sleepily. He quickly got himself in order, and the guys headed to Pain's office. Itachi Uchiha, you will be on a team with Naruto Mikami. Since you have known each other for a long time, this will be the best solution, said Pain, looking into the eyes of Uchiha. The guys only nodded in agreement. So, your first task will be to kill the feudal lord of the country of Wind. He has been putting spokes in the wheels of our organization for several years, especially since his head is paid crazy money on the black market. When should we move out? Mikami asked seriously. The sooner the better. The guys nodded and bowed, leaving the leader's room and heading to collect their things. A feudal lord, then. They gave us a big deal, though, Naruto thought, grabbing the white powder. Naruto was waiting for Itachi at the exit of the shelter. There were melting snowdrifts on the street, puddles on the roads, and the first buds appeared on the trees. Spring is gradually coming to life. According to the leader, the feudal lord is currently halfway to the village. It seems he is accompanied by several dozen elite jonin and 2 teams of genin with him, who were taken to strengthen the relations between the countries. Itachi briefly informed Naruto. Genin teams. Itachi asked in confusion, looking at the back of his friend who was running ahead. From Konoha and Suna, I don't know who. Jumping from branch to branch, the guys slowly picked up speed. I hope it's not Team 7, Naruto thought, looking over his shoulder at Itachi. We have about a day's journey at this pace. Uchiha just nodded, agreeing with Naruto. Meanwhile, the feudal lord of the Wind Country, a team of genin from the Leaf and Suna, and the elite jonin guarding him, made a stop. Obito-sensei, I have a bad feeling about this, Sakura said, sitting down near the fire the jonin had made. There are several dozen elite shinobi around us. They will definitely be able to protect us. Obito answered with a smile, after which he added, especially since I am nearby, so you don't have to worry. Obito and Sakura turned the gaze to Menma, Sasuke and Gaara, who were talking enthusiastically about something. Gaara was the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Bayu, but the village did not treat him with contempt and hatred. On the contrary, they considered him a hero who restrained such a powerful beast inside himself. Thanks to this attitude, Gaara never had a surge of chakra from the one-tailed tanuki. Sakura, tell me about your village, Temari said, sitting down next to the pink-haired girl. Temari was Gaara's older sister and a very kind and sympathetic person. What are you interested in? Realizing that Obito was no longer needed here, he stood up with a kind and cheerful smile and headed towards the head of security to discuss a few details about the completion of the mission. The sun had already begun to sink down, painting the sky pink-orange. Now they were on the border of the land of fire and the land of wind. On one side was a desert, on the other a forest that was waking up from sleep again. There are still 3 minutes to the target, Naruto said quietly, hiding both brunettes thanks to the dome of Senchakra. The guys stopped on a tree branch. What's wrong? We haven't even gotten there yet, Itachi said, standing with a 3-volume Sharingan. Wait, Naruto poured a handful of white powder into his palm and sniffed it all with a rolled-up bill, leaving no crumbs behind. Thinking about quitting? Itachi asked, but remembered that Naruto was usually unable to speak after taking a dose. The pain in his nose and sometimes in his throat was too strong. Naruto threw his head back and breathed evenly. I'm not planning on it yet, but I'll get to it one day, Mikami answered honestly, drawing his katana. Are you ready? Itachi just nodded. Well, time to have some fun. A small makeshift campsite was visible from a tree branch. Several tents, a fire with flames. I just need to concentrate and imagine this picture right. Naruto asked, closing his eyes and addressing the goddess. Yes, remember how I taught you? Said, smiling, although Naruto didn't see it. Well, let's try. Naruto opened his eyes, in which the Mangekyo Sharingan was burning, and concentrated. Ninpo, Dance of the Black Flame. Suddenly the camp was engulfed in black flames. The tents burst into black flames in a second, as did the people in Naruto's field of vision. A piercing cry of pain was heard. 2 brunettes in the organization's characteristic uniform landed in front of the group of jonin. Straw hats hid their identity. Obito, with the help of his Mangekyo Sharingan, was able to save the feudal lord and the gaping genin. They simply became intangible to this world. Menma, Sasuke, Sakura, protect the Sand team. Leave all the work to the jonin. Obito stayed with Baku near the genin team and the feudal lord. What are the Akatsuki doing here? The head of security asked, addressing the 2 strangers. We're not interested in you, we only need the feudal lord. Naruto said, looking through the Mangekyo at all the enemies. And you think we'll just give it to you? Otherwise, we will capture both the feudal lord and the Jinchuriki. The choice is yours. You are too self-confident. 2 jonin appeared behind the 2 Akatsuki members and tried to cut their throats with kunai, but both brunettes easily dodged the attack and sent the 2 attackers flying with simultaneous kicks. Strong, Obito thought as he watched Akatsuki's actions closely. Thoughts of defeat and death were already flashing through the genin's minds. They were well aware of the strength of the 2 unknowns standing before them. I didn't expect a simple fight. Formation 4, said the head of security, whose name was Mei. 8 jonin immediately rushed forward and surrounded their opponents. At the same time, they began to form seals for the technique. Futon, Windblade. The Suna jonins shouted at the same time. Just as Naruto and Itachi were about to jump up to avoid the attack, they saw 3 more shinobi launching the same technique. A strong wind arose, raising sand that flew into their eyes. Damn, Naruto thought as he made several one-handed seals. Kato, fiery dome. Futon, wind flow. A strong wind flow slowed down the enemy's techniques, which were unable to penetrate the fire dome. Thus, the boys were able to avoid the technique, which was the result of coordinated work. It's time to stop joking, Naruto said seriously, concentrating again. Ninpo, hell on earth. A huge number of peaks consisting of black flames appeared from the ground, like a Doton technique. A stream of blood ran from Naruto's right eye. Don't strain your eyes, Am responded in a sweet voice in the boy's head. The spears pierced almost all of the jonin, even those who were sitting in ambush. The clearing was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Futon, Gust, May used the technique, trying to put out the flames, but it was no use. You will not extinguish this flame. This is Amaterasu, only members of the Uchiha clan can summon it. Obito said, looking at the boy who handled this technique so deftly. Who are you? Me, a member of the organization, you don't need to know the rest. A kunai flew out from somewhere behind the bushes, which Naruto managed to dodge, but it knocked off the straw hat on his head, revealing an S-rank renegade to the world. Damn, a dying gift, huh? Having sensed where the kunai came from, Naruto only felt a fading source of chakra. Mikami Naruto, Obito asked in shock, seeing the Sharingan in his eyes. Itachi, meanwhile, finally saw the Konoha team and saw Sasuke there. Fuck, I didn't ask for team number 7, Naruto thought, finally turning his attention to Obito. Where did you get those eyes? Obito asked angrily. I will answer, but first I will ask a question. The life of your team will depend on your answer. Naruto said seriously, his hair turned white, 2 horns appeared on his head, his eyes filled with blood, and the desire to kill was so strong that the genins lost consciousness, as did the feudal lord. Do you really think I'm going to follow your lead? Obito asked, barely able to control himself. Naruto's ki was terrifying him. Deal with the rest of the jonin. There are only 3 left. I'll take care of Obito and the feudal lord. Naruto jumped up and a second later found himself in front of the Uchiha. He sent him flying with a kick. Thanks to the fact that he managed to gather chakra in his stomach, where Mikami had hit him, he survived with minor injuries. Damn, just a little bit more, because of the speed of the white-haired Obito, he did not have time to become intangible, he only managed to subconsciously send chakra to his stomach. So will you answer my question? Naruto asked, holding his katana to his opponent's throat. No way. He made just one movement of his hand that should have ended the Uchiha's life, but the katana passed through him, and a second later Obito hit him in the stomach. Having flown a few meters, Naruto landed on his feet, his gaze becoming more serious. He can become intangible, Naruto thought. Looking closer he saw Mangekyo in Uchiha's eyes. So it's the ability of the eyes, the guy thought, grabbing the katana and channeling lightning chakra through it, he again rushed forward and attacked Obito, but his katana was blocked by the enemy's tanto. The blow knocked out a huge number of sparks and the clang of metal was heard throughout the desert. Who was involved in the murder of the third? Naruto asked, pressing harder and harder with each passing second. What are you talking about? What murder? He died a natural death. So you don't even know. Naruto, jumping away from the enemy, laughed loudly and hysterically. Kaiten, a large fireball. Obito didn't even think about giving Naruto time to laugh. Mikami dodged the technique, stopping his laughter, but Obito slipped out from under the ball, intending to plunge his katana into the missing man's throat. Everything would be fine, but you're too slow. Naruto with one deft movement of the katana deflected Obito's tanto to the sides and with a blow from the elbow, sent the Uchiha to the ground, having slightly cut the jonin before that. You see, little Obito. Such mockery of his enemy amused Naruto, and the Uchiha's look made the missing nin laugh. The slightly scorched cloak fluttered in the wind. It's not that simple with the death of the third, but if I say it now, it will be uninteresting. I will leave you and the genin teams alone, but only on the condition that you pass something to Fugaku. Naruto answered with a smile. Obito tried to move, but his whole body ached and, most importantly, did not want to move. What did you do? Poison, Naruto replied, pointing his finger at a small cut on the Konoha Jonin's cheek. So that's my request. Tell Fugaku that he'll pay for everything soon. Revenge is near. Word for word, please. Naruto knocked out Team 7's sensei with a kick. Quickly appearing next to Itachi, who was standing opposite the head of security, Naruto immediately understood everything. The Uchiha had used Tsukuyomi and was now tormenting the Jonin in a world of dreams and illusions. Are you done? Uchiha asked, turning to Naruto. Mei fell dead a few seconds later, his heart giving out. There were 2 more corpses lying next to him, defeated in a similar way, only with a weaker genjutsu that didn't require as much strength. The feudal lord remains, Naruto said, heading towards the unconscious body. But Baku stood in his way. It seems you are the sensei of the genin from the sand, Naruto said, looking straight into the man's eyes. I have no desire to kill you, you have done nothing to me. Leave and calmly return to the village with your subordinates and those who are still alive. No way, Baku replied, taking out a kunai. Fool. Naruto was already standing behind him and knocked out the sensei with a precise blow to the neck. Why should I keep such a thick-headed idiot alive? Naruto complained, looking at Itachi. Sensei. A desperate cry was heard from somewhere to the side. Turning his head, Naruto saw Gaara, tears pouring from his eyes and hatred visible in them. Ho ho, it seems we have a problem, Naruto said, and a second later an enraged Shukaku stood in front of him. Finally, I'm free. You pathetic bastards will pay for sealing me, Shukaku announced loudly, looking at the standing Akatsuki. You will be the first ones I kill, after all these years. Don't even hope, Tanuki. A beastly voice sounded slightly behind the brunettes. These Uchiha are mine. Turning around, Naruto saw Menma, who was in the cloak of the 9 tails chakra, 4 tails fluttering behind him, but the fox had control over the body due to the fact that Namikaze was unconscious. You're right, we're in trouble, Itachi said tiredly. You take the 1-tailed, I'll take care of the 9-tailed. Naruto entered the lightning chakra shroud and rushed forward, attacking Menma. Pathetic human, do you really think this will harm me? Blocking the vertical slash of the katana with his chakra tail. Fuck. Dodging the tail that was heading straight for the guy, Naruto landed 10 meters away from the Jinchuriki. This is going to be harder than I thought. Meanwhile, Itachi stood in front of the Tanuki and thought about how to win. Having dodged another technique, the brunette noticed Gaara sleeping on Shukaku's head. It's worth a try, Naruto thought, dodging another bullet launched by the tailed beast. Shukaku's techniques mowed down the forest around them and raised dust mixed with sand. The 1-tailed decided to slap the Uchiha with its paw, smearing him across the sand. However, Itachi dodged again, jumped onto the paw and ran up it, simultaneously dodging other attacks from the 1-tailed beast. Damn Uchiha. The Bayu was simply furious, he couldn't hit him. Itachi reached Shukaku's head and hit Gaara with force, causing him to wake up. No. The 1-tailed was sucked into the seal on the guy's forehead again. Landing on the ground with Gaara, Itachi carefully placed him on the ground. Kill me, said the red-haired man. I don't need any trouble, I'll help you with the 1-tailed, but in return you won't reveal my identity. With the strong currents of wind that the Bayu created, the straw hat flew off the Uchiha's head, revealing him to the world. Okay, Gaara replied half deliriously, after which Itachi and he entered his subconscious and cast a strong illusion on the 1-tailed one, which would restrain it. Thank you, the red-haired man said before hanging up. We need to help Naruto. Meanwhile, Mikami was fighting Menma. Their strengths were not equal, even though the brunette was in Sannin mode and had his Sharingan activated. At this rate, I'm definitely going to lose, Naruto thought as he blocked a direct hit from Menma's extended arm, but quickly regretted it. The 9-tails chakra was so poisonous that it burned through the guy's already tattered kimono, leaving burns on his arm and sending him flying. Having crashed into a tree, Naruto got back on his feet, but the fox was already standing in front of him. Die, he said, raising his clawed paw to strike and grabbing the guy by the throat. Naruto, remembering what Am had told him about Shisui's eyes and Itachi's words, decided to try casting an illusion on the fox. An illusion of black flames. Naruto whispered softly, his throat being squeezed more and more by his paws. The fox suddenly stopped, after which the cloak completely disappeared into the black flames. And Menma fell unconscious to the ground. Naruto fell after him. Terrible burns on his neck and arms. He barely remained alive. Fucking fox, Naruto thought as he began to heal himself. Naruto, Itachi shouted running up to his friend. Seeing his wounds, he was in severe shock. It was the first time he saw Naruto in such a deplorable state. How he was still alive was a mystery. Having quickly healed his wounds, Naruto was able to get up in a few minutes, leaning on his friend. The two of them headed for the original goal of their mission. I'll kill Pain, why the fuck didn't he warn me that there would be 2 Jinchuriki here at once, who don't control their Bayu at all? I almost died, Naruto said, taking breaths. His throat still hadn't healed, even though the senchakra had already started to do so, but it would take at least a week to fully recover. Bitch, the guy thought, holding back waves of pain. Don't kill me. I'll do whatever it takes. I'll pay any amount, just please spare my life, said the feudal lord, crawling away from the two guys who were covered in blood in horror. It turned out that some of the one-tailed's techniques had still affected Itachi. Many deep cuts were visible on his body and face in particular. You should have lived right and nothing would have happened. But now it's too late. Die. Trash. Naruto slowly approached the feudal lord lying on the sand, raising his katana to strike. Just as he was about to lower it, the feudal lord threw a handful of sand into Naruto's eyes and began to slowly crawl away. Bitch. Focusing on sensory abilities, Naruto lowered the katana, which entered right into the throat, piercing it through. Die in agony, scum. Mikami said, pulling out the katana. The feudal lord immediately grabbed his throat, coughing up blood from his mouth. He began to groan in pain, but this action did not help, but only intensified the pain. Life seemed to flash before the feudal lord's eyes and he, choking on his own blood, began to cry. Universal horror and fear were visible in his eyes, and his lips moved, trying to say something. A dog's death, Naruto said, looking at him with indifferent eyes. The worst thing you can see before death is an indifferent look, and Naruto knew it. Tears began to flow from the feudal lord's eyes. He understood that he was about to die. It was becoming more and more difficult to breathe, and too much blood was accumulating in his mouth and throat. His eyes began to darken, and after a few seconds the feudal lord choked on blood and finally died. Bastard, Naruto said, sealing the body into a scroll. Are you okay? The brunette asked, finishing messing with the corpse. It's fine. The cloak was torn into bloody shreds. Naruto created a clone and ordered it to heal Itachi's wounds, while he sat down on the sand. Now we need to get back to Akatsuki, Naruto said a few minutes later, when the clone had healed most of Itachi's wounds. You're right, Uchiha said, handing over the straw hats. Putting them on, the boys began to leave the crime scene. Why are you doing all this? Why are you killing innocent people? Naruto and Itachi stopped when they heard Sasuke's voice. Someday you will understand everything, but not now. You better take care of the survivors, of which there are not many left. Many of them are on the verge. I left the medic Nin alive, he is lying in those bushes. Itachi said, pointing his hand at the bushes. This voice seemed familiar to Sasuke, but he could not place it. While Sasuke was thinking about this, the two boys disappeared into the shunshin. Comment to soon we will see each other and you will regret everything. Eiko feet ready, empty. How do you like the chapter? I think it's great. How much I had to describe here is God bless. It seemed to me at some point that Naruto was too strong, so I had to introduce a counterbalance in the form of Kurama with 4 tails. And what do you think of the chapter? Besheno. The beginning of the end part 1. I'm happy. Commentary on the beginning of the end part 1. I'm happy. This is an excerpt from a song I wrote. How do you like the chapter? I wrote it in a completely different style. I don't know what age group I'm targeting, so I'm not sure if you'll like it, but from now on I'll try to write in this vein. I've had enough of children's works. It's time to write seriously. There are many philosophical topics covered here, and I want each of you to think about at least one topic after reading the chapter. For me, these are the most important topics that I've been looking for an answer to for quite some time. So here it is. The chapter was written after 23 hours of being awakened on Fiendbit. If you're interested, you can read it. If my doctor prescribed something to me, I'm not a drug addict. Well, I finally revealed their relationship. Honestly, I liked the chapter, even though it turned out to be transitional. I think I'll finish this fic soon, leaving the seeds for a second season, where Naruto will save Am and finally become, spoiler alert, a god of a new world, damn it. And again, because of the state in which I wrote the chapter, there may be some transitions and questions that you may not understand at first glance. But I am a writer and I see it this way. If you don't understand, then reread it again and do it until you understand. If you still don't understand, then write, I will explain. And also, I am waiting for more feedback from you. It is important for me. The activity leaves much to be desired, so at least somehow lift my spirits. Among the cheerful faces I felt no warmth. Burning everything that is dear to me to the ground, throwing ashes to the wind. One day I will freeze, having lost everything that I hold dear. I've decided. That's it. I'm leaving. Where and why? I don't give a fuck. I wanted to get away from this world which he destroyed with his own forces. There was no incentive to go any further. I lost it on the way. The 20th floor and life is lived. I'm standing on a cliff and I just want to leave. When Obito woke up the next day, he couldn't believe what had happened. People were bustling around him, healing his wounds and trying to get him back on his feet. The poison wasn't fatal. The clouds floating across the blue sky prompted the Jonin to philosophical thoughts. A cold gust of wind unpleasantly burned his face. Focusing his gaze on the people around him, he noticed Konoha and Suna protectors. Help! Uchiha thought before he lost consciousness again from the leak, falling into darkness. How did this happen? Minato asked, walking up to the wounded but still alive shinobi from the elite Suna Jonin squad. They attacked unexpectedly. It was Akatsuki. It was difficult for him to speak. His whole body was aching with intense pain. Akatsuki, Minato asked himself, thanking the shinobi, he left the tent, leaving him in the peace he needed. From the neighboring tent came out a worried and tired Rasa, the fourth Kazekage. It was Akatsuki, but who is still unknown. I think we should wait until Obito or Baku wakes up, the Hokage said, drawing level with the leader of Suna. It's good that at least someone survived. However, we still can't find either the feudal lord or his body. Perhaps he was the organization's target. As far as I know, he was putting a spoke in Akatsuki's wheels. Minato voiced his guess. Entering the tent, Obito had been brought into with Rasa. Hokage-sama, Obito hissed, waking up again. Hush, hush, you need peace, Minato said, sitting down next to his student. He couldn't lose his student. He would definitely save him, no matter what it took. Although there was no reason to worry, the doctors said that the Uchiha was in a stable condition, but everything could change quickly. A strong wind rose outside, but inside it was not felt, except for the noise of the tent, which was a little disturbing. Obito drank a glass of water handed to him, after which, having collected his thoughts a little, he began to speak. Mikami Naruto. It was Mikami Naruto, who was the second member of the team. I don't know. The sensei of team number 7 began to speak slowly. His throat quickly went dry again and he fell silent for a few seconds and continued. The strangest thing is, in his eyes there was a Mangekyo Sharingan, which he could deactivate. He is too strong, I couldn't handle him, forgive me Hokage-sama. It was difficult for him to speak and the leaders of the villages understood this, and therefore decided to let him rest, and then find out more. Going outside once again, they inhaled the slightly frosty air. Spring is a time of year when the weather often changes, sometimes very cold, sometimes very hot, you can never guess what it will be like. Mikami Naruto means, Minato had already regretted 100 times in his life that he had left this young man alive. He was bringing too many problems, especially lately. Exhaling tiredly, Minato simply sat down on the sand slightly warmed by the sun's rays. Mikami Naruto, who is this? Rasa asked, looking a little into the distance at the horizon. The thoughts in his head had already settled down a little, but it was still quite difficult to accept the fact that in one night the country of Wind had lost about 30 of its best shinobi and a feudal lord. An S-rank renegade from my village. It turns out he joined the Akatsuki. Minato said thoughtfully, fingering the many grains of sand in his hand. I think the feudal lord is dead and Mikami killed him. Rasa noted to himself that he had heard that name somewhere before. I think so too. As soon as we sort everything out, I will raise the reward for his head. He will definitely answer for his actions. The Kazekage just nodded. They were both tired from that night. As soon as they both received a letter of help from the very medic Nin whom Sasuke helped get back on his feet, they immediately rushed here with a rescue team. I think I should go see Sasuke. Maybe he knows something, Namikaze said, getting back to his feet. Rasa followed him and they went into another tent. Hokage-sama, Kazekage-sama. Sasuke stood up and bowed respectfully to both rulers of the countries. In this tent lay Gaara and Menma, who Sasuke did not leave for a step. He was very worried about the state of his friends. Sasuke, what did you see? The Hokage asked tiredly. I only remember how they attacked us. I saw the face of only one of them, Mikami Naruto. He had the Uchiha clan's dojutsu and could summon Amaterasu, like my brother, only much stronger. That's the last thing I remember before losing consciousness. Sasuke said, looking down at the floor. He was ashamed that he lost consciousness so easily. And when I came to, I saw that Mikami was sealing the feudal lord's bloody body in a scroll. I asked them why they were doing this. Maybe you know. What are they doing? Why do they kill innocent people? For what? Why can't the conflict be resolved peacefully? Why do they have to kill? Hysteria after what they had experienced. That's what both heads thought and they were partly right. The world that Sasuke looked at through rose-colored glasses began to quickly collapse. It was not the first time he had encountered death, but before that, it was the deaths of Nukanen, traitors. In his understanding they deserved to die, but now everything was different. In his understanding, the feudal lord was not a bad person, but even the opposite. In our lives, Nothing happens the way we want it to. Sooner or later, everyone has to grow up, but for shinobi it happens much earlier. Criminals have no concept of honor and morality. For them, there is no difference between killing a traitor and killing a good person. They're dirt for the entire shinobi world, you understand. Everyone has their own truth. People never try to look at a situation from both sides. They tend to look at something only from their own side. If it is bad for them, then this act or situation or person is also bad. They do not have a deconstruction of consciousness. But every traitor will answer for their actions sooner or later. These words instilled in Sasuke the belief that the world is fair, although in fact it is not so at all. A strong desire appeared in the young shinobi, which he now considered his duty, to make all the apostates and bad people in general pay for their actions. Our desires often lead us into the most terrible situations. More often than not, our desires are just an illusion that dissipates over time, opening our eyes to this world. Will this desire, or as Sasuke believes, duty, be an illusion, or will it turn out to be something that is truly worth striving for? Sasuke, you have greatly helped in the investigation. I guarantee you that the culprits will definitely be punished. For the fact that you did not lose your head in such a situation and for your coordinated actions that helped save lives hanging by a thread, you will be awarded a reward. But why does he need this reward? To strengthen his faith in justice and his usefulness. So that he becomes even more attached to the village, where he will now be considered a hero who saved lives in a difficult situation. Where am I? Gaara asked, pushing himself up on his elbows, looking around the place he woke up in. The last thing he remembered was being helped with the one tail. Gaara, Rasa shouted, happy that his son had come to his senses. Father, the head seemed heavy, as if it weighed several tens of tons. How are you? The Kozekage asked worriedly, carefully examining his son. It's normal. More or less coming to his senses and remembering everything that happened yesterday, he suddenly, unexpectedly for the Kage, asked, is Baku alive? Yes, the red-haired man felt relieved. What happened yesterday? Shukaku broke free when the unknown person almost killed Baku. But they managed to calm him down, that's all I remember. Gaara said, lying a little, remembering that he gave Itachi his word not to give him away. What else do you remember? The fourth clearly did not expect to hear that in the heat of battle Abayu was freed, and even more so that someone single-handedly managed to subdue it without harming his son. Whoever you are, I am grateful to you, Rasa thought, exhaling calmly. I remember that when the one-tailed disappeared, I briefly regained consciousness. While I was flying from above, I saw Menma, who was in the Bijuu's cloak, with 4 or 5 tails. He fought against a guy in a strange cloak. He had white hair and 2 strange horns on his head. This news again amazed the Kage. Rasa began to understand how strong Naruto was, since he was able to pacify the 9 tails, albeit with 4 tails, and still escape alive. And in Minato's memory, no one except a member of the Uzumaki clan had previously succeeded in doing this. Thank you, Gaara, you've helped us a lot. Now rest, you need to gain strength. Minato said with a good-natured smile. Finally, having figured everything out, they went outside. This Mikami is too dangerous. I suggest we combine the reward for him, Rasa said after thinking for a bit. I agree that he is dangerous, but is it worth it for you to spend money on a reward for a renegade from our village now? With all due respect to you, it is worthwhile to first fix everything inside the village. After all, you have suffered too many losses and I think this will also have an economic impact, Minato said, looking at the rhythmically swaying bare trees. You're probably right, the Kozekage agreed with him, sighing tiredly. Meanwhile, Naruto and Itachi stopped halfway to the shelter. Naruto sat on the branch of a bare tree and looked at the sky, which was slowly becoming covered with clouds, which meant only one thing: the weather was about to get worse. Sasuke's phrase was spinning in his head. Why? Why are you doing all this? Why are you killing innocent people? Why? Isn't it obvious to him? There are only a few ways. Either we like it or there was a reason for it. It's time to grow up. Sasuke, stop looking at the world through rose-colored glasses. I think your world will turn upside down when you find out what kind of person your father is. People are the most vile creatures that can be found on Earth. No one has ever disgusted Naruto as much as they do. People always do what's best for themselves, not giving a damn about the feelings of others. Everyone is always looking for benefits. And if someone treats them the same way they do, then it is incomprehensible to them. They immediately blame this person for acting like a bastard. People are like that. Naruto sat and thought about what would change after the death of Fugaku and everyone involved in the murder of the old man. He was interested in Sasuke's reaction. Will he hate or will he understand everything? And if he hates, then why? Because he killed one of the most precious people to him. But how is Fugaku better than Naruto himself? Why doesn't Sasuke hate his father then? Because he doesn't know. And if he knew, would something change? Unlikely, he will most likely simply accept it as a given, that it was necessary. But who needs the death of another person? Perhaps an abnormal person, which Naruto has long since become. Death is the favorite topic of the younger Mikami. There was not a day when Naruto did not think about death. Over the years, he came to the conclusion that death is just another stage that people tend to exalt over others. Stupid. Naruto, are you okay? Itachi asked, noticing his friend's thoughtful face. Yes, and you? Without taking his eyes off the beautiful half-closed sky, he asked a seemingly strange question. But for Naruto, this question carried much more than you might think. Are we all right? Can we be sure of that? Me too, the weather will soon get really bad. We need to find a place to spend the night. I think reconnaissance teams have set out after us, Itachi said, getting to his feet. There's no need for that. After making a few seals, imprinting the sky in their memory, Naruto and Itachi found themselves in one of Orochimaru's hideouts, leaving behind white smoke among the many trees, which soon dispersed in the wind. We'll leave as soon as everything outside is quiet. Listening, Itachi heard the howling of the wind, as if it was trying to tell him something, to shout something. You need to rest, just like me, Naruto said, walking into the first room he came across. You're right, Itachi sighed tiredly. He was a little tense about what was happening to his friend. He had become somehow different after yesterday. As if colder to everything, more and more often he was in his thoughts. Entering the room, Itachi saw the usual cobweb in the corner and felt the mustiness and dampness, which he had already managed to get out of the habit of. The concrete ceiling crumbled a little. It was not so sweet outside. Itachi lay down on the bed and almost immediately fell asleep. His wounds and fatigue made themselves known. He spent a lot of energy on the recent battle. Naruto also lay down on the bed, but he was in no hurry to fall asleep. His head was filled with many thoughts. Would the old man want me to do this? Naruto suddenly thought, analyzing his recent actions. However, he again came to the conclusion that the dead would not hear his experiences and words. There is no point in living for those who are no longer there. There is no point in trying to be better for those who will never breathe again. Closing his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. However, opening his eyes again, he found himself in the same green meadow, where the same season is always. Only, today it was somehow completely cloudy. The sun, which had been shining brightly before, was hidden behind the clouds, and the wind became stronger and colder. Naruto, how are you? The girl asked solicitously, but the roar of the wind drowned out her words. Amaterasu silently took the boy by the hand and led him into the house that stood on the edge of the forest. The leaves rustled pleasantly. Naruto even thought for a second that he had ended up in paradise. Next to him was a person with whom he felt good. There was a forest around and they were alone. There were no annoying people and problems that needed to be solved. He did not want to leave this place. It's not so calm today, the girl said, still holding the brunette's hand, without even noticing it. The warmth from someone else's hand warmed her not only physically, but also spiritually. She felt calmer next to Naruto. She had realized that long ago. The girl looked into the brunette's eyes with care. I love you, the brunette said, kissing the girl on the lips. He had long ago sorted out all his feelings. He had no fear of being rejected. He understood that loved him too. He felt it deep in his soul. Hot breath blew over the girl's face, which immediately turned red, and her lips touched. When Naruto was about to break the kiss, did not let him do so. I love you too, the girl said, moving away from the guy's lips. She had to stand on her toes to reach the guy's lips. Naruto pressed the goddess to himself and hugged her tightly. This is your world, right? Just nodded happily. Can you make it so that you and I can be together as long as possible? A happy smile appeared on the guy's face for the first time in several months. This couldn't help but please the girl and she nodded shyly. Naruto and lay down in the bed, which was on the second floor. The wind outside only got stronger. The wooden walls creaked in their ears. But this didn't bother the lovers at all. They lay in an embrace and talked about something. Tell me, am I a terrible person? These thoughts tormented his soul. Naruto always didn't care about people's opinions, about the opinions of strangers, but he always valued and listened to the opinions of people close to him. He didn't want his loved ones to think badly of him. This question put the girl in a little dead end. Naruto, don't be stupid. You're not a bad person at all. You've done a lot of good. The girl said, smiling and quickly kissing the guy on the cheek. Thank you, the guy said quietly, burying his face in the girl's hair, inhaling her scent. I'm happy. I'm happy, they thought at the same time with a smile on their faces. Old man, I found what I was looking for all my life, but don't even think that I gave up on my previous goals. You'll see, I'll definitely make them pay for what they did. And then I'll save Am and stay with her forever, Naruto thought, completely forgetting that the girl could hear everything. Amaterasu only had a wide, happy smile on her face. Revenge and life after it. Anyone can write a story. Give a monkey a typewriter and it can write a story. However, not everyone can finish it. No matter how you twist and turn, there will still be those who will not like the ending or the story itself. I think this sounded in the last episode of Season 5 of Supernatural, well, or something similar. I completely agree with this, however. It is important to decide for yourself that you need to write what you like, otherwise what's the point? Write as your soul tells you, there will always be readers who will like your work. Remember my words, if you suddenly want to start writing. Fic book is just a hobby for me, I write only to kill time, but I do it usefully, improving my writing skill and bringing you something you can read. I was glad to everyone who went through this path with me. When I was just starting out, few people read me. And now I am in the favorites of about 300 people. This is not much, but for me a huge number. I do not understand how anyone can read me. But I am infinitely glad that such people exist. Your reviews and kind words give me the strength to continue writing. I will soon start a new fic, as soon as I decide on a topic. For now, I plan to do something like, but otherwise, read the description of the chapter. Enjoy reading. I can't turn back, I can't move forward, I'm not upset, I'm not happy, I'm hardly alive, I'm hardly dead, the huge world is in my hands, curled up in blood on the glass, a choir of summer birds in my eyes disappeared like a cigarette butt into the darkness. Opening his eyes, Naruto surprisingly did not see the grey ceiling of Orochimaru's hideout, but quite the opposite. The creaking of the boards and Am's snoring made the guy smile. Turning his head, Naruto met the gaze of the girl, who was no longer asleep. Sleepy eyes looked at the brunette lovingly. Sorry, I probably woke you up, the guy apologized, stroking her hair, to which the girl only shook her head. I woke up myself. The girl smiled and hugged the guy. Oh, I completely forgot. I need to tell you something very important. The goddess looked at Naruto seriously. What? Mikami himself became serious. Kaguya, one of the organization's members, is going to revive it. She is not a myth either. She is quite real, and if she suddenly revives, she will destroy the entire world. We, the gods, cannot interfere in your world under any circumstances. Although the goddess herself had already interfered in the human world more than once, Naruto did not dwell on this, continuing to listen. Black Zetsu. He is an artificially created likeness of a human, completely consisting of Kaguya's chakra. By skillfully manipulating the current leader of the organization, he will definitely reach his goal, and then. Does he need to be killed? Naruto asked, looking at the goddess. Unfortunately, you won't be able to kill him, but it's easy to seal him. Then consider that black bastard no longer alive, Naruto said, hugging Am. Good luck. The smile was the last thing Naruto saw as he disappeared from the goddess's world. Damn, here I am again, Naruto thought, looking at the grey ceiling. Standing up and getting dressed, Naruto headed towards Itachi, who was resting in his room, already awake. Itachi, we have a very important mission, the guy said as he entered his friend's room. Sitting down, he looked questioningly at Naruto. Do you remember that strange creature from the organization? The drops falling from the ceiling made an unpleasant sound. Black and white Zetsu, Itachi asked, not understanding what the brunette standing in the doorway was getting at. He is the one, we need to kill him before he resurrects Kaguya. These words confused Itachi even more. What makes you think that? Amaterasu said so, she is a goddess and knows all of this. From start to finish, Naruto was completely prepared for the Uchiha's distrust, and therefore was not at all surprised by the look of incomprehension with hints of doubt. Are you sure? You blindly believed her, don't you think she's lying? Itachi asked, looking away from his friend to the upper corner of the room, as if thinking about something. If the person I love deceives me, then what's the point of this world? The selfish people who wait for you at every corner. Is there any point in trusting anyone then? From Mikami's words, Itachi realized that Naruto and Amaterasu were apparently in love with each other, but it still didn't fit in his head. How could a goddess fall in love with an ordinary person? Isn't that strange? Beloved, Itachi asked cautiously, turning his gaze back to the boy. Yes, I confessed to her and she reciprocated. Naruto cleared up the situation a little and confirmed Uchiha's speculations. You'll do it anyway, right? He still doubted the truth of what he heard, Everything sounded painfully strange. Wouldn't the thoughtless actions lead to the destruction of this world? But if they did nothing and the goddess's words turned out to be true, then the world would also end. In both cases, the outcome was the same. And Sir Itachi still decided to be with the brunette, no matter what happened. In fact, it doesn't matter, I'm with you. Getting up from the bed, Itachi followed Naruto, who had a smile on his face. Both left the shelter when it was just beginning to dawn. But how are we going to kill him? The leader won't understand, or am I missing something? Itachi asked, jumping from branch to branch. Leave this to me. If necessary, we will betray Akatsuki. There is no other way. It was not clear to Uchiha why Naruto was doing this. Didn't he hate people in order to save them? He often told him that there was nothing good left in this world, so what was the point in preventing its destruction? Meeting the goddess should not have changed him so much. However, all this was not important. He had already agreed to everything. If we are going to destroy the world, then together. Having reached the shelter in a few hours, Naruto and Itachi immediately went to the leader's room, without even greeting anyone. What fucking important, Hiden muttered discontentedly when no one responded to his, fuck great. Pain, we've completed the mission, there are just a few things I'd like to discuss. Naruto said, handing over the scroll, noticing the black and white man out of the corner of his eye. And what are they? The owner of the Rinnegan asked calmly, sitting at the table in the dim light. Firstly, the information was not accurate. Along with the feudal lord and his entourage, there were 2 Jinchuriki who suddenly went berserk in the heat of battle. Secondly, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails was Namika's Menma, and not Uzumaki Kushina as we thought. Naruto fell silent for a moment, noticing how the black and white disappeared into the ground, apparently going to double-check the information. Great, and now the most important thing. The black and white Zetsu, or to be precise, only its black half, is manipulating you and is going to revive Kaguya Otsutsuki with the help of the 10-tailed. There was an awkward and long silence. Pain piercingly looked at Mikami, who did not even flinch a muscle. Thanks to the Rinnegan, Pain saw that Naruto was not lying. However, Pain could not accept for himself that he was so easily manipulated, and there was still a slight doubt in the brunette's words. Kaguya Otsutsuki. That's a legend. Have you heard of Amaterasu? The goddess that the Uchiha clan worships. Is she also just a legend? Pain nodded affirmatively, answering all the questions at once, and Naruto activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the best proof that she is not a legend, but a very real god. My eyes are exactly like hers, and I have already met her. There was silence again. It was so quiet that Naruto caught Hiden's barely audible words. Fuck. N. Q. T. D. A. This amused the guy a little. Why? He himself didn't know. What if it's not true? What will happen then? Asked Pain, looking closely at the brunette. It seems that Zetsu has no use other than reconnaissance and information gathering, am I right? The leader nodded again, agreeing with Mikami's words. Well, if that was all a lie, then with my father's help, I can recreate the white Zetsu, we won't lose anything. Naruto replied, with full confidence in his words. Well, I agree, but as far as I know, Zetsu can't be killed, what will you do? Naruto paused for a moment, surprised at how quickly the leader agreed. However, Pain himself didn't trust Zetsu, who constantly told him what to do and how. In general, for him, the black and white was a suspicious person, and it seemed Naruto's words put everything in place. I'll seal it. Pain just nodded and, using a mental link with the Zetsu, summoned it to his office. The black and white one grew out of the floor in front of him between the brunettes and the redhead. You called, Leader Sama? Zetsu asked, as if not noticing the 2 guys behind him. Naturally, he didn't notice them, because he didn't look back, and Naruto and Itachi, with the help of a shell of senchakra, simply became invisible to senses. Yes, I have a couple of questions. Why are we gathering Jinchuriki and sealing the Beiyu into the Gedo-Maz statue? Meanwhile, Naruto began to quickly fill in the seals for the technique that Orochimaru once taught him. It was an Uzumaki technique, and due to the fact that the clan's blood flowed through him, he could use it, unlike Orochimaru himself. It consisted of many seals, and therefore was not practical and few knew about it. But it was the strongest sealing technique. For the sake of making the organization stronger, the black and white man tensed up a bit from this question, and therefore couldn't hide the hint of deceit from the Rinnegan. You're lying. Fuinjutsu, space and time seal technique. Naruto whispered at the same time as Pain, holding his palm out in front of him from which many black chains appeared. What? Turning around, Zetsu saw 2 brunettes, and his body was already shackled with chains, not allowing him to leave the office. You will never resurrect Kaguya, Naruto said quietly, but so that everyone could hear. The chains dug into his body, causing great pain. How did you know? The space collapsed with a loud bang and the black and white disappeared, as did the chains from Naruto's hand, who immediately fell to his knees. Damn, this technique burns a huge amount of chakra. If it weren't for the senchakra, I would already be dead. Naruto thought, breathing heavily. Thank you, he heard in his head, and a smile appeared on his face. So you were right after all, said the owner of the Rinnegan, rising from his chair. The organization's priorities instantly changed. They no longer needed to catch and seal the Biju. Now they were just mercenaries who would strive for peace, killing everyone who stood in the way. But in a different way. Exactly, Naruto said, losing consciousness. Thank God, Itachi thought, picking up the boy in his arms and carrying him into the office. 2 months later. Soon, a warm wind blew on Naruto and Itachi's faces, who were sitting on a tree branch that already had leaves. Are you worried? Naruto asked, looking into the distance of the forest. Surprisingly, no. The cries of birds and the rustling of leaves slightly muffled the guy's voice. Old man, the day has come. I will burn forever in the memory of the Uchiha. What will happen if I harm my loved ones? The guy thought, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, getting to his feet. Forward. Naruto hid their chakra centers and after a while they entered the village. The sun, rolling across the infinitely large sky, was approaching the horizon. The sky gradually turned orange, and the world froze, as if waiting for what was about to happen. When Naruto knocked on the door, it was already dark outside, only the light of a lantern illuminated a small patch of the street. He began to wait, while Itachi went in search of those who participated in the murder of the third. Over this month, they have certainly become stronger, but will they have enough strength to resist the entire Uchiha clan? The door opened with a nasty creak, and Sasuke appeared on the threshold. Naruto was standing in a white kimono, over which was a black cloak and a hood hiding the guy's face. Call your father, please. Naruto said in a calm voice, barely holding back the thirst for blood that, like water through a sieve, still seeped through. Dap, they're calling you here, shouted Sasuke, who had matured since their last meeting. You don't even know yet that you called your father to his death, Naruto thought, grinning bloodthirstily. It was hard to restrain himself from destroying the entire house of the clan head. Fugaku-sama, Naruto felt disgusted by such words, but it was necessary. I need to talk to you. I have information about Mikami Naruto. These words certainly interested the head of the Uchiha clan, who for these 2 months could not find a single clue about this annoying traitor. After Fugaku found out who killed the feudal lord, the only thing he wanted was to kill the upstart with his own hands. Not here, Fugaku said as he left the house. They walked to the lake deep in the forest, which was located on the territory of the Uchiha clan. Spit it out. The head of the clan didn't care at all who was standing in front of him, how he got to the village. He was too interested in him. Can I ask you a question? Fugaku nodded, and Naruto continued. Did Obito tell you my words? A gust of wind blew the hood off his head, and a slightly older Naruto with Mangekyo Sharingan appeared before Fugaku. Oh, that's even better. Fugaku activated his eyes and, taking out his tanto, rushed towards the brunette. Today you will pay for the death of the third. He drew his katana and channeled lightning chakra through it, so that it was not the small lightning bolts that flew from it, as before, but large ones, like those that cut the sky during bad weather. Die, the men thought at the same time, crossing their weapons. The wind streams coming from them tore out trees by their roots. When their eyes met, Fugaku saw a mad smile, and Naruto's eyes burned with the desire to kill him. The tanto was covered in wind chakra, which is why it did not receive much damage, but Naruto was still stronger due to the amount of chakra conducted through the steel. Die, die, die. The guy's hair turned white, and 2 huge horns grew on his head. Fugaku, feeling that Naruto had become stronger, jumped away from him. Kaiten. Large fireball. Having blown out a truly huge technique in scale, Fugaku threw several more kunai to catch up with the technique. Naruto easily dodged it and began to form seals for his technique. Raiten. Thunder Dragon. Lightning, as if on command, formed a huge dragon, which flew at great speed towards Fugaku. Thanks to the Sharingan and the reaction that had accumulated over many battles, he was able to dodge the technique. Kaiten. Great Fire Destruction. The clan leader heard from somewhere to the side. It was Naruto's clone that he had managed to create. Reacting quickly, he jumped a huge distance up. From where a deplorable picture opened up, the flames had completely engulfed the forest, destroying it. The burning trees and houses of the clan only added to the hatred for Naruto in the depths of Fugaku. Bastard, you will pay for everything you did. Meanwhile, The Uchihas had already begun to evacuate their clan members, but they did not even suspect that many of them were no longer alive. Everyone who participated in the murder of the third lay in a pool of their own blood. Itachi, who had already headed towards Minato to tell him everything, made sure of this. Kaiten. Fire Dragon Dance. 4 dragons made entirely of fire, as if in a dance, headed down at Naruto, intending to kill him. The brunette easily dodged each one, as if twirling with them in a dance. Kaiten. Phoenix Flowers. Naruto heard, dangerously close, even with his speed, he didn't have time to dodge. Fugaku caught him, immediately using a replacement after the fire technique, ending up next to the guy. Fuck. A moment later Naruto was already flying into a tree, kunai that were inside small fireballs stuck into the guy's hands and body, and the fire left severe burns on his skin, burning clothes. Having knocked down the tree, Naruto still stopped, but not for long. Thanks to experience, he was still able to avoid Fugaku's attack, which could easily kill him. Tanto smashed the tree that had not yet fallen into pieces, but Naruto was no longer there. He was standing about 20 meters from Fugaku. You shouldn't have come here, brat. He jumped up again and crossed steel with Naruto. The clang of metal was ear-splitting, but both boys didn't pay attention to it, completely absorbed in the fight. Fugaku easily blocked a diagonal strike from above, counterattacking again. A horizontal strike that was supposed to cut off the hated head whistled over the top of the boy's head, who managed to crouch down and avoid death. Mikami blocked a kick with his left hand. Naruto tried to cut off Fugaku's legs, but he managed to jump up and somersault in the air, landing a little further from his opponent, after which he immediately ran at Naruto. Crossing weapons again, they looked into each other's eyes. Both had a concentrated and absolutely calm look, but Naruto had a hint of madness. Chidori, Naruto said unexpectedly. Lightning struck Fugaku right, who would not have had time to dodge. A diagonal blow from top to bottom tore the clan leader's vest and left a deep cut on his body, after which the Uchiha flew several meters. Only thanks to the chakra that he brought to the place of the blow, he survived. It greatly softened the blow. Die already, Naruto said, putting his hand on the deep cut on his neck, spitting out the blood that had already managed to accumulate in his mouth. Frayed and burnt clothes, smeared blood and heavy breathing. That's how Naruto looked now. Suddenly, he caught fire with a black flame, which, to Fugaku's surprise, immediately went out. However, it caused some damage to the brunette. How did you put out Amaterasu? The head of the Uchiha clan asked in shock, seeing this for the first time. Blood was trickling from his right eye. He looked even worse than the brunette. A deep cut decorated him from his right shoulder to his stomach. His clothes were stained with dirt and blood. You're not the only one who can do this. Ninpo. Hell on earth. Fugaku barely managed to dodge all the pikes made entirely of black fire. What the hell? The man said what was on his mind, but Naruto didn't give him time to think. Mikami obviously had the advantage, since he knew about Fugaku's abilities from Itachi. The Uchiha jumped to the side, but still couldn't avoid the attack. Black flames enveloped his left arm up to the elbow. A stream of blood flowed from Naruto's eye and he stood there breathing heavily. One swing and Fugaku's arm was cut off by himself. I didn't expect anything else, Naruto said, praising his opponent, who didn't even flinch after cutting off his own hand. Die already. A huge blue Susanoo towered over the remains of the burning forest. The battle was already flowing into completely different dimensions. A black warrior grew opposite the blue one. Susanoo, both brunettes said at the same time. Naruto's favorite white katana with a snake engraving on the handle appeared in his hand, and a pair of swords appeared in the hands of the blue Susanoo. Naruto quickly appeared near Fugaku and tried to cut him with a vertical strike, but 2 swords were able to stop the attack. Gusts of wind blew away all the fire that was devouring the forest. A couple of houses were blown away, as if they were made of cardboard. A blow, another block, a counterattack, but Naruto was able to jump back. Realizing that their strength in taijutsu was equal, both Susanoo began to fold seals. The sky was cut by the roar of thunder. A thunderstorm was beginning. Kaiten. Large fireball. Fugaku poured a huge amount of chakra into this technique and it really lived up to its name. Raten. Fall of the sky. A huge dragon struck Fugaku, simultaneously with a large ball. Both brunettes could not defend themselves from the enemy's technique, because they were making seals for their own. Now everything will be decided by who put in more chakra and whose technique will be more deadly. Huge clouds of smoke rose up and a loud, terrible roar blew out all the windows of the houses in the village. The 2 avatars from the chakra disappeared in a column of rising dust and pieces of earth. Rain poured from the sky. Naruto was lying on the ground, all his clothes were scorched, terrible burns all over his body, but he was alive. With difficulty getting to his feet, he saw Fugaku, who had fallen 30 meters away from him. He was also barely getting to his feet. There was literally no living place on him. Burnt hair, burnt face and body, a huge wound was bleeding with renewed vigor, pouring out liters of blood from him. A hot wind blew on their faces and their eyes touched. "I'll take you with me," Fugaku said with just his lips. The world around Naruto changed. The sky turned red and everything turned black. Tsukuyomi, the guy thought as he found himself crucified on a pole. "You're ridiculous, Fugaku." Naruto bit his lip and opened his eyes, in which the Mangekyo Sharingan was burning. Naruto dispelled the illusion and found himself back in his world. Fugaku, with shocked eyes, fell on the grass from loss of strength. Naruto slowly approached him and sat down next to him. "How?" Fugaku asked, trying his best to hear the answer. Naruto's hands glowed green and he began to heal his wounds, which left Fugaku in shock. "Shisui's technique that I refined. Because he had the strongest genjutsu in the world, he also gained the power to dispel any illusion. I discovered this ability by accident when I was training against Itachi and his Tsukuyomi," Naruto said after finishing healing Fugaku so that he wouldn't die. "Why did you heal me?" the man asked and immediately tried to hit Naruto, but the guy grabbed his hand and squeezed it hard. The crunch of bones was like a delight for Naruto's ears. "Did you think that I would leave you alive?" Naruto asked, grinning madly. "Ahahahaha. I healed you in order to kill you with particular cruelty. I thought a lot about how I would do it, but now I have come to one conclusion." Naruto created a clone that began to heal Fugaku, and he himself took the katana and approached the Uchiha's feet. "You will die in agony, creature." With a swing of his katana, he chopped off the big toe of the clan leader. However, he did not make a sound. "How reserved we are, believe me, by the end of it all you will squeal like a pig." Naruto smiled and pulled out a nail on one of his fingers. He simply broke the third one, bending it at a large angle. Naruto pulled out the fourth one, and he turned the fifth one into dust. Fugaku still lay silently and endured hellish torment. Naruto's clone did not let him die from pain, shock, and from the wounds he received. He had a lot of time to think about what he did in his life. "Do you think you did the right thing with the third one?" the brunette asked, slowly cutting off the toes on his other foot. "Yes, all my actions were correct and believe me, ah." Naruto finally heard his scream, from which he received moral satisfaction. Closing his eyes, Naruto immediately cut off Fugaku's second hand with one movement of his katana, who, using a Zanagi, appeared behind him. "How?" Fugaku asked, not believing what he saw, receiving a blow to the stomach, after which he fell to the ground. "You are too predictable, son of a whore, I will kill you, scum." Naruto sat on Fugaku's chest and began to beat him. Only when his face turned into mush, he stopped. His heart was beating wildly, and there was a smile on his face like a madman. The rustling of leaves and the groans of the head of the Uchiha clan are the best song for the brunette. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed throughout the forest. Naruto cut off slices from the Uchiha, causing great pain. The clone began to heal him again so that Fugaku would not accidentally die. Finally stopping, Naruto created another clone, who put Fugaku on his feet and held him tightly. "Look down." Naruto slowly began to rip open his stomach, from which his intestines fell out. He was about to catch them, but he had no hands. Such a sight and the enormous, terrible pain almost drove the Uchiha crazy. Another scream broke the silence that had formed after the previous scream. Full of pain and despair. "Die, bastard." Naruto made another deep cut, this time on his right leg. Raising his katana, Naruto chopped off his leg. Blood splashed in all directions, including onto Mikami's face, making him look even more scary and insane. Blood spilled noisily onto the green grass, and the leg fell with a dull thud. "It's a shame, but I'll have to finish with you, Fugaku," Naruto said with annoyance, jumping away from him a few meters. Ninpo, Dance of the Raging Flames. The black flames completely engulfed Fugaku and he actually began to squeal like a pig. The immense pain drove him crazy and he began to laugh, scream in pain and cry at the same time. Nu, Sasuke, who had escaped from the shelter where all the residents of Konoha had been taken, finally ran to the clearing and saw his father. The Sharingan in his eyes had turned into a Mangekyo, and his psyche had been shaken. Ha ha ha, ha. Fugaku's body fell with a dull thud, already dead. Ha 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 ha. Naruto continued laughing after Fugaku, then turned his attention to Sasuke. What the hell? Sasuke unknowingly used Amaterasu and set Naruto on fire, but he easily put it out and, finding himself next to the younger Uchiha, knocked him out with a blow to the neck. Get some sleep for now. Naruto created a clone that picked up Sasuke and he disappeared with him in a shunshin, heading towards Itachi and Minato who were next to each other. A feast of 100 snakes. A huge number of snakes crawled out of Naruto's sleeve, and Fugaku's body, still warm from the fire, quickly disappeared under them. Enjoy your meal, Naruto said, disappearing into the shunshin. He appeared outside the village, and then headed to the Akatsuki hideout. Previously, Itachi walked into Minato's office and knelt down on one knee, as a sign of respect and complete submission. Uchiha Itachi, what are you doing here? Minato asked, appearing behind the Uchiha and holding a kunai to his throat. Fugaku, my father, is currently fighting Naruto, and may already be dead. He is guilty of the death of the third Hokage. Forgive me, fourth Sama, but I could not stop him. I was imprisoned, and after I escaped, I was declared a missing nin. I returned with Naruto. He came to take revenge on everyone who was guilty of the death of his loved one, and I came to tell the truth and return to the village. Itachi finished his story. His words shocked the head of the village. What? Minato asked again, still not believing that his old friend could do such a thing. You heard everything correctly. Father and his guard dogs killed the third Hokage to lure Naruto to the village. Itachi closed his eyes and exhaled tiredly. How are you, Naruto? Itachi still didn't understand why he agreed to this. Flashback. Naruto and Itachi were moving towards the village, but Naruto suddenly stopped, turning to his friend. Itachi, I have something to talk to. Which one? Uchiha asked, stopping on a branch of the same tree. After I kill everyone who is responsible for the old man's death, you will stay in Konoha. You will become the head of the Uchiha clan and will not allow such things to happen again, Naruto said confidently. Are you crazy? Do you really think the Hokage will forgive me so easily? Are you sick? Itachi asked, raising his voice for the first time in a long time. A bird flying past cried out loudly, as if supporting Itachi. The rays of the sun illuminated Naruto's face, and Itachi saw confidence in his eyes. After you tell him everything, yes. He's not stupid and will understand everything. Naruto said this with such ease that for some reason it hurt the Uchiha. I won't leave you alone. What will you reach when you're left all alone? Don't even think about it. I'm not alone. I'll always know that you're on my side. But think rationally. You need to become the support and backing of your clan and the rest of your family. Konoha needs smart and strong people. And me. What about me? I won't disappear, you can be sure of that, especially with Miam. Naruto had been to his girlfriend many times in 2 months and naturally the Uchiha knew about it. I don't accept refusal, Naruto said, starting to move again. End of flashback. And what do you really think I'll believe? Minato asked, his hand shaking. He was caught between two paths. Who to believe? He couldn't accept that his childhood friend had grown up to be such a person, but what was scarier was that he, Minato, didn't even notice it. The members of the Uchiha clan will confirm my words. After Fugaku's death, no one will restrain him anymore. There was totalitarianism in the clan, and therefore no one dared to go against the head, because it meant the death. Itachi's voice was even and calm. Do you think Naruto will kill Fugaku? Minato asked mockingly, needing at least the slightest idea of the guy's strength. You don't know how strong he's become, but I do. I don't underestimate my father's strength at all. Naruto will win, even if not easily, but Fugaku will definitely be dead. A huge wave knocked out the windows in the residence. What is this? Minato asked, looking around. They'll be done soon, Itachi said calmly, looking into the darkness of the night. Do you think the clan won't help its leader? There is a barrier around them that is impossible to pass through. What if you're right? What next? Did you just kill your father? What if I'm wrong? Will you kill me? I don't mind, but know that after a while Naruto will come for your soul. However, these are all just thoughts. There is nothing good left in my father. The clan under his leadership would rot from the inside. The clan needs a new breath of air. And you will be this breath of air. Minato asked thoughtfully, considering all the possible scenarios. Yes, the clan will follow me. There are no more of those who blindly want power and strength. They are all dead. The clan will fully support the village. Minato finally removed the kunai from Itachi's throat, helping him stand up. If you turn out to be wrong, then I will personally execute you in front of the entire village. Itachi only nodded in agreement, walking out into the street with the fourth Sasuke. Itachi asked worriedly, seeing Naruto's clone. Sorry, he saw the end. Why the fuck isn't he in the shelter? Naruto asked angrily, looking at Minato. Having handed the younger Uchiha to Itachi, he sat down on the ground. I'm just a clone, so calm down. The original is already far from Konoha. Fugaku is dead, as are everyone who was an accomplice to the murder. Naruto rested his head on his hand and looked up at the village chief. What do you need this for? Asked Minato, who apparently did not fully understand the whole situation. People are stupid creatures. For you, I am a murderer who hurt you by taking the life of a person who was dear to you. Realizing that Naruto was right, he continued. But what would you do? Would you live peacefully with the knowledge that the murderer of one of the people dearest to you is walking free? Would you do nothing if someone, out of their own fucking desires and ambitions, decided to kill your wife or one of your children? What would you do? I doubt that person would continue to walk the earth. But he did it because he believed that it was right. He also had people dear to him who would support him. And for them, you would also become a murderer. Think about it at your leisure. There was a long silence. Minato really thought about the brunette's words, and the only thing that came to his mind was, he is right, but the fourth did not want to accept the truth. He did not want or could not. Itachi, good luck to you. As I see, I was right. Mikami said with a smile, then turned to Minato. You should strengthen your military power. The Cloud Village has been acting suspiciously lately. The clone said, disappearing in a cloud of white smoke. You're always right, Naruto. Itachi answered into the void, handing Sasuke over to Tsunade who had run up. Minato and Uchiha stood silently, looking somewhere down the street. Both had thoughts that needed to be thought through. Damn Mikami, Minato thought with annoyance. Meanwhile, Naruto stood near the third's grave, silently crying. Old man, I got my revenge. Naruto fell to his feet, his kimono stained with the mud that had formed from the recent rain. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I'm a terrible person. You replaced my father. You were more precious than anyone. Old man, why is this? Why? Naruto asked, slamming his fist on the ground, tears pouring down like hail, and a lump rising in his throat. I knew I'd find you here, Jiraiya said, walking up to the boy. He had heard the dialogue between Itachi and Minato, and so he wasn't going to attack, because he would have done the same thing. Will you kill me? Naruto asked, not paying attention to Sannin. He didn't care anymore what would happen to him. He just continued to cry, looking at the dirt. No, I know the whole situation. It just so happened that I overheard Itachi's conversation. Naruto had already regained the clone's memories, so he knew that Itachi had succeeded. Believe me, Sensei doesn't think so. He doesn't think that you are to blame for his death and doesn't blame you at all. He wouldn't approve of your actions, of course, but I'm sure that he himself would have done the same. You did everything right, Naruto. Mikami straightened up after hearing Sannin's words and looked at him with tear-stained eyes that were red from tears. It's all because of me. No, he wouldn't want you to think that. Jiraiya hugged the guy and he calmed down a little and stopped crying. Thank you. Naruto pulled away from Jiraiya as he heard voices approaching, then bowed respectfully, something he hadn't done in a long time, and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. The wind blew the smoke away, leaving the Sannin alone. You're strong. You can handle it, Jiraiya thought, turning his gaze to the people who had arrived. They were Minato and Itachi. The latter immediately felt Naruto's light chakra and looked at the Sannin in shock, who only nodded with a smile. Jiraiya, so here you are, Minato said, genuinely happy that his teacher had returned to the village after several weeks of absence. Naruto appeared in Orochimaru's hideout, in his room. Taking out some pills from the nightstand, he quickly threw several into his mouth at once and swallowed them. Still haven't stopped. Naruto shuddered at his father's voice. Turning his head, he met Orochimaru's gaze, then nervously laughed and shook his head. I got my revenge. Fugaku and everyone involved are dead, Naruto said with a smile as he lay down on the bed, feeling a surge of euphoria. You're doing great. Sensei would be proud of you, Orochimaru said with a smile, leaving the room because Naruto had already passed out. Opening his eyes, he found himself next to Amaterasu. You're great. The girl smiled sincerely, hugging the guy. She was happy for him, because she knew perfectly well what he felt all this time. Now the brunette's soul was calm. He finally did what he had planned. I love you, Naruto said, lying down in the girl's arms on the warm ground. I love you too. They were both happy. It was definitely one of the best days of their lives. 3 months have passed. Naruto was still in the organization, sometimes meeting with Itachi, like today. He was already standing at the agreed place, waiting for his friend. Uchiha himself became the head of the clan and Minato's right hand. All charges were dropped against him after revelations from the clan members. Sasuke still did not know what to do, but Itachi helped him a lot morally and he had already decided everything for himself, but still could not accept it. The loss of his father hit him too hard. He resumed relations with Azumi again. They became the most beautiful couple in the village. Relations between the village of the cloud were tense and everything was approaching war. Mikoto immediately took Itachi's side, perfectly aware that her husband made a huge mistake. She did not blame Naruto and therefore Itachi was calmer in his soul. Naruto and Am saw each other every day, staying together for a long time. Long time no see, Uchiha said, landing next to the brunette. How are you? Naruto asked, smiling. Everything is the same as before. A warm summer wind blew on their faces. Birds were chirping cheerfully about something. How are you? Everything is the same as before, Naruto answered with a smile. Aren't you thinking of going back to the village? Itachi suddenly asked. I still have unfinished business, especially since I'm a traitor to Konoha. No one is waiting for me there except you. It seems Minato is slowly changing his mind about you, Itachi said, surprising Naruto a little. Are you still looking for a way to bring Am back to this world and save her from death? Yes, and it seems I'm already close to the denouement, Naruto said, smiling, the rays of the sun playing on his face. And how? Well, tell me everything. You'll find out soon enough. Naruto answered cheerfully, lying down on the grass. Commentary on revenge and life after it. Murder Killer, Incentive. The song with which I associated myself at the end of July, half of August and October. The song that really touches my soul. In general, it is a must listen. Now to the chapter. At the beginning I wrote that I want a new fic. So far I plan to do something like Naruto Otsutsuki, but twist everything there. How do you feel about this? Well, and in general throw in some ideas for a new fic. The chapter in my opinion turned out great. Awesomely written bullshit. And in general a good ending for the first part. Yes, the fic will have a sequel, I don't know when. But it definitely will. It will be called something else and I have a couple of thoughts about what and how, waiting for your feedback. Thanks for being with me throughout this fic.